the onion.
You get on?
Yes, sir.
Put me started. I usually need to warm in the spirit anyway.
Yeah, Caleb, kick it off, bro.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Praises, honor, and glory, as always, unto powers Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahushai, Ba'ashem Rakakadash. Double honors, as always, to the elders and apostles, the great constant rule impeccably well, who taught us this truth. We are the real Hebrew Israelites, so back up there enough of to prophesy the downfall of this kingdom, which is run by predominantly Esau, which is the nation of Edom, which is predominantly so-called white people on the face of the earth. However, you are going to find Israelites that do look like these other nations who are actually our people, because we as scattered explore nations throughout various captivities. But as I always say, Numbers chapter 1 verse 18 states that nationality is determined by the lineage of the forefathers. Now, that's actually a good segue into what I want to talk about just briefly, or just go into, because I said your nationality is determined by the lineage of the forefathers. I saw an article this morning which I had done a lesson on, but I'd like to talk about it now because it really rubbed me up the wrong way. So the article was published on the Daily Telegraph, and it says fathers who don't pay child support to be tagged and banned from the pub, right? Absent parents now owe 474 million in child maintenance amid a crackdown on neglectful fathers. Now the key word there is fathers, right? This makes no mention of the mothers, because don't get it twisted, there are a lot of deadbeat mothers out there who will marry a man, have a child with him, then get bored of the man and she'll fuck off and do with some next man and leave that man that's single and go and raising a child. Now you don't hear that, that's not something that's published much in the media, but it does happen, But they're saying they want to crack down on fathers, so it's actually a very sexist move because they're targeting the men. Now, as we know, the woman has all the power in society to where she can divorce a man, take half of his possessions, and still come out like she's the fucking hero. Or I should say heroine, because that's the feminine word for hero is heroine. So let's read this. It says, parents who refuse to pay child support could soon be fitted with an electronic tag and put under curfew and a fresh crackdown on tens of thousands of neglectful fathers. Now you've got to understand how this actually ties into the mark of the beast as well, because we've talked about how the MOTB will prevent people from buying and selling, but there's many other aspects that the government can use the MOTB for. For example, let's say you take your chick, right? And the woman leaves you, let's say you're not paying child support, Esau can then say, well, you know what, because you're not paying your child maintenance, we're going to bar you from these particular places. So let's say you want to go to the pub now, you want to buy a drink, try and swipe your hand, and the reader ain't having it. They'll be like, no, you can't come here because your trip isn't valid. Or let's say you want to go and shop in a particular type of shop. Let's say, for example, what's a property shop? Let's say Tesco's, right? Let's say that Tesco's does a scheme on cracking down on so-called neglectful fathers. They may refuse any person who's not paying child support to come in there and buy their groceries. So you've got to see how Esau's moving, and the MOTB can and potentially could control so many facets of a person's life. So reading on it says, the government plans to impose strict restrictions on parents who fail to pay child maintenance, including stopping them from socialising, hear that? Stopping them from socialising, going to the pub or on holiday. So you won't even be able to go on holiday. Now that ties into 2 Ezra, the 15th chapter. A man shall desire to go into a city and shall not be able. You see what I'm saying? This ties into it. It says, both parents, read that again. Government plans to impose strict restrictions on parents who fail to pay child maintenance, including stopping them from socialising, going to the pub or on holiday. Parents who break the curfew could face a prison sentence. You hear that? So if you break the curfew, you could face a prison sentence simply for not paying child support. Now how fucking wicked is this? See, you know, what did the scripture say? Woe unto them that decree unrighteous decrees. I'll get that roughly paraphrasing, I'll just roughly paraphrase it now. Reading on it says, both parents are responsible for the cost of raising their children. See, it says both parents are responsible. But this is a scheme that's directly targeted at the men. It makes no mention of the women being subject to the same payments. So it says both parents are responsible for the cost of raising their children, even if one parent is absent. And a support plan can either be arranged privately or through the government-run child maintenance service. Now, as Apostle Kabbalah always says, a marriage is supposed to be a union between a man and his woman. But in this society, the government acts as a third party in your marriage. So the government's coming into your sphere now, telling the woman that she can do better off without you, giving a woman a place to go. Like, for example, if a woman leaves her man in this society, the government is likely to offer her a place to live if she's got a child. So that's giving the women the ammunition to destroy their own households. And the scriptures do say that. A wise woman buildeth her house, but a foolish woman plucketh it down with her own hands. But from paraphrasing again, that's in Proverbs. So it says, both parents are responsible for the cost of raising their children, even if one parent is absent, and the support plan can either be arranged privately or through the government-run child maintenance service. The vast majority of parents, 93%, who must pay child support are male. So what does that say to you? There's a disproportionate amount of men that have been separated from their children. Now, I'll bring something in a briefing. I was on YouTube this week, actually last week, at the weekend, and I was watching some music videos. You know, sometimes when you watch songs, if you scroll down, you see people's comments underneath the song. Well, I was watching one song from the early 2000s, and the song's a good song, but the video was about a man who had a son, and his wife left him, and she went to live with some other dude, and the child was being abused by the other father, but the original father was being denied access to see his child. So that's what the song was about. It's quite a sad song. And I was reading down the comments, because that song came out around 2000, 2001. Yeah, can't. I'll just finish this video out here. That song came out around 2000, 2001. So a lot of the children who watched that video in those days, now they're like 23, 24, 25. Some of them have got children themselves. If you scroll down the comment board, it's just literally comment after comment. Oh, I used to like this song, but every time I hear it, it makes me cry because of what my wife did to me. I haven't seen my daughter in 2 years, and now she hates me. So many comments of all these different men saying, look, man, I went through this situation where she divorced me, she took my children. Now my children hate me. I haven't seen my child in 5 years. Every day I feel pain, all this kind of shit. All men making these comments, not a single woman on it.
Isaiah chapters 1 and 4 says, O sinful nation, a people laden with iniquity, a seed of evildoers, children that are corrupters. They have forsaken the Lord. They have provoked the Holy One of Israel unto anger. They are gone away backward. Why should you be stricken any more? Yeah, you will revolt more and more, and the whole head is sick, and the whole heart faints.
Break it down.
Yeah, because this is more decrees, as you say, more unrighteous decrees. Not to say we know why, yeah, because we have to obey our indignation.
Yeah.
So the children now, right, it says that the children are corrupters, yeah, and the new generation. Why should we be stricken more and more with these unrighteous decrees? So they revolt more, but they ain't get no better. Yeah, the whole head is sick. Yeah, the head is sick. The whole heart is faint.
That's a good precept, and if I may, that makes a good point, because the sad thing about it is that I don't know if any of you guys remember the game Lemmings. This game back in the day called Lemmings, where there are these little creatures and they'd walk off a cliff. So the point of the game was to stop them from walking off a cliff and guide them to the safe exit. And obviously, if too many of them die, you lose the game. But that's what our people are like. They're like in that video game, the Lemmings running off the cliff. Our people, they're not looking around and thinking, hey, you know what, man? I grew up in a broken home, you know, I didn't see my dad too much, or vice versa. Maybe you didn't see your mum too much. Maybe you were raised by your grandma or whatever. And they come to adulthood, and a lot of them aren't looking and saying, you know what, man? Why don't I look at the ancient ways? Why don't I seek the old paths, as the scriptures say, to see the right way and walk therein, rather than following this modern culture where it tells you that a woman can do it all by herself, or that a woman don't need a man, and that it's cool to be, you know, strong, proud, independent woman. You know, that's all some bullshit, man. A woman is supposed to come under the guidance, first of all, of her father, and then after she leaves her father and gets married, she comes under the guidance of her husband. But the problem is that a lot of our people, particularly our women, they're stronger, hard-headed, and they won't hearken unto good counsel. I've got a precept on that. This is Isaac. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it's done.
This is in Isaiah 7, chapter 1, we'll carry on, right? 7 says, your country is desolate. No, 6. From the soles of the foot even unto the head, there is no soundness in it, but the wounds and the bruises are putrefying. It's septic. We don't clean it because the soles of the foot even unto the heart, the head, there is no soundness. It is but wounds and bruises and putrefying sores. They have been closed. They have not been closed, neither bound up, neither molded with ointment, modified with ointment. So as well as being sick in the head, sick in the, you say that man, sick in the head. Yeah, sick in the head. You've got bruises. They're giving you more bruises with these unrighteous decrees. If you saw that video that shows you with the woman who dashed McDonald's at the guy, because she's saying, I've got 4 children and you're only coming and bringing the McDonald's one. Bring one meal for your child. What about the rest? So she's.
Hang on a second. She had 4 children, but they weren't her children.
She's got 4, all hers, right? He's coming and bringing and catering for his one.
Okay.
By bringing him. He's a lame guy, but you just have to understand.
So he had a woman and she had children.
You have to understand the circumstances. He in his mind, he's catering for his child.
Yeah.
She's saying, I've got 4. You can't just do that. I want you to cater for all of them, right?
But that's bullshit.
Brothers done break it down.
Yeah.
But the point is, right, you're going to try and reason with a woman like that you done what a youth for. You understand what I'm saying? And now you're stuck now, man.
Yeah.
And she ended up, she ended up taking the burger, saying, fuck that. You come in every now and then, you come in, you get in, visiting her.
Yeah.
Man, what brothers were saying and what I was thinking in my head was that, listen man, just take your burger, go and keep your burger, fuck it, right? I know certain man that has did that and it end up in the long run, they end up getting seen each other, you understand?
Yeah.
But that's the kind of predicament that the man is in. The man is sick too, the woman is sick too.
Yeah.
So you're going to bring forth a sick child and the fact that everybody's sick, man. Let me just carry on.
Where did it say menstruous wounds shall bring forth monsters?
Right, yeah. So 7 says...
When you get into that precept that came out recently as well, you can apply it to like just bugged out kids, but that's really fundamentally talking about children with birth defects.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Children that come out. But that's what the food does anyway. You give them GMO food and it bugs out their brains. You know, they have all these deformities and shit. That's the meaning of that.
Cold, lots of cold. The DNA, the human DNA in it obviously fucks with the brain. You can't fuck with it. You can't function with it. Last one, right? In 9, just jump down to 9. Except the Lord of hosts had left unto us a very small remnant, we should have been as Sodom, and we should have been like unto Gomorrah. I was doing my thing the other day, and I just thought, the Spirit come on me, and I said, listen, the only thing I'm gonna have to be able to do with them, including certain people that I know, is to put them to death. We're gonna have a duty to put a lot of them to death.
Yeah. Right, so I was holding this one, bring it up, the Isaiah 51, so it's like Isaiah 10 verse 1. Woe unto them that decree unrighteous decrees, and which write grievousness which they have prescribed, to turn aside the needy from judgment, and to take away the right from the poor of my people, that the widows may be their prey, and that they may rob the fatherless. So yeah, man, Esau's fucking he's done the most to destroy the households, and he wants to keep the households in a state of disrepair. That's why he's making these decrees. Because what's that ultimately going to do? It's going to create tension between the husbands and the wives. But at the same time, Esau is profiting off that because he's getting the fathers to pay this child maintenance. So it's all a fucking deception setup, and sadly our people are falling for it. And the reason why is, as I said, because a lot of these women, they've grown up with this rebellious, stubborn, hard-headed, nobody can't tell me nothing, I'm always right and everybody's wrong. Then they run off, live in some fucking council flat, raise their kids to become fucking grimy ass niggas on the street running around like we've got right now. Running around with fucking knives and shit, stabbing each other up. So back to the article. And why is that happening? Because the women aren't instituting discipline to their children. Right? The amount of fucking guys I've seen where the mothers mollycoddled them and they've gone out and they've become straight up grimy niggas on the street. You know, it's more than I can count. Most of the people who I went to school with were like that, man. So let's say, at least most of the Jake that I went to school with were like that. It says the government, yeah, I've read that part. The next paragraph says both parents are responsible. I'll read that one as well. The share of the parents paying their child support has steadily declined over the past year, and more than 474 million of maintenance was outstanding at the end of March, according to official figures. In the first quarter of this year, almost 61,000 parents failed to pay their former spouse and child money owed via the CMS, which is Child Maintenance Service, I believe. About half the children receive no financial support from a parent they do not share a home with. Now, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't the scripture say that if a woman leaves a man, she's supposed to leave empty, right? But Esau's got it to where the woman can take your children, run off somewhere, shack up with the next man, have other seed by this next man, not allow you to see your child, then turn around and say, oh, he's not paying maintenance. But yet she's lying to the maintenance service saying you're not paying because you're not being allowed to see your child. And then when the child's growing up thinking, well, where's my daddy? And the mother's telling him, oh, your daddy weren't shit, he didn't do this, he didn't do that. When the truth is, the mother wouldn't allow the man to do it because she had a vindictive, vengeful spirit. What do they say? All wickedness is little, but to the wickedness of a woman, man. Never underestimate this woman, because as I said on that music video that I was watching, for those who were interested, it was a song by a group called Puddle in Mud. The song was called Blurring, right? Kind of like a new metal song, but the point of the matter is that when I was reading all these comments, a lot of guys were saying, you never know a woman, you never know who a woman is until you face her in court. That's what a lot of them are not offending me, but we were friends for a lot of years. He actually ended up with having a child by a woman, and the stories that he was telling me about how the abuse he took from a woman, like for example, she'd throw pots and pans at him, she'd stamp on his shoes to ruin them. The woman was crazy, man. But he had a child by her. And you know what though, it's funny, I've got to say it, just call a spade a spade. When we was at school, he was always a hothead. Like he'd get angry just on a flip, always be throwing temper tantrums and stuff, and I'm talking about when we're teenagers now. And you know what, a lot of the girls at school, they used to find that attractive because he punched lockers and turned over tables and, you know, shit like that when he gets angry, because he had no restraint to his anger. And you know, a lot of girls would be, oh, have you seen, you know, they think he's cool and hot. Well, guess what, later on, he ends up getting into a relationship with a girl who does the same thing that he was doing, but on a worse level, and he couldn't deal with it. Psychologically, it messed him up. You know what, it was a humbling experience for him, because for the scriptures say, a wicked woman is a portion given to a wicked man. So that woman, him finding her, ended up her lying to him, because, you know, a lot of women, you know, if you're dealing with them, you ask them in the morning, you know, are you taking anything, birth control or whatever, that's, you know, but really they'll lie to you, get pregnant intentionally and tie you up. So a lot of women do that, they try to tie the man up. So that's what happened to him. Go ahead.
is Sirach 25 and 17. There be 9 things which I have judged in mine heart to be happy, and the 10th I will utter with my tongue, a man that have joy of his children, and he that liveth to see the fruit of his womb.
Joy of his children.
So that's one of the things that we're supposed to have the fruit of.
Yeah.
Let me jump down just in the 13. It says, give me any plague but the plague of the heart, and any wickedness but the wickedness of the wicked.
Yeah.
Yes, you were saying about your friend, and my friend, and the carbon story short. He grew up not knowing his father, and similar with me, and I kind of broke the ice with my father. I took the initiative. That was just my spirit, and I said to him, look, you hear it, your mum is telling you his mum's calling his father. A B, right? And I had a certain principle. Yeah, bastard. I had a principle in the world. I used to say, I said to him, you met your father? He said, how do you know what he's like? I was 20s, early 20s. He's around the same age, we're brethren, right? But just to cut a long story short, I took the initiative with mine, and I mended any kind of hearsay rumors about my father.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, I know what I'm like. I can't see my father being what I'm hearing now. I'm hearing. So I went in and found out, and I said to him, go and find out. And I had my car that time, and he told me where he lived. I drove down there, we met him, bona fide, they used to call him Judah, right? And I used to call his son, I used to say, what, Judah? It's just with the spirit. And his father's name was Judah, he was a chilled guy. He'd be fucked up because he had some, which a lot of men do, they get fucked up in the black nigga, and then you go and settle down there. They eat them, a lot of children. She ended up turning lesbian. But the point is, right, give me any plague but the plague of the heart, and any wickedness but the wickedness of women. She would lie to you, man. But use your initiative. Yeah. That's why we're supposed to grow up as men. That's why we're supposed to be men.
Yeah.
From the age of 12, we're supposed to be men. You can't be told, treat you like children. I had a certain amount of initiative. I took it, found out my old man was bona fide, he had principles, and I said, and I weighed up the two, and I said, my old man was bona fide. I ain't never gonna call my old man or whatever. A bastard. And I told him that. I said, don't let no one call your mum calling any of your father a bastard. That's your father.
Yeah.
She was with him at first, was she not?
Exactly.
See, I broke it down with logic. But even I didn't have the spirit of the Most High at the time.
Yeah. That's good that you did that, man. That's a beautiful testimony too. But I mean, Salaki, what you said just fucking rocked my head. Settled down with a woman and she turned out to be lesbian. I shouldn't laugh, but I mean,
there's a lot to it. There's a lot to it. Why I can go into the relationship another time, It's down to you.
Just get Ezekiel 9, 9 and 4. All those rise up people that Eve, all of the scriptures there.
Isaiah.
Because man, fuck man, bro.
Okay,
You see these women, bro.
It's like a gun.
Wow, man.
Yeah,
they're gonna get fucking
I know
destroyed.
you got some testimonies.
Yeah, man. This is the topic, like,
It's part of
these women are gonna get fucking destroyed.
Yeah.
It's like what you said about the woman turning lesbian. That kind of resonated with me because I had a similar experience, but that's another testimony for another day.
Listen, man. Jump out the fire, jumping out the frying pan. What happened to you, man? This is the kingdom we're living in, man.
But it shouldn't be this.
Or jumping out of the frying pan into the fire. Yeah. You're saying
it shouldn't be like this, man. This is like living in a fucking Twilight Zone or something. Man. Like
It's
this
a
story,
glitch.
man.
It's a glitch. This whole existence is a glitch. Like, it's not meant to be that way, but it just is. You know?
It's like my indignation, isn't it?
This is the thing. If I was to sit down and write a story, right?
Yeah.
I would never in a million years think, and then this person turned lesbian and that person. I mean, you couldn't make this stuff up, man. The Most High.
It's the fear of the Lord.
Yeah.
She was with him. She had his youth grew up to be big men. But anyway, we're gonna dive.
Where's the priest?
Ezekiel 9 and verse 4. Okay. It says, and the Lord Yahweh said unto him, go through the midst of the city, through the midst of Jerusalem, set a mark upon the foreheads of the men that sigh and that cry for all the abominations that be done in the midst thereof, and go and into the others he said in mine hearing.
Like Lot, when Lot was where was he again? Sodom and Gomorrah, right? In Sodom, the scriptures actually says that he was just sitting there observing the shit that's going on, man. he was actually just sitting there like, what the fuck is going on? You know, he gets like that, man. Like you said, he's like, the storyline, when you think it can't get any worse, it just gets that much more worse, man. Lot was actually just sitting there looking around like, what's going on? What the hell's going on, man? To the point where the angel had to come and say, listen, you need to take yourself and your family and get out, man, because destruction's coming, man. But it does get to the point where you just look around and you're helpless, man. Like you said, what the frying pan to the next into the fireman, it's like there's nothing we can really do, man. That's the sad thing about it, because let me say this, bro. Man, this is the wrong topic for me today.
Just let it out, man. Let it out.
If you could kill these women, you would, man.
Yeah.
You would. You would. Now, are we advocating that? No. You know, we just have to accept that when it comes to relationships and children and family situations, hey, there's certain aunties you would kill, there were certain uncles you would kill, there's cousins you would kill, all of that, man. By the end of the day, in fact, hold that, you quoted it, Micah 7:9.
Can't you?
Let's get that real quick, because really, just like Lot, we sit here and observe this shit, but it's like, we have to, because it's a punishment, man.
Yes.
You know, it's a punishment.
Yes.
Like the Lord is like, well, you went away from righteousness, man. So now I'm gonna put you in unrighteousness and sit there. Like Benjamin say, if you make your make your bed and lie in it, man. You know? Or another Benjamin saying is, don't shit where you sleep.
Yeah.
We decided to shit where we have to sleep.
Yes.
So in return, now we have to deal with the stench, man.
The stench of evil.
The stench of evil.
Yeah.
I used to hear that all the time.
Go on, now read that.
Right, this is beautiful. I think about this one all the time. This is one of my favourite precepts going into 10. Micah 7:9. I will bear the indignation of Yahweh because I have sinned against him.
Indignation is righteous and justified anger, man. So the anger and the wrath of the Lord which we're experiencing right now is not for no reason. It's actually justified, man. You know, that's why it all goes back to the covenant, man. It all goes back to the covenant, the agreement that was made at Mount Sinai between the Heavenly Father and the nation of the men, the men of Israel, through King David. All right, the house of David. That was the sealing back then, which was Moses. All right, all these which the Lord command you, ye will do and obey. And the people with one voice said, yes, we will do. Okay, so to turn away from that, the Lord said, okay, if you're going to be my bride, my woman, and turn away from me, I'm going to give you divorce papers, man. But just know that when you're not under my house, you're not going to have my blessings, man. You know? So literally with your women, they fuck around, man. They'll cheat on you, they'll have your kids, then they'll go to another man. You got to pay for their kids. You got to pay for your own kids. In some cases, some men pay for other men's kids. You know, you got to pay their house. All of that shit, man. You know, but the same way it's like we cheated on the Lord and spat in his face, we're now experiencing the same thing with these women, man. So back in Micah, we're receiving our just dues, man. You know, but it's fucked up. And I've been meditating about that in the week, man. Just look, like you can't actually do anything about it, man. Like a woman can do what, it's at the point now in society, a woman can do what the fuck she wants to do, and you just have to sit there, okay, honey.
Yeah.
You can't do anything, man.
That's a good point. I was watching some videos on YouTube this week about animals and pets and stuff like that, and you know, animals from hell, where the owners are sitting there saying that the dog attacked the child, or the dog snaps people, or the cat scratched people. And every family I saw, it was usually the man who was sitting there, the husband, who was all like timid and stuff like this there and blah blah blah. Yeah. And I noticed that a lot of those marriages was so-called work. The man is a fucking beater man in them situations. He's not really taking charge, and he's just acquiescing to the will of the woman. So if that's what your married life is gonna be, I'd rather be single, man. Then I have to fucking live on my knees, you know, there, 3 bags full there, all this kind of shit, man. So I have another precept here. This is Baruch 3:8. Now let me finish Michael again.
I'm still holding get Baruch, but I'm still holding Ezekiel as well.
Can't.
Ezekiel 9.
Yeah, right. Finish Micah. It says, and also on the topic of Lot, the way Lot ended up in Sodom is because when he was with Abraham, they had the cattle, and there was not enough space for his cattle and Lot's cattle. So he says, you decide. If you go to the left, I'll go to the right. If you go to the right, I'll go to the left. Lot turned towards Sodom, and when he was probably sitting there, he's probably thinking, what the hell did I get myself into, man?
What did I tell you this shit, bro?
He's thinking of his woman, that's why.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Right, Micah 7 and 9 again, and it says, I will bear the indignation of Yahweh because I have sinned against him, until he plead my cause and execute judgment for me.
So judgment is coming now. That means that's on multiple levels, but we're talking about these fucking women, right? They're gonna pay, man. Okay, these women are gonna pay, bro. Until he plead my cause. To plead is what? To judge and execute judgment for me. So it says it twice there in that verse. The Lord is gonna judge and and judge. He's gonna judge and judge, or judge and execute judgment.
Yes.
For me, which is all of us. Okay, we're concerned as women, bro. They're not getting off. They're not getting off the hook, bro. They're gonna fucking pay, man. Okay, and we're coming to that point right now. And I've been, on social media. You check social media and shit, man. And I'm seeing a high increase in more vanity in these women, man. Women be on Snapchat and Instagram arguing which nail tech does their nails better, or which eyelash tech does their eyelashes or their eyebrows better. My eyebrow technician, yeah, she did this, she did that. Yeah, the Lord is letting them have their last hurrah, man.
Yeah.
Because it's coming to the point where the eyebrow shop's gonna be closed, the nail shop's gonna be closed, they ain't gonna be able. Hair shop's gonna be closed. You ain't gonna be able to get no sanitary towels in the supermarkets. Everything's going downhill, bro, and you women are gonna feel it hard, man.
Yeah.
Man, these fucking women, man. Okay, and then you got a lot of guys. We talk about child support. You got a lot of guys in jail because of women, man. Now you got the barrister strikes. You hear about that? You got barrister strikes.
Yeah.
What's going on with that?
So barristers are just striking, and they continue on doing it every couple of weeks due to pay or whatever the case may be. So what's that gonna lead to, man? Not enough cases getting judged. Prison overflow is gonna happen. Government funds are gonna go down. They're gonna open the prisons, and all those guys in jail are gonna come back out of jail. And what the fuck do you think they're going to do? The ice cream van? To go get a single flake ice cream cone? They're going straight to them places where you women fuck them over, and they're gonna fuck you up, man. All right? Let's just be honest. They're gonna rape you and they're gonna kill you. That's what's gonna happen, man. A lot of you black, Hispanic, and Native American Indian women, but predominantly you Hispanic and nigger women, man, you're gonna get put to fucking death, man. And that's the scriptures, bro. That's in the scriptures. That's not even like, oh, that's just our heart's desire because you hurt us. No, that's biblical prophecy. The prophecy states, the Most High states within His word. Ariel, hold what you got. Get Isaiah 34:16, and then go back to Ezekiel. Yeah. The prophecy states that you women are going to get put to fucking death, man. The majority of the 2/3 that die is going to be women. How about that? Because all you've done is just take the piss. Go on, man.
Just to add to what you're saying, if that does happen, let's say, not that we're advocating, but let's say the scenario that the prison's overflowed and release inmates, the guy comes out and he wants to get revenge against his woman, in a lot of cases, that would be justified according to the scriptures, because if she was the man's woman, she fucked him over, he got put in prison, and she went and dealt with another man, she's technically committed adultery, which is a sin unto death.
Yep.
So according to society, that would be, no, you can't say that. But according to the scriptures, the law of the Bible, that would actually justify killing. Yeah.
They're all gonna get put to death.
You want this one right now, yeah? Isaiah 34 and 66. Seek ye out of the book of the Lord and read. No one of these shall fail. None shall want her mate, for my mouth it hath commanded, and his spirit it hath gathered them.
That's the prophecies, man. So we're not coming out of an emotional stance. We're coming out of a prophetic stance, man. That seek out of the book of the Lord, no one of these shall fail, man. Not even the smallest, or what you would consider insignificant, which is no such thing as insignificant in the scriptures. But what you may consider colloquially as insignificant, or yeah, that might happen, or that won't happen. No, it's gonna happen, bro. It's gonna happen, man. All right, let's go back to Ezekiel, man. What's that?
Yep,
9?
Ezekiel 9.
Let's get that, man.
It says, and the Lord Yahweh said unto him, go through the midst
Because
of...
you women, you do what the fuck you want to do, man. Okay? It's actually statistically proven that you have an easier life. The so-called black woman has an easier life than the so-called black man in the Western world, man. All right? All you got to do is shake a little bum or whatever, or put on a tighter skirt and you got the job, you know? Or as soon as you call 999 or whatever the thing is, he hit me, he did this. He's in prison, all right?
Yep.
He has no, well, they do a percentage thing over the children. Oh, 70-30 or 60-40. All of a sudden, it's 100% the woman. He can't see the child. He's got to pay for something he can't see. His own seed, bro.
Yeah.
You know? Come on, bro. You women have a fucking easy ride. That's why the scripture says, right, and we go and get it. Rise up, you women that are at ease, man. All right, but back on the death thing, let's get that. Let's validate that through Ezekiel.
Ezekiel 9:4, and Yahweh said unto him, go through the midst of the city, through the midst of Jerusalem, and set a mark upon the foreheads of the men that sigh and that cry.
And this is what we're doing right now. Like, just like Lot, man. You're just sitting, technically, we're just sitting here like,
Yeah. Vexed his righteous
you know, you
soul
put your hands on your hips like,
Yeah.
this is what we're doing. We're sighing and crying, man. Just looking, observing with the vexation out here, man, in society, man. You know? Go on, huh?
Yep, it says, set a mark upon the foreheads of the men that sigh and that cry for all of the abominations that be done in the midst thereof.
And that mark is the mark of Thawar, not the mark of the beast. Thawar meaning exemption from judgment, man. So there's a spiritual mark that's getting put on the men of the Lord, man, that are sighing and crying. All right, yeah, he's one of the righteous ones. They're part of the righteous. They're not down with this society, man. Okay, you know. So when the judgment does come, they're not involved in that, man. They're protected from that. That's what that means. Go on, huh?
And to the others he said in mine hearing, go ye after him through the city, and smite.
Oh,
Let
man.
not your eyes spare, neither have ye pity.
Yeah, man. And that's another thing, man. A lot of these, and like I said, you know, brothers, we've dealt with women and things of that nature, man. And you know, like which one of you brothers was saying it? You may think, I think Caleb was saying it. You may think you found the one, and then over time you just realize he's worse than all the others you dealt with, man. Okay, but then it says what? What did it say? Smite. Read that last verse again.
Yeah, it says, go ye after him through the midst of the city and smite.
Yeah.
Let not your eyes spare.
Let not your eyes spare, man. A lot of you women think you, because in this world your looks took you, got you leniency throughout your life, man. You know. Oh, but she's pretty though. She's pretty. So let me just leave her alone. No, you pretty bitches, man. You're gonna get fucked up, man. Okay. You're gonna get fucked up. All of you, man. You know. All of you. And in this world, everything's about vanity, man. So the so-called, the more prettier she is, yeah, it's like, let's just say on a scale of like 1 to 10, 10 being the best, yeah. If you're with a 9 or 8 or a 9, yeah, she just gonna chat shit because society's given her that platform. I'm the best that's going, you know. But then if you get with like a woman that's like a 5 or a 6, she could be very beautiful, but just society doesn't put her on her type on that pedestal. So she may be a little bit more humble, man. So you're better off going with like a 5, 6 or a 7 than an 8 or a 9. Because it's like them 8 and 9 bitches, man, they're gassed on Babylon juice, man. You know, I got this, I got that, and then therefore the entitlement comes.
Yeah.
If you can't do this for me, what the fuck, bro? I just yeah, bullshit, man. Absolute bullshit. Go on, read that, man.
If we really want a woman, right, this is what he's talking about. This is the law. Leviticus 21, right, and then this is the guideline, or this is the standard. 14 says, a widow or a divorced woman or a profane or an harlot, these shall he not take, but he shall take a virgin of his own people to wife.
That's the priest of the village.
Right, so yeah, but if you go by that standard, well,
None of us will have
None of us would have been here.
you understand? So when we're talking about we're complaining at the end of the day, because You lie down with dogs, you wake up with fleas. So that's, I mean, you can't get, there's no way around that one. Galatians chapter 6 and verse 7, man.
But again, they'll all be dead. They'll all be dead because they've all had more than one sexual partner. So they'll actually all have to die. That goes back to the point. The majority of the 2/3 that's gonna get put to death are fucking women. Man. Let's go back to Ezekiel.
Yeah, so it says, slay utterly old and young, both maids and little children.
But then we go hit Genesis because this goes all the way back to fucking Eve, man. That's where it really goes back to. It goes back to Eve, you know, getting in bed metaphorically with the serpent, man. That's that black woman spirit from K. Dot, man. You know, yeah, I know I'm a husband, but let me just see what they're saying. Get in bed with him. Let's see what they're doing, you know. And then who does the blame go on? Adam, you know. Now he was simple, okay, but this is why the scriptures speak about the second Adam, a quickening spirit, all right? Because now, starting with Yahweh Shai, the men of the Lord, we don't fall for that bullshit, man. If a woman's going way left, you don't say, okay, bye, bitch. You fucking do what you want to do, man. I ain't following you, man. Because history has proven that chasing after, let's just be honest, bro, chasing after some awesome pussy and cute face here fucks everything up, man. All right? It fucks everything up, man. Women are meant to be a part of your life, not your life.
Yes.
That is a very big difference, man. All the fucking niggas, all they know is gyal, you know. Like even like our parents and their friends, man. Like I remember when I was a little kid, they used to go to like them Benjamin cookouts with my father, and all his friends could talk about was gyal, and it's like, what the hell's going on? But you big ass men, yeah, this gyal and that gyal and what the fuck, bro? Like, is that all you men can talk about? Cookout and gyal, like, what's going on?
That's
You
like,
know?
like just fucking paraphrase a piece of
Yeah, go on, man.
out of the abundance of the heart,
The
the
man
mouth speaks.
speaking.
So that's all their mind was on. They weren't meditating on
Yep.
laws, statutes, and commandments. They were meditating on how they're gonna get the next girl.
Some pussy, bro. That's crazy. Go and read it. Continue.
Ezekiel,
Yeah.
Slay utterly old and young, both maids and little children,
Yep.
and women,
Yep.
but come not near any man.
Oh, see, that's we always just skip over that. Read that verse again.
And slay utterly old and young,
Yeah.
both maids and little children.
Maids are young women. Okay, so you gotta have little boys that get killed too, but you gotta have young women that get killed. Go on.
But come and women,
And women. So we're saying little girls, younger women, and older women. Okay, across the spectrum, they're all gonna get put to death. Okay, go on.
but come not near any man upon whom is the mark,
Yeah, the Torah.
and begin at my sanctuary. Then they began at the ancient men which were before the house.
Yeah, at the sanctuary, meaning the house of Israel. So you Israelite women are gonna get put to death on an astronomical level, man, and it's gonna be horrendous deaths too, man. Okay, that's the scriptures, bro. Okay, because you women have got away with some fuckery for far too long, man. You know, far too long, bro. You know, they just do what the fuck they want to do. Literally, this is a free for all, man. It's a fuck you want to do, you know. What tables, hammers, and chairs included, bro? What the fuck, man? You know.
All right,
Go on,
I've got a precept. Just quickly, this is Titus 2, verse 3. The age.
I was just thinking of that. That's spirit. Go on.
Before I say this, let me just mention something you said. You were saying that women arguing on social media about who can do their eyebrows the best.
Yeah.
Something you'll notice in the society is that as the women's pride has increased, the length of the weave has increased,
Yep.
the length of the eyelashes has
That's
increased,
Yep.
the length of the fingernails has increased.
Yep.
So all these women are focusing on these stupid vanity things, vain things which are of no substance and of no value. And here's the things that women should be meditating on. Titus 2 from verse 3. The aged women likewise, that they be in behavior as becometh holiness.
Yeah, the aged women, meaning the women that have daughters and the women that have even grandchildren. Okay, they're meant to be the exemplary woman to to be a role model to the younger ones, man. Go on.
Here's a key point. Not false accusers.
Yep.
See, all this thing about the child support and he's not doing this and your daddy ain't shit and your daddy wasn't here to do this.
Yeah.
That's false accusations because a lot of them situations, the women actually created them situations.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Not false accusers, not given to much wine.
Yeah.
You could use that as a metaphor for philosophies.
Philosophy.
The philosophies of Babylon, which is what Eve got in bed with, the philosophies of the serpent. Not given to much wine, teachers of good things, that they may teach.
Teachers of good things. I actually had my ex-demon, right? I actually was in the house and I witnessed, all right, her mother is Benjamin, yeah? Her mother actually said to her, yeah, you know, it's fucking yardies, man. Yeah, I can see you two doing well and thing, but most likely she's gonna go around and sleep with hundreds of men and come back to you.
That's a woman.
Did she say that in front of her?
In front of me, bro, and she
Yeah.
goes,
And no, was the woman there?
of course the woman's there, bro. She's teaching her daughter that in front of
That's the
me.
spirit.
In front of me. This is about a year and a half ago. She goes, yeah, I can see you two doing well, but more than likely, she's gonna sleep around with hundreds of men, and you just have to take her back there.
What?
I said, what the fuck? I said, what?
That's like giving her a license to sin.
but that's a fucking mum, all right. I won't put their business out there, but that's a single ass yardy bitch Jamaican Benjamin, yeah, telling her firstborn daughter that as advice in front of the man.
It's
Bro,
like,
the fuck, bro?
so
But then we see what the scriptures is saying, advising, man. The aged woman should be teaching the youngers womanly things, man. Things of discipline, man. You know. But then you got women actually in even if she said it behind my back, yeah, that's still off key.
Yeah.
But at least you have some shame. But right in front of me, yeah, that's a demon on her as well. Yeah. Go on, man.
You know what?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
when you heard a mum say that, it's like, plummeted. No value in that, man.
Yeah.
So just quickly finish this off. That the aged women be likewise, that they be in behaviour as become of holiness.
That's no behavior, man. All right. When you got women, happens in the Hispanic community as well, and in the so-called Negro community, you got women going to raves with their daughters shaking their asses and all that shit. That's no behavior, man. All right. You got women going to their mothers for approval. Mommy, do I look good? Do I look good? The skirt is at her crotch.
Yep.
All right. Her whole cleavage is out. All right. You damn near seen the areola bit of her breast.
Yep.
Okay. Her whole back is out. Her legs is out. You know.
Belly's out.
Everything's out, man. You know. And yeah, girl, you look good. That's my daughter. You look good. Bro,
What kind of rubbish is
you're
that,
teaching your daughter to be a fucking...
That they may teach the women, so suck it. That they may teach the young women to be sober, to love their husbands, to love their children,
Boy.
to be discreet.
You got women that don't even love their children, man. All right? Let's just be honest, bro. You got women that don't, in this day and age, with some of these black holes, they don't love their kids, man.
They don't.
Their kids was a financial investment to get a little bit of aid from the government. Once again, light bulb moment, they go straight back into getting embedded Esau, man. But actually loving that child, they don't give a fuck, man. All the child gets is some cereal and some TV, and that's it, man. You know?
Sugar-filled cereal.
Yeah,
junk food TV.
some bullshit cereal.
That's their tutor.
Yeah, and then the television tutor, you know, sitting there watching some bullshit. And then Esau, he knows that the women, like back in the day, all right, parents used to watch the cartoons with the child to make sure the cartoon's kosher. Ain't no bullshit going on in the cartoon and shit. But now Esau knows they don't even watch the cartoons. So they're putting up straight up homosexual shit, you know, witchcraft, all kind of filth in these cartoons, knowing that the parents ain't sitting in front of the box with the child.
That's right.
So then now the child just gets indoctrinated by Esau in the home, whilst he's fucked up the relationship with the man and the woman. Okay, the woman's now set dead against the man, trying to get money from him, all right, and she's just there doing what? Being a hoe. And then when the daughter grows up, she's a hoe. And then when the son grows up, he's a grimy ass nigga, man. You know, but somehow it's all the man's fault.
Yep.
Go on, Ariel, you got something, man.
Surah 23 says, a wicked woman abideth the courage, maketh an heavy heart.
Yeah, man. Women just make. Hey, let's be honest, bro. You've all dealt with women, and they can make your heart heavy, man. All right. Like they can make your heart heavy, man. It's true.
It can take years of your life.
They can actually make your heart very heavy, man. You know, like you shouldn't have to be somewhere else. Yeah, I'm wondering, like, is my woman, is she probably fucking someone, or is she, you know what I mean? Like, well, that's crazy, man. You know, and let's just be honest, man. You know, we ain't going to this topic in ages, so fucking go all out on it. I don't care. You see, let's be honest, man. Men tend to love women harder than women love men.
That's true.
That's just how it is. Men, once a man's down for you, yeah, he'll go above and beyond emotionally and out of all of his substance harder for the woman than the woman will go for the man. So it's like when a woman starts fucking around, it does play with your emotions, man. You start feeling all cut and hurt, man. Like, oh man, I actually love this woman, you know, this and that. But then loving her is not the issue. Is showing it, man. You can love, you're meant to love your woman according to the scriptures. But in this day and age, you can't show it too tough, man. You do what you gotta do for her, you provide for her, whatever. But you don't be showing it, man. Because women, look, these black women, they're just chocolate Edomites, man. That's all it is. Once Esau knows he's got you, alright, like the snake he is, he'll wait there for 10 years. But once he knows your pattern and he knows he's got you, he goes wrap his body around you and squeeze the shit out of you until there's no life left.
That's right.
And then when you're a lifeless corpse, he'll just slither away. That's what these women do. They take your resources until there's nothing left of you emotionally, physically, financially, whatever. And once you're dead to them, in that sense, they slither away onto the next culprit, man.
Yeah.
Challenge, please.
Yep. Round 3.
Fun and games today. Yeah, man. Maketh a heavy countenance and a wounded heart, a woman that will not comfort her husband in distress, maketh weak hands and feeble knees.
Yeah, sometimes you don't even need like the logical counsel from a woman, because you don't go to her for that. You just need the emotional support. You know, baby, my day was hard and sorry. That's what you're getting. Sorry. Okay. What do you want me to say?
Yeah.
The fuck, bro, like.
I've been having visions talking to women, just talking to them straight. I said, look, I need you to relax. Can you cook? Or talking to them straight. Can you cook? Now, if I was to like a woman now, either she fucks up or she's going to be mad. I'll just tell her, hey, can you cook?
Yep.
Can you cook?
Yep.
You know, if she don't like that approach, fuck yeah, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Right? But I'm going to carry on reading, right?
Go,
It says,
man.
feeble need, and the woman came to the beginning of sin, and of the woman came the beginning of sin. Through her we will die.
Let's go. Was it Genesis where she was speaking to the serpent? Yeah, can't. Yeah, of the woman became the beginning of sin. Yeah, we're gonna finish on this though. Of the woman became the beginning of sin, and through her we all died. All right. The scriptures let us know that it was the woman that was in the transgression, not Adam, man. It was Eve, man. Okay, that's the number one demon that's on women, the curious demon, man. You know, I know what I've got at home, but what's next door? What's outside? You know.
You know what I mean? That's the problem with the women. They're so busy focused on what other people do after you've got. They're not looking at their own hustle. They're not observing their own hustle to see their own problems, because they're too busy looking outwards at everything else. So their own house gets fucked up in the process.
This is why what Ariel just said. The way to treat a woman is: can you cook? Can you do this? Can you clean? Can you wash clothes? You know, it's like a fucking interview. And if you don't pass the interview, then bye, bitch. Because that day is coming, man. That with 7 women shall take hold of 1 man. Alright, that's gonna be the fucking reality out here, man. Okay? That's gonna be the fucking reality out here. You women are gonna humble the fuck up and realize that you need a man. It's as simple as that. Alright? But for now, go to the nail shop and the hair salon. Alright? And the outlet stores and get your clothes and your high heels and take your Instagram photos and Snapchat your restaurant food. Yeah, but there's a day coming where it's going to be all shut down, man. Don't you see what the fuck's going on in society, man? You got China, they lock down all their banks. No one can access their funds. You think that's not coming over here? You know, the CBDCs, you know, not accepting cash in shops, it's happening. It started, man. All right? So let these women have their last fucking hoorah. Have it, man. Spread your legs for all the men you want to. Go on all the dinner dates you want to. Buy all the clothes you want to. Because very soon, hoes, very soon, it's over, man. And then you're going to realize what it really means to live in a third world country. Because that third world country status is coming over here, man. All right? Where there ain't no running water in the taps, okay? All right? There ain't no fucking food in the shop, man. You don't know nothing about living outside or camping or starting a fire, okay? You're going to be running around screaming, help me! Help me! Oh my God, help me! Go on, man.
Just a quick precept. Ecclesiastes 1 and verse 2. Vanity of vanities, saith the preacher. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity.
That's all it is, man. But this world, this is why these black women get along with Esau so much. Because Esau's a carnal, man. And these women are into carnal things. So it's a perfect partnership, man. You know, a match made in hell.
Yeah.
That's why they get along. What do we call for? Well, no, actually, no. You have
Genesis 3.
Yeah, but let Ariel finish, and then we'll go to Genesis 3.
Yeah, I just read 24. I'll read it again. Of the woman came the beginning of sin, and through her we will die. 25. Give the water no passage, neither a wicked woman liberty to gather.
We're teaching the Bible.
Oh, right, okay. Good luck, have fun with that.
Thank you. Having a nice day?
Absolutely. I'm gay, but you know, good on you.
No, good on you too.
I wish the best respect. I am never going to be one of those people that goes bah, because of course we all believe in what we want to believe in. But you enjoy your day too. Thank you.
Have fun, yeah. Have fun, man.
26 says, if she go not as the would have. 26. If she go not as thou wouldest, have her cut her off from thy flesh and give her a bill of divorce and let her go. Go back to the Lord. That's what so we have to be straight up with them, concrete with them, straight and plain with them. Sex is on the menu, but really and truly there's other things as well that need to be taken care of. Much more important things, especially the time we're coming in. Sex is on the menu. And it comes on it. You understand what I'm saying? For the most part, but we're gonna have a lot anyway. Enough anyway. So if you're on your thing, we have that one. Like I say, that vision I had, I was just talking it straight, and I saw all the body language. Because remember, Job chapters 9 and 24, the whole world was given unto the hand of the wicked, right? And the Bible always talks about Job 9:24, right? And he mentions that you've got to get the money, you've got to it's all about power. When you get the money, even Scarface said that. When you get the money, when you get the power, you get the pussy.
You know what though? It's got to the point where even money don't even matter to you. Like you could be a rich man and the woman still leave you into
Yeah, you got fucking, what's his name?
Got more options.
All these fucking multi-millionaires. Like,
I remember
they're
their
fucking
seats
thinking.
anyway. Yeah. But we ain't seen.
No, these millionaires.
We're not seen.
There's millionaires. You got what was it, man? Was it Musk? Did his wife leave? No, or Gates, one of them.
Yeah, Gates.
Bill Gates. So money don't mean shit, man. You don't think money means shit, bro?
What they do when they get the money, they chuck all the money out there. But you see, now we got the foundation of it, right? And even the elder, which we know anyway as men, right? Possibly said it's better for us not to touch them. So we're the prize.
Yeah.
You know, and we're gonna have the spirit of the Most High on us. We're gonna act like the prize. We're not gonna be simps, chucking money at women, just doing that prostitution thing.
Yeah, money with fast cars and shit.
I'll read it one more time again. 26 says, Leviticus 25 and 26. If she go not as thou wouldest, give her, cut her off from thy flesh, give her a bill of divorce and let her go. She's free to go. Let go, let him. But oh yeah, I'll say this too, right? Yeah, I knew some men that really did know how to play, what's the word now? Play the game, yeah? And how to play the game is that a guy had older people that was staying in the street. He said, you know what? No, just tell him straight. Yeah, this is about you kind of move into the woman kind of. He said, yeah, anytime you want to go, just go. Like, she said, I'm going now. I said, well, go then. Go on. And they don't go nowhere. You understand? We don't fall in love with these women. Man. But that's the kind of spirit that a lot of Benjamites have and a lot of Judites have anyway. You understand? But maybe now that was like in the 90s.
Yeah,
maybe things have gone down. Things have gone down dramatically because men become more effeminized. But, yeah,
Not Genesis 3 now.
Genesis 3, man.
From the top, so it says, now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field that Yahweh the Most High had made.
And that's talking about a group of people, not actual serpent, like the snake, the animal, it's a group of people, which later on would be the Edomites. You know, back then it was just, you know, that particular group was known as the serpents. You know, very sly and subtle people. You know, go on.
And he said unto the woman, yea, have the Most High said, ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden. And the woman said unto the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, the Most High hath said, ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it lest ye die.
Yeah, these are talking about these alternative knowledges or philosophies. You know, these philosophies out there, they weren't to dabble in. Okay, the Lord had made it where they were only to know the ways of righteousness, which was the breath that was put into Adam. Okay, or the Adamites. But of all the other philosophies, it wasn't for them to know. Here it is, Eve wound up in conversation with one of them devils, a group of them devils, and they started tricking her, man. You know, go on.
And the serpent said unto the woman, ye shall not surely die. For the Most High doth know that in the day that you eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened.
And that's the thing, going back to this child support. The devil's always going to say some shit that sounds similar to the truth, man. Or similar to that which would be upright or righteous. Well, you 9 months, man. 9 months she was pregnant and this man didn't do anything for you. And yeah, he's only right he pays, you know. Now, should a man look after a woman? 100%. But Esau's going to put it in such a way, he's going to phrase it in such a way where it encompasses wickedness, man. You know, the same way the Lord said, ye shall surely die. He said, well, if you shall not surely die. Sounds the same. But the devil changes it, man. You know, that's the nature of Esau to this day. And Eve, being the stupid bitch that she is, she lapped it up, man. Alright? And that, yes, we can say that, man. Now, did you have women of righteousness in the ancient world? A woman that had sense about them? 100%. Like Abigail. And things of that nature, man. You know, but for the most part, man, your level of intelligence is not that of a man. The scripture says that, man. Of wisdom, man. So there you go, bro. Your whole existence is to be underneath a man. Okay? Simple as that, man. Go on, man.
Right, so it says, for the Most High doth know that in the day that you eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and you shall be as gods, knowing good and evil.
Yep.
And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food,
Yep.
and that it was pleasant to the eyes,
These philosophies, man. Alternative mediums, you know. Yep.
and a tree to be desired to make one wise,
Yep.
that shows she didn't have wisdom because she desired to be wise.
Yep.
She took of the fruit thereof and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat.
Yeah, so Adam, and that's another thing. See, Adam fell for the setup, man. And you know what Eve was doing, man? She was probably saying, yeah, you're not gonna have sex with me if you don't come in,
Oh, but they're my friends.
yeah, you know. No, I'm into this now. So if you don't join me, then we ain't having sex, Adam. You ain't getting none. She would have been doing all them womanly bullshits, And Adam eventually got weak and was like, all right, cool. Let me see what this is about then, And he partook. He ate, meaning that he got into these philosophies, man. Well,
If I may say, do you remember the Spice Girls' very first song that they came out and they blew up with? it was called Wannabe.
Oh,
The lyrics
yeah.
go, if you want to be my lover,
Yeah,
you got to
yeah.
get with my friends.
Yeah.
That's the spirit Eve had.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
was becoming friends with these, what do they call them?
That's
Serpents,
something, yeah.
these Edomites, taking on their philosophies. And just like, because I've had that myself, like when a woman's going off, I'll be like, nah, man, them people are off.
Yeah.
She'll be like, oh, but they're my friends, and if you want to be with me, you've got to accept my friends.
Yeah.
So that's the way the woman would present things. And obviously, if you're a simp, you'll give into that, and you'll be like, oh, yes, they're okay.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of men are cool with the LGBTQ thing now, because their women are like, oh, but love is love, and they're nice people. And the man knows, well, if I say, you know, I don't really like these LGBTQ, he's not going to be getting them a box, so he'll, oh, yes, and then he'll be going to the flipping parades, waving the rainbow flag, doing the most, just to keep his woman happy. Man.
Yeah.
But anyway, I've digressed. Let me read on, right? So it says, and the eyes of them both were open, Genesis 3:7, and they knew that they were naked.
Meaning that they experienced the other side, you know, and the covering of the Lord was drawn from them because they dabbled into philosophies that were not, you know, assigned to them. Outside of the breath, they became profane, as it were. So that outside the temple, they knew that the covering of the Most High, that protective hedge, the same hedge that was over Job, you know, didn't Satan say that to the Lord? He only feared you because have you not put a hedge around him? That spiritual protective hedge was now taken away from them. So they knew that they'd fucked up, you know. Well,
And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons.
So what they said is, well, we're 1 foot in. Let's just jump all the way in. So by the aprons, meaning that they clothed themselves in the philosophies of the people and tried to integrate into their society and their ways and their thinking and their so-called logics and their philosophies, man. You know. They tried to mingle in and blend in. Those are the aprons that they put on. Go on, man.
As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do.
Yeah.
So, and they heard the voice of the Lord power walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord power.
Which is the prophets. You know, yeah, prophets back then as well. They represent the voice of the Lord, and they were asking that, what's going on? You know, what's going on? Basically, go on.
They heard the first. Read that again. And they heard the voice of the Lord power walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord power amongst the trees of the garden.
Yep.
And the Lord power called unto Adam and said unto him, Where art thou? And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden and was afraid because I was naked and hid myself.
Yep.
And he said, Who told thee that thou wast naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee that thou shouldest not eat?
Yep.
And the man said, The woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree and I did eat.
So Adam started blaming Eve. You know, it's the woman's fault. You go on.
I'll send it up.
Yep.
And the Lord power said unto the woman, What is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, The serpent beguiled me and I did eat.
See, that same fucking question is gonna get asked spiritually in this last day. Unto you women, man. What is this that thou hast done, man? You think you're gonna, bro, let's be real, man. Come on, man. You really think you're gonna get away with what you've done? You've got in bed with Esau, alright? You've messed up the so-called black, Native American, Hispanic man, okay? You fucked up their children, you know? You're not giving a fuck about your own children, which are the seed of the men, alright? You know? You've degraded and emasculated men, alright? You know, effeminized your sons,
Emasculated
you know, all kind of bullshit. You think that same question is not going to get asked to you? What is this that thou hast done? And followed by that spiritual question is ultimate and definite death, man. It's as simple as that. You're gonna die, man. You know, just like Lot. I mean, that Lot spirit, just looking around at people. These are all people just gonna fucking die. Every last one of these people here are gonna die, man.
Walking chocolate.
You know, because if any of them like were serious, Israelites and were serious, they would be standing right here, listening, and then go home and pray for forgiveness. But every single person in this location right now, what are they doing? Enjoying the sun, smoking their weed, their cigarettes, drinking their alcohol, you know, it's having a nice time. Okay, fine. But when the time of visitation comes and the question is asked, what is this that thou hast done? They've got no substantial answer, man. That's where you got to start looking at it. You're gonna die, you're gonna die, you're gonna die. Every last one of you people gonna die. Go on, huh?
On this point, because we're standing in this park and all the people are sitting there chilling, right? Right, it says,
See, that death spirit is coming back, man. That spirit of death is really amping up, man. You know, that's why you like. It's like you walk on the road and the people are animated. And now earlier, the people are all the way gone. The scriptures actually says that they are gone. The whole head is sick. They are gone. These people are gone, man. They're just waiting to, you know, like when you watch them shows on like how they produce them sweatshop chickens, and the chickens are just waiting to get slaughtered. That's what these people are like, man. Sweatshop individuals just waiting for the moment of their slaughtering.
quick reset, because you mentioned that all these people around us in this park and stuff, right? This is Genesis 19 verse 12. And the men said unto Lot, hast thou any here besides son-in-law, and thy sons and thy daughters, whatsoever thou hast in the city, bring them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxed great before the face of the Most High, and the Most High have sent us to destroy it. And here's the point. And Lot went out and spake unto his sons-in-law. So he went out to the men that were betrothed to marry his daughters. He went out and he spake to them, and said, up, get you out of this place, for Yahweh will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. So that's basically the spirit of all the people sitting around us. So we're out here prophesying of the destruction of this place, but they're like, what are you talking about, man? Nah, it's not gonna happen. Nah, it's not important. So,
well, let's get that in wherever that is that in Genesis, yeah, with Noah. You know,
yeah.
Until the day that they went into the ark, they were given in marriage.
That man,
Yeah, Matthew,
yeah, I'll find Matthew 23.
You can see 4 and
the account is in Genesis, but Matthew says that.
Let's get Genesis.
Son of man, behold, I will take away from thee the desire of thine eyes, if it stroke, yet neither shalt thou mourn, neither shalt thy tears run down, forbear to cry, make no mourning for the dead, bind the child of thine head,
Make no mourning for the dead. That starts with when they're actually physically alive.
bind tire of thine head upon thee, and put on thee thy shoes upon thy feet, and cover not thy lips, eat not bread of men. So I spoke unto the people in the morning, and at even my wife died, and I did in the morning as I was commanded. I'm going to take her away, and don't cry. So, and I was watching some brothers and that brother was talking about some of the spirits that brothers may come with in the street, and like they say, can you do this? Can you do that? I say, well, have you got children? They say, have you got children? They say, no. So how do you understand? But it doesn't work like that. When it comes to this truth, that's why when that day comes, when he says to any of us, I'm going to take away your wife, when he comes to his family, and he says, don't mourn. That's going to be a test, man. If you ain't in that spirit already, then it's okay. You've got to have that spirit in your head. Like to say, well, this is the spirit of this world. That's the spirit of this world. But in this truth, we can love our women, but there's unbalanced scale for combination. So if the Most High says, right, I don't like the way you love your woman,
Yeah, but take the woman away.
you know what I'm saying? I'm just making a point. that's just the balance. That's just the balance.
Precept to speaking. To put things into perspective, Matthew 10:37, he that loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me.
Life for your family, ever, man.
Tomorrow, maybe say that was great. Because we're built to passing through. Number one, and number two, you can't love them for them.
It's basically Leo.
Oh yeah, but babe, you said that Saturday you're gonna, you told me that Friday doesn't work for you. Any other day, I said Saturday. Yeah, but you know I can't come on Saturday. Yeah, but you said. Demons speak. So let's try Sunday. Saturday ain't working, bitch. Simple as that, man. Simple as that.
Tugging at the heartstrings.
Oh yeah. You know,
Demons speaking.
big old power.
Now women told me that before. Every Saturday you're not there, it's like I'm single. I said, be single then. You know? Because the demons. They want you to.
My mate has a big old secret.
Hey, before you even get to that level, if a woman makes you feel tight within your actions as a man, it's time to leave her. You know, you want to go shop, and it's like, can I have permission to go? But I need to see what babe thinks. And I don't know, you know, because babe, yeah, get rid of that bitch, man. Yeah, she got you on the leash, man. You're on leash. You know, you got a second guess, you know. Like I was speaking with
a particular family member, right? And he wanted to buy
I've never seen more
his daughter some shoes, right?
and then I said, yeah, those shoes are nice. And you know what he says? I said, if you're gonna buy it, he goes, it's your seed, bro.
Yeah.
That little girl is your seed. And you gotta check with the woman if you can buy your own child the shoes. Get the fuck out.
Sad case, isn't it?
Where was we though? Was it finished that? Just finished. Yeah.
You said Matthew
Yeah,
24,
let's
right?
get Matthew 24.
Matthew 24,
You know what?
36.
I even want to talk about women today, but it is what it is. It is what it is. But it's a common prophecy that they're gonna get judged. You know, and it's like when the song comes out, the demons come out with them.
Yeah.
You know, go on.
Oh, nah, it's so true. Matthew 24 and 36. But of the day and an hour. Let me start again. Verse 35. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my word shall not pass away. But of that day and hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. But as the days of Noah were, so also shall the Son of Man be, shall the coming of the Son of Man be. For as in the days that were before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage.
So even to the day of it, they were doing it. You know? So it's gonna be the same thing in this society. You know, people doing these fucking events, you know, marriages and parties and hey, you know that hey spirit. And the sun's out. You know, all of that stuff. That's gonna be happening to the very day. You know? Oh, no.
And they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage until the day that Noah entered into the ark, and knew not until the flood came and took them all away. So also shall the coming of the Son of Man be.
This guy, there's a barrier that's supposed to come here, but there's a barrier that's stopping him from coming. He's doing this and he goes, he can't walk past the barrier, bro. And he's, you know, now he knows he's talking about, he was pretending when he was on his phone.
Yeah, this week too, at Saturday, when I was going on, because there was a festival, wasn't it? Yeah, pure rainbows and stuff. It makes you fucking nice. It's got me getting angry.
That's the humor of the Lord, isn't it? Yeah. He's that cute. Yeah, so read that.
Matthew 24, starting at 36. But of that day knoweth no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but the Father only. But as the days of Noah were, so also shall the coming of the Son of Man be. For as in the days that were before the flood, they were eating and drinking.
Coming, it's back.
My new avenue, favourite avenue.
I'm good.
So I finished the
No,
piece,
not
yeah?
on a.
So it says, and they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage until the day that Noah entered into the ark, and knew not until the flood came and took them all away. So shall also the coming of the Son of Man
It's
be.
more like the end.
Flood came and
The end,
took them away. Now what flood is coming?
You would
Flood
literally
of
embrace
fire.
it like have.
The flood of fires was coming. That's good.
Unless you've got like an ultra pad.
Men, women, children,
So not only am I going to have one like
or fucking
You're gonna
I'm
go.
also just going to get some beer.
Yeah.
First Thessalonians 5, but of the times of the sea, sun, brethren, ye have known that our light unto you. For you yourselves know perfectly the day, the hour, and the thief of the night.
the day of the Lord comes even in the night. You know, that's some like gunny shit. You know, the Lord just pops up like the spirit, you know, all of a sudden he's just there. You know? Yeah. One minute you're just there partying and giving it all you got, and then the next thing you know, the party's done. You know, the party's back up. And then the Lord's just there, like, okay, let's see what's good, what you've been doing, what you've been doing. That's the day of the Lord.
I just come to mind, Scarface, when he was saying, and he was going out, right, in his yard, and then one of the top hitmen come
Oh
to the
yeah,
back
yeah,
of his
just
shop,
like
come up.
had told me.
Man just come to in the back. That was the kill shot.
Yeah.
Went right close to them and saved them. Then sudden destruction cometh upon them as travail upon a woman, which with child they shall not escape. Again, it's the same kind of thing, man. The hitman is out, and they don't expect it, man. They're expecting peace and security, man. With this thing over there now, which is a big, you know, the rumors of war, the Ukraine thing. And a lot of people are saying, well, that's just a big punity scheme. Donate money, they need there, you know, they need they come over here, the women in need of houses, they need husbands. The big Ponzi scheme going on. But they're going to make this going to die down. Free spirit, you know, which is rumors at the moment. Safety, then sudden destruction coming upon them. As travail upon a woman with child, they shall not escape. This is to us now. But ye, brethren, are not in darkness that day should overtake you as a thief.
So we're not in darkness, right? Because the scriptures speak about we're the children of the light and of the day. You know, the word guides us. Let's go to Psalms 23. You know, that's the importance of the scriptures. The scriptures guides us. You know, the correct understanding thereof. The Holy Spirit.
Are you in all?
23 says, Psalm of David, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Pray to the Lord, say the Lord's Prayer.
Lord's Prayer and Psalm 23. You Benjamin's know, innit? The Lord's Prayer and Psalm 23.
Yes, so the Lord is my shepherd, I shall
Like
not
for one,
want.
like village people,
You
mustache.
know what you were saying about the
Oh yeah, you know, James Charles.
in English, even in English, when you come out of folly puts your and you speak it, even in English with the right speech, in the truth, there's more power in it, you know? You make it, because boy, anyway, let me carry on with it. You make it for me to lie down in green pastures, leadeth me beside the still waters, He restores my soul. Right? He leadeth me in the path of righteousness for His name's sake. And even look, to say this is
halfway
what
through
makes
going,
it.
hands are up, hands on, and then I was like, right,
You know, you're saying it, you know, but you ain't really knowing what you're saying. But when you say things like this, as an affirmation, or English, or even better in the Hebrew, but even in the English, right? He restoreth my soul, he leadeth me in the path of righteousness.
And I couldn't get back on, honestly, and I was swimming around. The river on that pool was very secret, I want to say.
We have our weeks
get
where
my hands
we
on,
might
and I
have
was
sickness.
swimming around with my
You
butt
understand?
out.
Said
I get this
No way.
can't take away Rakarium, take away evil, the cup, Karium, Rai, Mayafia,
It was on that first day when it was shining on the top.
Mayam, Wa, Laha. Take away evil spirit from my heart. Saying that and it's reaffirming, going through the body, going in the bloodstream, man. So this is the same thing. He restores my soul, he leads me in the path of righteousness. And even just little affirmation, I lost something. Where is it, man? Around a little while. He won't give it to you straight away. He make it up around. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's just like little things that you start to be more aware of when you're dealing on, you know, with the Most High. Not everything is not peaches and cream. We know that. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness for His name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, which thou art with me. God and my star shall comfort me. Basically, yeah. So you get the comfort even when you're down and out for the period of time. Because the Most High refine you and make it strong. Like we talked about this week, I went into my little tent, like brother are doing, going into the getting into their first aid, the herbs, and pulling out the things, man, that really bring you back again, which is the Most High putting that in your spirit anyway, giving you wisdom to do that. You know?
I've decided.
4. Yeah, though I walk through the valley of deep shadow of death. Nah, you walk through the shadow of death, man. I would come out the other day, just put some things up the yard and just put things in the bin.
I
right?
genuinely think
Around the
you
corner.
picked me out in the crowd.
I noticed that like kind of nasty, evil looking spirit. And I saw some people walking around. It's like, I'm walking and they look like they're up to something. It's like they can't see me. And that's the evil, this is the valley of deep shadow. There's evil going on, man. Right under our nose sometimes. A deal. Drug deals that's taking place. And I'm walking through there and see some evil looking jakes with the cars, music is busting. I walk through them, I walk back. They didn't even see me. If it was back in the day now, might have been some looking at eye cutting or whatever, you know what I mean? Screw eye and that. Right? At 5. 4, thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. That's not another question by the centurions. We just looked above it, you know, came over. We're not religious.
We're not
above
getting
that. We just dealt with them, you know, agreeing with our adversaries. Don't get it twisted. King David, there was a time when he was approached by one of his enemies, and he just acted like he was mad out of his head, started spitting, and the king brought him in. They brought him into the king. They said, "Is this King David?" And he just like foaming at the mouth, right? So that was King David, a warrior, but he was thinking on his feet because it was just him. He was thinking on his feet. Spitting and foaming at the mouth. And he said, "This ain't no King David. Let him out." Back to, you know, they said to him, take him away from in front of me. The king said to his army soldiers, take him away from in front of me. He ain't no King David. King David ain't like that. So we walk through the valley of deep shadow, we fear nothing bad, man, or the Most High protect us. 5. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Yeah, sometimes you get little what's the word, man? Little gems here and there, just little gems that you just say, as the Christians say, count your blessings day by day. But it's the same thing, man. Yeah, he anointed my head with oil, man, my cup runneth over, and he did the anointing too, literally, you know. I got some anointing, I done it with ginger. I had it, you know what, I had it a long time, you know, almost about a couple of years when I got into the truth. Just done it raw. Just do the ginger, as you mentioned about the ginger. Blend up the ginger, put it in a pot with some olive oil, make sure the oil is good, that will take the heat, good oil, stir it round, make sure it gets in, put it in your glass, put it in the fridge. It was there. I never used it for a long time. I said, well, hold on a minute. Let me dig into my fridge now, my first aid kit, and draw it out, man. I anointed myself with it. Now I'm using it more regular. My neck, I had a problem with my neck. I had a neck problem, neck rash. And it's doing the job. But it's funny how the Most High will make you have something there for years, and you abused it. You didn't really take it for granted. You took it for granted, and it's like down the line, he said, now you make use of it, and it's working better than when it was working then. Yeah. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. So I didn't have to go to my chemist and anything, which I rarely go. I'm not saying just use discretion when you go there. Go to these places, the pharmaceutical places, them, and the falsifiers. Just use discretion. And everybody has to learn the way that they have to learn. And the dentist, too. 6 now. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of Jehovah. That's the intention.
Yeah, with the word and understanding.
And he that endure to the end, Matthew 24 and 30, says, he that endures to the end is the one that shall be saved. So that's the goal. And we're getting the little gems. We're dropping little gems here and there. Although he says that he said they took me early. I'll go and return to my place because they took me early. That's a game of hide and seek. He said, right, I'm gonna go away and hide, you got to find me though. And it's like a game of hide and seek. Your father's gone and said, right, you got to find me. And he's dropping little gems here and there for you. You can't see him. Every now and then he gives you a little clue. Because he's gone and returned to his place, man. Because it's like you went off and he's turned his back on us. I shall go and return to my place. Until they repent, they shall seek me early. Is that in Isaiah?
And after this, nothing fucking, move on. Topic. It's been, that comment was put up by that individual, that Great Millstone isn't from the beginning. And the comment was put up in good spirits, wasn't that cussing out apparently, yeah, the guy said Great Millstone isn't for beginners, you don't get into the middle, which is fucking bullshit. That's just bullshit. Yeah, but we gonna get into that. We'll finish off on that.
Isaiah chapters 3 and 4 says, for the children of Israel shall abide many days without a king, and without a prince, and without a sacrifice, and without an image, and without ephod, and without tambourine. That's the point. Afterward shall the children of Israel return. And seek the Lord their God, and David their king shall fear the Lord and his goodness in the latter days. So yeah, we didn't have a king, did we? Or a prince. He was rebellious. But after this game of hide and seek, it's the same time. You're learning your lesson. Every now and then I'm learning to close. And then you've got to sit down and say,
Acts 20 and 27. Start from 26.
You getting it?
Acts which again?
20 and 27. Actually, no. Valley of Dry Bones, 37. Ezekiel 3, that's 37.
So Acts 20 and 23. 20 and 26. Right, so Acts 20 verse 26 says, wherefore I take you to report this day that I am pure from the blood of all men. For I have not shunned to declare unto you all the counsel of the Most High.
What we're saying, that he hasn't shunned to declare the counsel, or all the counsel of the Most High. And that same spirit that was with the apostles back then are with the men of the Lord now. Okay? Alright? And humbly we can say, starting with the apostles and the bishop elders on down, alright, and those teaching is certain in truth, in or out of Great Millstone, we have not shunned to declare the whole counsel of the Most High. So for you to come on the comment board and say that Great Millstone is for beginners, chatting shit. Now, like I said, the comment was put up in good spirits. It wasn't a cuss out against Great Millstone or anything. So it's fine, you know. By the end of the day, bro, all I can say to you is that you're not searching hard enough. Is that Matthew the 7th chapter? Knock and ye shall find.
Yeah.
Let's do that real quick.
Yeah.
Hold that. We're not going back to that again. Knock and the door shall be answered. Seek and ye shall find. 7 and 20 or something.
Matthew chapter 7. Start from verse 7. Matthew 7 and 7. It says, ask and it shall be given you. Seek and ye shall find. Knock and it shall be opened unto you.
But everything is on a plate for you. It's there, but you've got to like hunt for it. You stop being a baby and, you know, every topic I want, you know, they want the point to come up in the first minute of the video. If you gotta wait 15 minutes in to get an answer to something or whatever, that's too long. Nah. No, man. You gotta put the hours in, study. And first and foremost, fundamentally, you gotta pray. Okay? So for you to say that Great Millstone doesn't cater to beginners, that means you're alluding to the fact that Great Millstone gets into like high-end, deeper topics, which we do. But then you got to ask yourself the question this: how did those men that get into the high-end topics get there without the basics?
Exactly.
So there's a disconnect. You know, the maths isn't adding up. You know, you do get into the beginner topics, man. It's just that you ain't been searching hard enough, man. Okay. You know, now to be fair, the Apostle Tahar did say it, and Apostle Rakar said it recently as well, man, that, you know, we gotta get back into like, not every video has to be the hardest topic. Sometimes go into the basics, which we do, and you know, we could do it more. You know, some brothers could do it more. Okay, but the point is to say as a whole, Great Millstone ain't got no basic topics out there, beginner topics, chatting shit, man. Okay, that's just off. What camp teaches you the name? Okay, you got camps up there teaching you Most High Christ, God bless, whatever the hell that is. You got other camps teaching you a higher, Sham Yeshaya. Okay, you got other camps saying it's Jesus, Yeshua, or it doesn't matter. You know, once you believe, if the spirit's right, you can call him what you want. Alright. Other camps not teaching you what the mark of the beast is. Other camps saying that there's no Jacob's trouble. Okay, well that part doesn't matter, just forget about that. You know, that's a grey area. You know, we're gonna find out in the kingdom and all that stuff. Alright. What camp gives you the entirety of scripture? That's how we started out with Acts. We're gonna go back to that. 20 and 27. Okay? We have not shunned to declare the whole counsel of the Most High, man. So if you're not seeing the topics that is needful for you, you're not searching hard enough.
Yeah, use the YouTube search, man.
Alright? The beginning, alright? What camp goes into creation? When the last time you watched another camp and they spoke about creation, man? Lately that's been coming out heavy with Great Millstone, man. You know, that's one of my favourite topics, man. You know, how does it even start? Yeah, this is the problem, this is the predicament. How do you even get here in the first place? No other camp really gives you the in-depth breakdown on that, man. The names of the Lord. Okay, so you've got to search, man. Okay, you've got to search, man. Stop being lazy, bro. That's what it goes down to, being lazy. So read Acts again.
Yep. Acts 20 and 26 says, and he began to speak boldly in the... Acts 20 and 26, right?
It's good.
Right. Acts 20:27 says, for I have not shunned to declare unto you all the counsel of the Most High. Read on.
Yeah, so I've not shunned to declare to you all the counsel of the Most High. You know, so you got to preach the whole law. All right. So now with that, we're going to get into since Great Millstone ain't good for beginners, we're going to get into some beginner topics, man. Okay. You know. So,
Such as color of the Lord, name of the Lord.
Name of the Lord, the color of the Lord. Let's deal with the color first. You know, deal with the Most High. These things, they don't even know that the person of the Most High is born. Okay, so let's talk about that. All right, you know, that's that gladiator. Are you not entertained? You know, you want beginner stuff? Okay, let's go into some beginner stuff.
Vision of the Most High.
You know, yeah, let's get in, before we do that, let's get Deuteronomy 6 and 4. Alright? Let's go all the way down to the foundations. Right? The concept of the Lord. Because you got people out there, well, there's a God for this, and how many gods, you know, how many more sons, you know, is there 3, is there 2, is there 1? You know, well, let's get into all of it.
Alright, this is Deuteronomy 6 starting at verse 4. Deuteronomy 6 starting at verse 4. Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our power is one. Yahweh. Should I say?
You say Lord our power is one. Alright, read that again.
Deuteronomy 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
So the Lord our power is one Lord. When you get into the plural of the word one there is achad, which means singular. Alright, so the first, we're going to go about the basics. The basic fundamentals of our faith is that we believe in a monotheistic power. Okay, meaning one God, as it were. There's not no God for the land, a God for the sea, a God for the sky, the sun, the moon, all that bullshit. No, there's one creator and power over all. Alright, who is Yahweh. And everything that Yahweh brings into existence is done through his son, Yahweh Shai. Okay? So hear, O Israel, the Lord your power, the Lord Yahweh is one. That's the fundamentals of our faith, the belief in one God, as it were, for you to understand. Alright? One God. Alright? Go on, read it, read on.
And thou shalt love Yahweh thy power with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might.
So with this one God, this one power, all love, worship, and adoration, obedience is to go onto that power, man. Because you got philosophy, well, I believe in this God, but my God's cool with me going to this God. You know, and that God doesn't mind if I go and check out that God. You know, so I still worship this one, but I'm free to do this. No. Everything where it concerns worship, adoration, power, attribution of creation, okay, source of strength and help, alright, goes back to Yahweh, Hashem Yahweh Shai, okay, the one true power of all the universe, but is the power of Israel, okay, so we are to love the Lord,
Yeah, right, so it says, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Yahweh, or Yahweh our power is one Lord. And thou shalt love Yahweh thy power with all thine heart, with all thy soul, with all thy might.
Now, to love the Lord is to keep his commandments. Alright, so this singular God, alright, whose name is Yahweh, which we're gonna get into in a second. He gave commandments. Alright, is that Psalm 147? Alright, he dealt with Israel. Yeah, let's get that. Okay. So he gave commandments to the nation of Israel to follow and to show our love for the Heavenly Father. Alright, this one God, alright, the only true living power, okay, we follow his commandments, which he gave. And now we're going to prove that he gave it to Israel.
We'll start from 8. It says, Psalms 147 says, He sendeth out his word and melteth them. He causeth his wind to blow and the waters flow. He showeth his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his commandments unto Israel. He have not dealt so with any nation. As for his judgments, they have not known them. Praise ye them.
Yeah, so the Lord has given his statutes, his commandments, his laws unto Israel, Israelites, okay? And they are to keep these statutes and commandments, which we're going to get into some of the basic ones after. And by keeping those, it shows our fear and our love for the Heavenly Father.
Reverence too.
Reverence towards the Heavenly Father. Now, we've established that the Lord is one through the scriptures, and he has a son. Now we're going to get into the name of the Heavenly Father. Alright? Because once again, God doesn't cut it. That's not a name, that's a title. Alright?
Okay.
So the God of the Bible has a name. He has many titles, but he has one name.
Exodus 4:14.
Hold Zephaniah 3 and 9. Go.
Can I read this one now?
Yeah.
Exodus chapter 4 verse 13 says, And Moses said to the Most High, Behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, I shall say unto them, The power of your fathers have sent me unto you, and when they say to me, What is his name? What shall I say unto them? And the Most High said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, Thus shall I say unto the children of Israel.
And then that's why a lot of people get mixed up and say it's Ahaya, because when the Lord said, say that I am, in the Hebrew that would be Ahaya, Ya, Ahaya. Alright? So this is saying that you shall say unto them, I am that I am have sent you. But that I am that I am, when we say that in prayer, it would be Ahaya, Ya, Ahaya. So people say, oh, it's Ahaya. No, it's not Ahaya. He's going to go on to say what it is called.
It says, read it again. And the Most High said unto Moses, I am that I am, and said, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, I am have sent me unto you. And the Most High said moreover unto Moses, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, The Lord Yahweh, power of your fathers, power of Abraham, power of Isaac, and power of Jacob, have sent me unto you. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial unto all generations.
You know, where it says, that's Yahweh, right? Now, when you the Hebrews, you got to get into the Hebrew. Yah, when you read it, if you were to read it out, it would be Yahweh. Okay? Because Yah is he, but they've got to he, and power means to be or exist. But when you put the word, when they separate, it's Hawa. So if you put it together, it would be Yahweh. But the Yah at the beginning knocks off the last Ha at the end. So it's not Yahweh, it's Yahweh. Okay? Yah, he, Hawa, to be or exist. So you put it together, Yahweh, he exists or he to be. That's the name of the Heavenly Father. Okay? And the Most High, which is the Heavenly Father, he commands that we use his name. Alright? So the name of God, if you will, is Yahweh, meaning I am or I exist. And when we refer to him, it's he is or he exists.
So like, not to interrupt the teaching, but I'm looking at that cloud over there. Doesn't it look a bit strange compared to the other clouds that's got a map? You never know. It's like I don't want to interrupt, but I'm just watching that. So where are we going to from here? So we establish the name of the Lord.
Now we're going to go to the name of the Al-Shad, Matthew 1 and 21.
You've got that Al-Shad.
Yeah, I've got Zephaniah 3. Yeah.
Actually, we get that.
Zephaniah 3 and 9 says, For then will I turn to the people a pure language, that they may all call upon the name of the Lord to serve him with one consent.
The name of the Lord. So the name is important. You can't just say, well, I call him Jehovah. They didn't exist until about 500 years ago. You know? So it's Yah, Power. Alright? So
Matthew chapter 1 and 21, it says, and she shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name, in English it says Jesus, but in the Hebrew say Yahushua. So let's read it as it be. And she shall bring forth a son, meaning Mary, and thou shalt call his name Yahushua, for he shall save his people from their sins. So that's what his name means, Yahushua. He, Hawa, Shai, meaning he saves or he delivers. So that's his role, that is his function unto the nation of Israel, because the Lord was only sent to save his people, who are the Israelites. To prove that, just jump to Romans 9. Romans 9, verse 4 actually, 1 through 4. This is the Apostle Paul. I say the truth in Mashiach, and I lie not. My conscience also bearing me witness in the Holy Spirit, that I have great heaviness and continual sorrow in my heart, for I could wish that I myself were accursed from Mashiach, for my brethren, my kinsmen, according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption and the glory and the covenants and the giving of the law, which we just read out before, and the services of the Most High and the promises. So the Apostle Paul wished he could be accursed for his brethren who were the Israelites, and Yahushua was sent unto his people who also were the Israelites. So all of the scriptures, they're applicable to the Israelites. This is our book. This is our history. Back to you.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. I meant to say, I'll read it. Romans chapter 10 and 30 says, for whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. How then shall they call on him in whom they have not believed? How shall they believe in him in whom they have not heard? How shall they hear without a preacher?
That's a good point.
That's the foundation. I have to call, if I was to call him, if I was out there and I called him and I said another name,
Yeah, call me Jim.
he won't look back. And then I'll call him by his name, Caleb, and I get instant reaction.
Exactly.
Because yeah, we have to know that first start with that we need to be taught.
Yeah.
And for me, I came out of Christianity, and there's a word I'm not going to say, it begins with J, and the other J word, two J words, which I don't have in the mouth.
Jesus and Jehovah.
Yeah, and not to mention certain magazines. I used to have a big kind of magazine, Watchtower and The Awake, and I found out that it's not good to have even those magazines in your house, man. Just like pictures, you know. I mean, there's
It's changed.
See, the thing is, right? Now they could be there, right? Now that could be a terror. But if you saw the agent Smith, what's his name? No, Avengers 1. Where you see the agents basically, right? And they come out of a ship that actually can just put there on the floor and it will appear and disappear. Now they can do that. They can cloak with the clads. They can be anywhere, man. So with that, and when you see them as a clan, then maybe they want you to acknowledge them for us, for the sheep, you know, for us who know, you know. But yeah, so we get clues. The Most High gives us clues, and for us to be acknowledge the true men of the Lord, we have to be taught. We acknowledge the true men of the Lord. Now you got people in the Christian, you know, in the Christian church that don't want to give credit where it's due, and give acknowledgement that they need a preacher. They're not going to stay on that Christian juice, you know. You know, Christian grape juice drinkers, or as what he said, people want to be able to want to worship what they want to worship, and they go through phases. I want to worship. You know, today I feel like worship. I want to be a Muslim today, like some celebrities.
And next week I'm Hindu.
And then I want to be Hindu. Then I get a tattoo. Hindu, I got the tattoo. Look, I am Muslim. Like that's. I met my new girlfriend. Look, got the tattoo to prove it. You know. They're not with them a week later. Oh, fucking hell, man.
Yeah.
You know, we were saying something.
That's it reminds me of that guy Nick Cannon, where he was talking about trying to come with the truth, and then Jews shut him down, and then he forgot about it. Remember?
Yep. Oh.
Nick Cannon, yeah.
Yeah. He conveniently forgot about it.
Yeah.
And he got back in line, didn't he? Someone must have waved some
Red flag in
front of his face, man. So yeah, we're not coming with that spirit, man. That polyamorous spirit, or ignorant, or ignorant is bliss spirit. Because when I went into the, I was always a questioner, which is why I was so, which is sometimes it's good to have an open mind, and sometimes it's not good. When you're young and naive, maybe it's alright to be a little bit curious. But don't be over curious. That's what got me curious about what I went into. I think, yeah.
Not all matters that are above me.
Yeah, but I found out, it took a bit, some people might say it was a long thing, but it wasn't my movie for me to find out. The most I said, right, alright, you want it? I'm going to give it to you,
Okay, you finished with that
Yeah,
one?
yeah.
So we've established the name Yahweh Shai,
Yeah.
we've established who the Israelites are, but go to the wrestling of Jacob getting the name Israel. This will be in Genesis. Now let's go into Jacob and what this is about. So we've established who the Israelites are, we're the God's chosen people. So let's get the birth of Jacob and Esau. So it says, and Isaac, this is Genesis 25, starting at 19. And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham begat Isaac. And Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Dan Aram, the sister to Laban, the Syrian. And Isaac entreated Yahweh for his wife, because she was barren, and Yahweh was entreated of him, and Rebekah his wife conceived. And the children struggled together within her, and she said, if it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of Yahweh, meaning that she went to inquire of the prophet. Prophets are the mouthpiece of the Lord. The Lord speaks through his prophets, right? And the word prophet, or to prophesy, simply means to say before. So anytime the Most High does anything throughout history, he's always had his prophets to declare what his will be. For example, Jonah was sent to prophesy against Nineveh, that the Lord would destroy it. Likewise, who else? Lot sojourned in Sodom and Gomorrah before the Most High came and destroyed that, So the prophets have always been around. So it says, and Yahweh said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels, and the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. So what you've got to understand is that with all the people that are upon the face of the earth, the Most High has created 18 nations, right? There's 18 nations on the earth. Every person belongs to one of those 18 nations. So you've got, for example, the predominantly so-called white people would be the nation of Edom, which I'll get into. The Israelites, which are Negroes, Latinos, Hispanics, Native Americans predominantly, but you've got other people scattered amongst the other nations who look like them. They are collectively known as the Israelites. And you've got such as the East Indians, which are the Elamites, Chinese, who would be Moabites, Japanese, who would be Ammonites. You've got Ethiopians, which are Cush, Egyptians, which are Mizraim, South Africans, which are Canaanites, Turkey, Goma, Russians, Magog, Greek, we've got all these different nations, but there's 18 of them. And the Most High is only dealing with one nation, because that one nation is his chosen people, and that would be the Israelites. Deuteronomy 7 and verse 6 on down, which I'll get in a minute, but let me finish the conception of Jacob and Esau, because as I just read, when Rebekah went to inquire of the Lord through the mouth of the prophet told her that 2 nations would be in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels, and the one people shall be stronger than the other, and the elder shall serve the younger. Right? And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And what was happening there is that these twins were fighting in Rebekah's womb. So she must have been getting all kind of pains in her stomach, thinking, what's going on? Because we were fighting viciously inside our mother's womb, being our foremother, Rebekah. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red all over, like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. So the first child came out red all over, meaning that he had biblical leprosy, meaning that his blood showed forth in his skin. So he came out and he was red all over, like a hairy garment. He wasn't hairy when he came out, although later in life he became a hairy man. But when he came out, using proper names, names which had values and meanings. So when he came out and his our forefather Isaac saw him, he said, "Isasha," meaning that he looked wasted away. And
you get a character of the person by you call his name because it represents the character of the person.
Yeah,
makes things much more simple.
Yeah, that's why you got to digress, but you've got to be very careful with nicknames.
Right.
Because me personally, my personal life, I never like people calling me nicknames. I've got a name which is hard to be shortened or abbreviated, so people just call me my real name. But like, let's say you call a boy Melon. Oh, he's a little melon, Don't be surprised when that boy grows up to be fat and chubby, because you're putting that vibration on him. Oh, he's a little melon, You got to be. I've seen it with my own eyes, So you got to be careful about what you call yourself, because words have power. So it says, and after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold upon Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. That was our forefather, right? And Jacob came out looking normal because Jacob's name means supplanter. And he didn't come out looking like Esau, so he came out looking normal. Back in those days, we all had melanin, so he looked like a dark-skinned so-called Negro, right? And his name was called Jacob. Let me read it again. And after that came out his brother, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel. Now that's very spiritual, because in is it 2nd Ezra 6, it talks about how, let me get it. Right, 2nd Ezra 6, starting at verse 7, this is what Ezra said. He says, "Then answered I and said, what shall be the parting asunder of the times? When shall be the ending of the first and the beginning of that which followeth?" Right, so I went into the name Yahushai, established that Yahushai was only sent to his people, went to Romans 9, where Apostle Paul said, "I shall first my kingdom from the Israelites." We went into the fact that the Bible was only for the Israelites. So I'm getting now into who the Israelites are. So I went into the birth of Jacob and Esau. Established beautiful, that's where we're going. Established the birth of Jacob and Esau, went into biblical leprosy, went into Jacob and his known atonement. Now I'm going into the part where Jacob held Esau's heel. Yeah, that's the curriculum. It's only right, man. But this shows that we're skilled in the basics. Because if we wasn't skilled, we would have gone off. And I might have been going into some wayward other topic. But because we've got the same foundation, we know how to work in the spirit. So I'll read this again, right? So it says, 2nd Ezra 6, starting at verse 7. "Then answered I and said, what shall be the parting asunder of the times? Or when shall be the end of the first and the beginning of it that followeth?" Meaning, what's going to be the end of this age and the beginning of the new age, right? "And he said unto me, from Abraham unto Isaac, when Jacob and Esau were born of him, Jacob's hand held first the heel of Esau. For Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. The hand of man is betwixt the heel and the hand. Other questions, Ezra, asked thou not." So that's what that symbolized. When Jacob's hand held Esau's heel, that was a very, very symbolic thing, because you've got to remember, those two twins, they were fighting in the womb, and when they came out, Esau came out, but Jacob was not letting go. It's like a freaking dog that's got, what do they call it, lockjaw? They hold on and they won't let go. Jacob's not going to let go. We're going to pull Esau out of his position of power. So Esau is currently the so-called right man on the face of the earth today, and this is their age, this is their kingdom, this is their dominion, their rulership. But we've got next, as we were saying, when Esau falls, Jacob's going to rise and take over. And it's even spiritual, because Jacob's name means supplanter. Yeah. You want to get back into it? I can't. Right, so let's get in. Right, let's read on. And it says, and Isaac was 80 years old when she bare them, meaning that Isaac was 60 years old. Because his score is 20, so 20, 40, 60. Okay? And it said, "And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, meaning when it says a man of the field, meaning that he travelled a lot. The field being the world, you know, you go this place, you go that place. He's laid wait and he'd hunt because that's Esau's spirit. And even to this day, the Edomites have that spirit. The Edomites, they never keep at home. They're always running around to this country, to that country, and a lot of them have got the money to do that. You know, we've always said when Jake travels, usually we go to locations where we've got at least some relative there, so we can stay with them. You know, we ain't got money like, as my mum used to say, we ain't got money like Goshen. We have to be sensitive about where we're going. Not only that, you know, a lot of countries don't really welcome us because us Israelites were hated by all nations because of our blessing and our birthright. Now, a lot of people don't understand that. They think, oh, they just hate them because we're black, so-called. It's not that. It's a spiritual thing. The other nations have envied us and conspired together with one consent to take the name of Israel out of remembrance, which is in, Psalms 83. Talks about how the nations have conspired together to take the name of Israel out of remembrance. Before the name Israel was on the scene, the man Israel was called Jacob. So let's get back into that.
Talking on that travel thing, that's what the scripture says. They are not in trouble like
Other men.
You know, they can just do what they want. You know, free for all, without a care in the world. You know, but we got to check. You know, is it alright for Jake, black people, Hispanic people to be here? You know, things of that nature.
Yeah.
Whereas Esau can just walk up through border control and he's acting like he's used the most.
Yeah. In certain states, there's certain places where Jake can't, there's still curfews after a certain time you can't walk.
Yeah.
Mississippi, certain places, brothers, you know, they go into it still to this day, yeah?
Even in this country, it wasn't so long ago where they had signs up saying no blacks, no dogs, no Irish. You know, so we've always suffered persecution and how do you call it? Just straight up racism essentially from the other nations. But now when we come out and we talk about Deuteronomy 7 and 6, we are a special people unto the Lord our power. We are above all nations on the nations of the earth. Now everybody's quick to call us racist. Well, guess what? We are racist because we're for our people. And the Most High is for his people, and his people are the Israelites. So in a way, we've kind of won the spiritual lottery in that sense, that we're born Israelites.
So, right, the Most High played it actually.
Yeah. But this is the thing, we've suffered the lows, now we're coming into the highs, but the other nations don't want to see us accomplish it. They want to keep us in subjection and under them forever. So reading on back in Genesis, it says, and Isaac loved, let's read it again. And the boys grew, Genesis 25, 27. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter. And if you look at the nature of the Edomites as well, that's something else they do. Like they've got the money, and like a lot of these doctors and dentists and stuff, they'll do their practice, like they'll be there sitting in their surgery, and they might go like 3 times a year on holiday, but they go to like Africa, and they go on big game hunts and shit like that. And they'll go to these flipping parks, and they'll shoot lions and elephants and shit, take their heads, come back to UK or America, wherever it is they're at, and they'll stuff their heads with taxidermy, and they'll put them on their walls and shit. Or like if you walk into their master bedrooms or whatever, you might see a bear rug where the bear's just laying out there. It's been they take the insides out and they just have the fur laying there as a rug. Yeah. And that's what Esau's into, that taxidermy shit. You mentioned the other day you walked into Close's house and you saw it stuffed up, right?
We're going to find things that we're well, we're not going to be surprised, but that's the kind of thing that they're into, man.
Yeah.
All in their cellars and their safes, they like to keep brains and all that, they're sick people, man.
They even make furniture out of they used to make furniture out of Jake's skins. They make shoes out of Jake's skins, and a lot of those things, they've still got them, but you don't see them on like, you're not going to go to, what is it, furniture shop, like IKEA. You're not going to see that shit in IKEA, but those things do exist.
Broken, yes.
And there's a market for it. Like if you go to them auction houses, a lot of them auction houses where they sell a lot of art, Renaissance art and stuff. Jake don't go up into them places. You know, we don't really go to like Sotheby's and places like that. So you don't see these kind of things being auctioned off. Jake's on a lower echelon. Esau's controlling everything. So back into what I was reading. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field.
And the tension didn't stop when they came out the womb. But the tension was there inside of the womb. But then the tension also continued when they were boys growing up. You know?
Yep.
They weren't
Sibling rival.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man with a field, going back to his forefather Cain, which is that same spirit coming back. And Jacob was a plain man dwelling in tents. And Isaac loved Esau because he did eat of his venison, but Rebekah loved Jacob. And Jacob stood pottage, and Esau came in from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob, feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage, for I am faint. And therefore was his name called Edom, and the name Edom means red, which is a nomen omen again. And Jacob said, sell me this day thy birthright. Jacob living up to his nomen omen as a supplanter. And Esau said, behold, I am at the point to die, and what profit shall this birthright do to me? And Jacob said, swear to me this day. And he swore unto him, and sold his birthright unto Jacob. And Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils, and he did eat and drink, and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. So if this was all the way the Most High ordained it to be, it was always going to be that Jacob was going to get the blessing. But Esau despised his birthright. He thought nothing of it at the time. And now he's crying because we've got the blessing. Because when Isaac was going to bless Jacob, Jacob supplanted. So when Isaac was going to bless Esau, Jacob supplanted. So let's read that. So it says, Genesis.
So for the beginners, this is how you have the controversy, the tension between so-called Negro black people and so-called white people. His brothers really broke it down. It goes back to these brothers, man. Alright? Which is where you get the Israelites from. Alright, the progenitor of the Israelites that was carrying on that pure line from the Son of God to be known as the Israelites. Alright, and then the Edomites. Alright, and to this day, the tension stands, which you can experience and know, but it goes all the way back to this account.
Yeah. So Genesis 27 from verse 1. And it came to pass when Isaac was old, and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, meaning he was blind, he called Esau his eldest son, and said unto him, my son. And he said unto him, behold, I am here. And he said, behold, now I am old, and know not the day of my death. Now therefore, take, I pray thee, thy weapons and thy quiver and thy bow, and go out into the field and take me some venison, and make me savory meat such as I love, and bring it to me that I may eat, that my soul may bless thee before I die. And Rebekah heard when Isaac spake to Esau his son, and Esau went into the field to hunt venison and to bring it. And Rebekah spake unto Jacob her son, saying, behold, I heard thy father speak unto Esau thy brother, saying, bring me venison and make me savory meat, that I may eat, and bless thee before Yahweh, before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, and according to that which I command thee, go now to the flock and fetch me from thence 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them savory meat for thy father, such as he loveth. And thou shalt bring it to thy father, that he may eat, and that he may bless thee before his death. And Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. And that's another thing, you know, for the most part, if you look at Edomites compared to Jake, they've got a lot more hair on them usually. You know, you do get Jake's hair on their chest and hair on their arms, but for the most part, many of us are smooth. And it says, right, and Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. My father peradventure will feel me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse upon me, and not a blessing. And his mother said unto him, upon me be thy curse, my son. Only obey my voice, and go fetch me them.
The Lord was dealing with Rebekah to devise the plan so that Jacob could go to Isaac and receive the blessing.
And he went and fetched them, brought them to his mother, and his mother made savory meat, such as his father loved. And Rebekah took goodly raiment of her eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob, her younger son. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands, and upon the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory meat and the bread which she had prepared into the hand of her son Jacob. And he came unto his father and said, My father. And he said, Here I am. Who art thou, my son? And Jacob said unto his father, I am Esau, thy firstborn. I have done according as thou badest me. Arise, I pray thee, sit and eat of my venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac said unto his son, How is it that thou found it so quickly, my son?
Yeah, because he had already sent out Esau to go into the field, and hunting takes a while. You got to sit there, you got to position yourself correctly, you got to wait for the right angle for the animal to position itself. Then you got to be skilled with the bow, you know, and you got to get that right shot. So
This was blessing him.
yeah, so all in all, you could be out in the field for maybe 2-3 hours, 4 hours
Yeah.
before you get a good couple of catches, enough to bring home to make a substantial meal.
Yeah.
So by the time the icon Jacob had come in with the food and everything, and obviously his mum Rebecca put the hair on his neck, see the smooth of his neck and in his arms, you know, when Isaac felt his son, he was like, yeah, this is Esau.
Yeah.
Because really, but hold on a second, how so quick?
Yeah.
Because you just got sent out to the field.
Yeah.
You know, go on.
And Isaac said unto Jacob, Come near, I pray thee, that I might feel thee, my son, whether thou be my very son Esau or not. And Jacob went near
So
unto
his eyes was dim, but not his mind. He was like, hold on a second, this ain't adding up. So let you come here, let me see if this is actually real.
Yeah.
Go on.
And Jacob went near unto Isaac his father.
And we know who Isaac, we know who Isaac is, but that's not milk, so we're gonna leave that alone.
And Jacob went near unto Isaac his father, and he felt him and said, The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau. And he discerned him not, because his hands were hairy as his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him.
So he was skeptical. Isaac was skeptical. This don't feels like Esau, but the voices of Jacob. But you know, he had his wits about him. His eyes were gone with him, but he had his rest of his senses were there, and his brain was still functioning. His brain was sharp to be properly listening. But he was like, the benefit of the doubt. It's probably Esau.
Yeah.
You know?
And he said, Art thou my very son Esau? And he said, I am.
Yeah.
And he said, Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless thee. And he brought it near to him, and he did eat. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Isaac said unto him, Come near now, and kiss me, my son. And he came near and kissed him, and he smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him, and said, Now this is the important part. See, the smell of my son is the smell of a field which Yahweh hath blessed. Therefore the Most High give of thee the dew of heaven, and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of corn and wine. There's another key point. Let people serve thee, and nations bow down to thee, and be lord over thy brethren. And let thy mother's sons bow down to thee. Cursed be everyone that curseth thee, and blessed be he that blessed thee. And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarce gone out from the presence
So
of
that's,
Isaac.
that's the movie. From day one, the movie was dramatic.
That's it.
You know, as one person exits the scene,
Yeah,
a couple seconds later,
it's a stage left.
Esau comes running in. You know, you have to imagine it. Abba, I've got it.
Yeah,
You know, Father, here it is. And Isaac's what the hell's going on?
Yep.
I was just speaking with you.
yeah.
I just blessed you. You know, then he clocks. Your icon. Is he not rightly named Jacob?
Yep.
You know,
I'll read it. So it says, And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, Esau his brother came in from hunting, and he also had made savory meat, and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father, Let my father arise and eat of his son's venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac his father said unto him, Who art thou? And he said, I am thy firstborn Esau. And Isaac trembled very exceedingly, and said, Who? Where is he that hath taken venison and brought it me, and I have eaten of all before thou camest, and I have blessed him, yea, and he shall be blessed.
And the interesting point, the blessing couldn't be lifted. Oh well, it's a mistake. Put it on him. Let's just lift the blessing off him and then give it to him. No, the blessing's out. It's out, man. You know, there's no reversing it. You know? Yeah. Esau can try it. Go on.
And when Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with an exceeding great and bitter cry. Let me read that again. And when Esau had heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father, Bless me, even me also, O my father. And he said, Thy brother came with subtlety, and hath taken away thy blessing. And he said, Is he not rightly named Jacob? For he hath supplanted me these 2 times.
And that's a key quality of Jake. Jake is able to supplant. Now you got supplanting in wickedness, and you got supplanting in righteousness. You know, but the Lord had it righteous up was that the way for Jacob to get the blessing was to supplant to get it, man. You know, and that's what we do in day and day, man. Daily life is a supplanting game, man. You know, be it work, be it you have to have particular meetings or interactions with these fucking devils, or you just walking down the street, man. You know, the mere fact that you got to walk past the Edomite and you got to kind of step to the side, that's a death penalty. They should die for that. But you're like, no, man, you know, that's a problem, man. Yeah, that's a problem. What did I say to you? What did he say? He said, have a nice day.
And he was in his spirit, serpent, and we was in our spirit.
There you go. So that's a problem.
And you know what's funny about that is when I went to the shop to get the drink, I saw him walking with his lover. And it's an old ass Edomite with grey hair, and he's all like hung back in his arm and stuff.
Because I was just thinking, when we go to you say, you know, I'm into you. You know what I'm saying? He's like, we don't do that, do we? I'm into women.
Yeah, imagine that, walking up to a stranger saying, yeah, I like women.
So we know he was being subtle, like a serpent, so I know.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
No, it's true. That's a good point. Hi, I'm Phil. I like girls.
Yeah. Cool. And you know, it's not going to be long before videos come out. Yeah, I'm doing I love little children.
Well, they got that as a fucking disorder now. It's not a crime, it's a disorder. You know, so it's accepted disorder.
Right, so where was I? Right, so it says, and he said, Is he not rightly named Jacob? For he hath supplanted me these 2 times, taken away my birthright, and behold, now he hath taken away my blessing. And he said, Hast thou not reserved the blessing for me? And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, Behold, I have made him thy Lord, and all his brethren I have given to him.
Thy Lord is, what's the word there? Adan, which means sovereign, master. So if you say, my master, my ruler is Adan Yah. It is to say Adonai, my master. They try to refer to Lord. The Lord, you can say the Lord is Adonai or Adan, right? But really, it's like a landlord, someone that's over you, a boss, anything like that. So I have made him Adan, I have made him your Lord. He's above you, Lord.
And all his brethren have I given him for servants, and with corn and wine I have sustained him. What will I do now unto thee, my son? And Esau said unto his father, Hast thou not but one blessing, my father?
Esau's getting desperate.
Yep. Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth.
Yeah, which is the fatness of the earth, is the good parts of the earth.
Yep.
Yep.
And of the dew of heaven from above. And by thy sword thou shalt live,
Yep.
and shalt serve thy brother, until it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck. And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father had blessed him.
So all along it was that disdain of, we know we don't get along, but we're fucking brothers. So whatever, man. You know, if I'm in the room with dad or mum and you come in, I'ma leave. You know, it was just an awkward tension their whole life. But at this point, his hate was solidified for Jacob because of the blessing. You know?
Right, that's right. And it says,
And the reason why we're getting into this is because we see to this day, it's like it's the spirit. I was on the train on the way here, and it's like I was sitting next to Jamie, well, she came and sat next to me, and it's like, you know, it's hot. The underground is that much hotter and everything, and it's like,
Yeah, that's it.
yeah, and then like, you know, when you sit next to someone, you feel their body heat, and it's hot, but it's like it's uncomfortable, but it's heat, it's body heat. Then she got up, and like 2 steps later, an Edomite came and sat next to me, this Edomite woman, and her heat felt like radiation. It felt like this is like actually fucking killing me. There's something wrong with your body heat.
Yeah.
But it's the spirit, because Jake and Edomites, when they're in the same spot, it's just tension.
Yeah.
It's spiritual tension. It's just confusion, man. You just feel weird around it. But it goes all the way back to the womb. It goes all the way back to the brothers, and then the nations came from them to this very day, us. Alright?
I don't know if any of you have ever been in a work situation where there's been a photograph taken and you might be standing next to an Edomite. And then you
Shalom,
look at the
yeah,
photograph,
yeah,
and you'll be like, just
yeah,
curious,
I
like,
mean,
but
yeah,
the
man,
Edomite looks so tense and everyone's standing next to
Yeah.
him. And like he's gritting his teeth. Yeah, you get that kind of tension. I've had that before. I've seen that in them work photographs.
Or you in the elevator with them, and it's
Yeah.
you and the Edomite, and it's
Yeah, it's stiff. Yeah. And it can't wait to step out the door.
as soon as the door opens.
Yeah.
Nah, we can't be in the same spot as them, man. Because we're two conflicting spirits.
Yeah.
We're two conflicting energies, man. You know?
Can two walk together unless they be agreed? Yeah, so it says, and Esau hated Jacob because of
But that lift shit is hilarious. You meet the lift, right, buddy?
Yeah.
And as soon as the door opens, it's just like rats running out.
Yeah. And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him.
Yep.
And Esau said in his heart, meaning this is what he was thinking, he didn't say it aloud, but he did say it aloud, as Rebecca found out. Esau said in his heart, the days of mourning for my father are at hand, then will I slay my brother Jacob. May I just speak on that? Because that shows the tension. Esau was sitting in front of Isaac. Esau was sitting in front of Isaac, just getting the blessing of the sword, but inwardly in his heart he was meditating on murdering Jacob. That was his heart's desire. And when the words of Esau, her eldest son, were told to Rebekah, and when the words of Esau, her eldest son, were told to Rebekah, and she sent for Jacob, her younger son, and said unto him, behold, thy brother Esau, as touching thee, doth comfort himself, purposing to kill thee. So Esau was comforting himself with, this is the thing, Esau was that fucking devil, man, because Esau was sitting there comforting himself with the thought of slaying his brother Jacob. Imagine that, man, you're just sitting there, like imagine they're sitting eating your dinner at the family table, and in every spoonful you're looking at thinking, I'm gonna fucking kill this nigga. Like that goes back to Esau's spirit, because that goes back to his previous incarnation as Cain.
That's why they love guns. They go to bed with the gun.
Yes.
The gun's under the pillow. The gun's under the bed. You know, honey, I heard a noise downstairs. Where's the gun?
Yeah.
You know, that's their comfort.
There's another thing I see these Edomites doing, especially these American Edomites. They'll sit there with a disassembled gun on the table. They'll put a stopwatch on, and then just put the guns together and load it.
That's a competition.
Yeah.
How quick can you assemble the gun? That's actually a competition out there. You know, okay, buddy, on your marks, get set, go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not to mention the recent shootings, the guy got shot 60 times.
I never heard about that.
Yeah,
Jack.
I've briefly heard about that.
60 times. They were just, because he's...
Aria,
ready to explode.
let me correct you there.
Yeah.
He got shot. They shot 90 bullets, but 60 went into him. 90.
And July the 4th one, which is all...
Was it the police that shot him?
Yeah, police. About 7 of them one
Yeah,
time.
7 of them.
Brrrr, and the man's down. Brrrr.
That's like, what's that film, Robocop?
Yeah.
Ed 209, you know, he's shooting the man.
Yes. Yeah. Same way.
Drop
One
your
more.
weapon, 20 seconds to comply.
Nah, beautiful, brother, beautiful. Because that just shows the hate, the anger we're talking about. All they just give them the right circumstances for them to show it and express it. Like July 4th too, with the guy, the gift of the gun, right? Which that's playing now. But yeah, just to add to what you're saying. Beautiful.
he loves his sword, but that's
Yeah.
that's why, because that's his blessing.
That's his blessing.
So when you see Edomites getting trigger happy and shit, you can't even get mad at them because that's what Isaac
Yeah.
blessed them with.
Yeah.
That's their blessing. You know, so that's what the scripture says. He that liveth by the sword shall die by it.
That's right.
And what's the way this man's society is going to get obliterated? By the sword, man. The ultimate tall strap, man.
Let's break that down, because sword doesn't simply mean like a old-fashioned like metal sword that you swing and you hold a shield or whatever on the battlefield. A sword can be any killing instrument.
Yeah.
So a knife can be a sword.
Yeah.
Even a needle can be a sword if it's got poison in it. Or a nuclear missile can be a sword. So you've got macro and major. Major being an ICD, an intercontinental ballistic missile.
Micro sword, macro sword.
Yeah. So.
But remember the scripture says, you know, whatever you sow, you're going to reap. So if you're going to reap righteousness and goodness, obviously that would follow you. If you show wickedness, that is going to follow you.
Yeah, you think you gotta come on the
Yes.
camera.
Wait a minute, brother.
You're hiding behind there.
You know when a man got wisdom and life,
Yes,
you know what I'm
look.
saying, bro? But anyway, in time, bro.
Go on, man.
Right, now therefore my son, obey my voice and arise, and flee thou to Laban my brother, to Haran, and tarry with him a few days, until thy brother's fury turn away. But the scriptures say that Esau held on to his wrath forever. So even unto this day, in this society in 2022, we are standing here, and Esau is still, unto this day, maintain that same hatred for us, his brothers in the spirit, the Israelites. I'll say this, right, because a lot of Edomites, low-level Edomites, they just fucking, they don't know shit. They're very ignorant, right? They don't know anything, they don't know the truth like we know, and that's not to make ourselves sound big-headed, it's just true. They don't really know much, so they don't know their history. But yet they'll walk around and they'll see you and they'll hate you.
Yeah.
But they themselves don't know why, because they don't know their history. But their elites know their history. And this is the history that they're trying to hide from the general public. So they just talk about, oh, well, they're just racist, they're just racist. No. There's actually the spiritual enmity that's always been between Jacob and Esau, even from the womb. And even prior to the womb, it's always been that conflict, because this is the Lord's movie, and the Lord wanted that drama.
But let's check it. We don't really want to get into it. If that's a beautiful point, because if the hate was just some surface level bullshit,
Yeah.
by now they would have loved Jake, because Jake's contribution to the Western world, the Western world wouldn't be where it is without Jake.
Yeah.
So if their hate was just some surface level trivial bullshit, by now that hate would have wiped away and they would love Jake.
Yeah.
But the reason why, despite us building up their system, they still hate us, as you rightly said, is because it's a spiritual stronghold.
That's why the scriptures add that word into it, perpetual.
Perpetual.
You see? There's a difference there.
You could do everything for him.
Yeah.
But he will still hate you.
Yes,
because
that's
that
right.
perpetual hatred is there.
Yeah.
It's actually being commanded in the spirit that they have to hate. Do you know what I mean? You could see an Edomite woman that her water breaks, and you help deliver the baby on the roadside. All right, make sure the baby's fine. Cool. Not that I would do that, but you know, just hypothetically speaking, you know, call the ambulance, wait with her till the ambulance comes. She gets carted off to the hospital. Make sure baby's fine. Make sure she's fine. You know, all of that stuff. She just gone through a traumatic experience, giving birth on a roadside, and you as a so-called black man helped her. Guess what? She was still hating.
Yeah.
He tried to touch me.
Yeah.
And you might get arrested too, because it looks, it's a bad look. It's not a good look.
It's not a good look.
What are you doing? Raping her?
Or she could even ask you, help me, help!
Yeah.
You know, she could say that. You know, and then you'd be smart in recording it. Did you say you want help, lady? You know, and then after the birth, she was still, he spread my legs.
Yeah. He touched my genitals.
He looked at my vagina. The bitch was giving birth, you know. But that's just to show you, no matter how much you do, if you not that we want to help Edomites, but even if you were to, and on a whole, as Israelites, we have helped this man. His banks, his infrastructure, you know, even everything, his adventures, it's all us, man. And still he hates us because it's a spiritual stronghold that's put on him, you know. So even with
I checked it. It's soon go.
with Esau talking about I'll
Soon
wait
go.
until my father, then I'll kill my brother. Alright. that was what? That wasn't no superficial level hate. That was a spiritual hate that was put on him.
Yeah.
To hate Jacob, man.
When he said he was slaves, but Jacob, he didn't just mean Jacob, like any children that Jacob had. He wanted to wipe Jacob off the planet.
Because from the first son, that sets the chain of the blessing staying within that line.
Yeah.
So the whole point is to eradicate the whole, as Benjamin says, the all of them.
Yeah, man.
You know, take out the all of them. So then, by default, in his stupid brain, he thinks, well, they're all gone now.
Yeah.
So the blessing's on me. That's why they want to wipe out Jake. Going back to these fucking women. This is why.
It's true, man.
This is why you black bitches, yeah, you're going to hell, man. And what we mean by hell is you're gonna have a sad time when destruction comes, man. Because you are the tool. You're actually the tool of Esau to destroy your own people.
Yes, yes.
You know. Oh, abortion clinics.
He was becoming another sword to wield.
She's the sword, man. She's the sword. You know.
So I'm going to jump forward now. So Jacob went to stay with his uncle Laban, and he worked for 7 years, and he married Leah. And when he was working for Rachel, but he had to marry Leah first, he worked another 7 years, and he got Rachel. And Rachel and Leah bare Jacob's sons. Those 12 sons became 12 tribes of Israel. But we're going to how Jacob's name was changed to Israel. So this is Genesis.
That's the basics again. Well, his name's Jacob, so why are you calling him Israel? What's going on? Well then, if his name's Yahweh Shai, then I could call him Joseph.
Yeah.
No. The reason why it's interchangeable is because there was a specific event.
Yeah.
The name officially was changed. Okay? You want basics? This is basics.
Just like Abraham became Abraham.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Sarah
Yeah.
became Sarah.
Elijah.
Became what?
Elijah became.
Elijah was losing.
Elijah was ruling.
Oh, Elijah. So there's another one. I'll tell you in a minute.
No, Isaac was laughing. Sarah means
Oh, yeah.
laughing.
Isaac is laughing. He laughed. He literally laughed.
She laughed. She laughed. Sarah laughed and the angel said that she would conceive. She didn't believe it. She stopped. And the angel said, why did thou laugh? And Sarah
Isaac means what?
laughing. But Sarah, she was 90 years old and she hadn't had any children. She was barren. When the angels came to visit Abraham, one of them being the Harishah, and he said, I will return to you in the time of life. Sarah heard it and she laughed. And when the angel said, why did thou laugh? She laughed because she didn't believe. Yeah. But he said, because thou laughed, you should give us a child's name Isaac. She was laughing because she had joy of a child in her age. Where did I go? We're going to the name Israel. Yeah. So it says, this is in Genesis chapter 32. And verse 24. And Jacob was left alone there, and he wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. And when he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint.
Christians will say, yeah, you see, that's why Israel means he wrestles with God. You know, it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that. You go get into the word. But we're going,
That's a bullshit breakdown right there. What else would you expect from the Christians, right? It's like, they don't get anything right now. Right, so it says, and when he saw that he prevailed not against
Salakia. Elias. Elias. Is it Elijah also spelled? Maybe it's the way it's spelled.
it's two different spellings.
Yeah, it's spelled Elias.
Noah.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry. Salakia. I knew it was something to do that. It was in my head.
But hey, that's good certification for those who are watching.
Yes.
Right, so it says, and when he wrestled against him and he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint as he wrestled with him. And he said, let me go, for the day breaketh.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I will not let thee go except thou bless me. Now that's not a light thing, man, wrestling with an angel. I mean, that's some strength for you right there, man. And he said unto him,
He was stronger back then as well.
also that's a metaphor for us. As Jacob, we catch hell, but we still cling on to our hope and our faith. So it says, and he said, let me go, for the day breaketh. And he said, I will not let thee go except thou bless me.
Mm-hmm.
And he said unto him, what is thy name? And he said, Jacob. And he said, thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince thou hast power with
As a prince, it's in the fucking name, man. Now, how do you get wrestled with God when it clearly says as a prince, man? You know, go on, man.
And it's beautiful to read this, man, because it gives gravity to the name. It's like being surnamed Israel by the Most High is not a light thing, man.
One of the elders always when he says Prince of Sons of God, you're the son of, it puts emphasis on it, because you can like, yeah, we're sons of God. Yeah, of course, man. That's, you know what I'm saying? That's powerful, man. Superman,
Yeah.
Carlisle.
Yes,
Yeah.
powerful.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
And it's like you've got to have a sense of regality about it. Like, even though we're catching hell and we're prophesying in sackcloth,
Yeah.
we are, I don't want to sound like, I'm not saying this to be big-headed, but we are actually kings and priests, a nation of kings and priests. Even though we're at the lowest, it doesn't look like it, but we are somebody in this society. We're somebodies amongst the whole world of nobodies. But these nobodies have got up high, they're living their lives good, they're not in trouble with other men.
Yeah.
But really, they're nobodies, man. We're the real, we are what matters to the Most High. The other nations, there's a drop that falleth from the vessel. We are that precious thing that the Most High cares for.
Precept.
We're made different. For that reason, we're made different. We're made that much, how many levels of class above these other people. Right, this week, this week, I was just walking, and I kept seeing men with like mini afros and full beard. Some had full white, some had still the black hair, whatever. And the look of a Jake is just royal. Even when they're fucked up.
Yeah.
Like, just walking on the street looking all
Yeah.
bummy and
Still.
this, you know.
Still.
The prototype look of a Jake is a royal look. There's presence about having a beard and hair on your head.
Yeah.
You know, your skin, you know, your energy you walk with, and you could be, as you said, you could be going through hell, but still hanging on. And that alone is levels above the best of what this man has to offer, man.
Exactly.
You know.
That's spiritual, as you said. That, you know, when I was coming on the way, before I jumped on the train, there was this beggar on the ground, and he had some food on the floor. He had no shirt on. This man was ripped. If you see the muscles on him, and it's, you know, he's at whatever, you know, he's at his low stage or whatever. I know we mustn't look at a man's appearance, but this man was ripped on the floor, man. The muscles, everything detailed. I said, and you know what I mean? That's Jake all over, as you said.
Now, Hebrews chapters, Hebrews 13 and 1, man. Be careful. Some of entertain spirits on which. Now, you might say, well, nah, an angel wrong.
Yeah.
Now, with the experience that I had, he appeared like he looked like an E. Now, that's out of my comfort zone, but, you know.
Yes.
And just to give an example, when the one appeared to the Great Millstone Council, the elders, he had he looked like some kind of Egyptian thing on. He had his head look, he had his face that looked thing, and the angels, and the elder apostle said, could be an angel, and he brought out that picture. I've done a video on it.
Angels can come like, look, this man, angels can
Any
come
form.
looking like women.
Any form.
You don't even know.
Yeah.
I've been in a situation where the car it wasn't my car, but I was with a set of people years ago, right? And like the drive, you know them drives where it's on the hill.
Yeah.
So like you have to make sure that handbrake is up because the car starts rolling back. Now the person that was driving, we got up into the house and everything, and then the handbrake wasn't up, so the car started rolling back. Now there was a woman that looked like an Edomite woman, all right, and she's walking past the house, and then how does the doorbell ring? But she's still at the car, and she's holding the car with one hand. Wow.
Hey.
She said, oh, by the way, I think you need to put your handbrake up. Wow.
Damn.
What the fuck?
You see?
And then the person that owns the car, they got in the car, and she was just holding the car with one hand like that, like, and not like she's like, oh. She's there like this. I think you need to put the handbrake up. And then we said to her, well, how did you ring the bell and hold the car? The woman just smiled. And then when the person got in the car and fixed the car, she's like, have a good day, guys, and walked off. Yeah. You know, that's not angel.
Can I just say this too as well? Right? The angel that appeared in the baseball stadium. He had a short afro. Right? He had beard. He looked white wisdom hair, white hair. And as you say, you know, be careful that some of these things on the place. So you might look at someone and say, look at that. Wow, I did. understand? Oh, you big F. You understand what I'm saying? We have to, as
You'd be
deep as we
surprised.
can be,
Yeah.
the comfort zone, you could be talking out of your comfort zone. And I'm going to say this too, through the spirit. You asked me if I had a title for today, but it's always going to be there. We're going to start to see some strange miracles. Brothers are ready to
Heavy.
see miracles. That's
Heavy. Heavy.
We're going to start to see miracles.
Heavy.
That we're going to want to explain to someone, and it might be very difficult to do so. That's all I'm saying. Oh, let me say this too. The portal, there's been a portal that's been opened, and a CERN that's been opened this month, July the 5th. I don't know if you heard. July the 5th, they opened a new CERN. They opened a new portal. So they're saying that things are different with the night. So they opened it July. So when we start to see things, I'm just advance warning. Don't get. You saw something the other day. You put it on the chat. Just be mindful, man. You know, you might want to keep it to yourself for the time being, certain things, but then again, you might be too hard to do so. You might explain this, you know.
To be honest, man, sometimes, I don't know if you brothers feel this, but sometimes I really have to ask myself, am I bugging out?
Yeah, of course, brother. Yes. Hey, but listen, what you sent on the chat, I smiled because I said, that's not going to bug me out. Because we just know that what you see is spiritual. You know what I mean? Because we know we're going to see some spiritual things, brother. It's heavy.
I've seen some things, but all in time, bro.
Right, Ted.
Time.
Heavy.
We mean you spoke a little bit, you know. All in time.
Right, let me read on, right?
So, hold John 20 and 11. Wow.
Spirit, brother,
Yeah,
spirit.
speaking about people looking different, you got Yahweh Shai. He looked different. We'll go back to what you got, but hold John 20 and 11. We'll go get that real quick. Alright? You know, you can't put people down for their appearance.
For appearance.
Yahweh Shai looked like some gardener when he rose from the grave. So what if they just said, oh, you're a gardener, you know what you're talking about? Yeah, fuck you, man. You know, you're talking to the Lord himself.
John chapter 20, verse 11. But Mary stood without at the sepulchre, weeping, and as she wept, she stooped down and looked into the sepulchre, and see two angels in white sitting, one at the head and the other at the feet. And I just say something. That it's like the mercy seat. But
like Yahweh Shai is the Ark of the Covenant.
Beautiful.
So when the high
Beautiful, man.
once a year on the Day of Atonement, to sprinkle the blood over the mercy seat, the scripture says that then will I appear over the mercy seat.
Beautiful.
Who was the high priest looking at Yahweh Shai? Now, however the Lord decided to appear, I can't tell you the exact features of what appeared over the mercy seat, but whatever it was the essence of Yahweh Shai.
Oh.
And that was solidified in the grave.
Calm.
That's why Colossians 1 and 15 says, who is the image of the invisible power,
Mm-mm.
the firstborn of every creature. So it's not like, you know, Yahweh, you're on the nail on the head. Yahweh is the Ark of the Covenant. Right? He is the agreement. And what was put in the Ark of the Covenant? Aaron's whole Hebrews 9.
Moses' stuff?
It was Aaron's stuff. Hebrews 9 tells you that. And there was something different. You brothers know what was different about Aaron's stuff. There you go. And buds on it, which represents the life.
Buds? B-U?
Like a leaf
Growing out.
Oh.
That's in Hebrews 9.
Hey, that's heavy.
And Aaron was what the high priest. So, and the high priest
Man.
represents Yahweh Shai. So Yahweh Shai is that life, that rod and that style that comes bringing us back to life, to the heavenly throne. So Yahweh Shai is the one.
So what else is put in the oven? The laws, 2 tables of stone,
The shewbread, which represents the body.
that's what David ate, right?
Yeah, and the tables of testimony, which is the 2 tables of stone.
Hey, that's spiritual you said about the bud. Because Yahweh Shai is the root and we are the branches. That we stem from the tree, we come up from the... Man, that's heavy, man. That's heavy.
It all ties together.
That's heavy.
That's why Abraham gave a tenth in tithe to Melchizedek. So Aaron couldn't be the Levitical priesthood, even though it started with them. Technically, it started with Melchizedek.
Yes.
And how shall Melchizedek? So sorry, guys. Even though we try to go to the basics, we always end up back in, you know.
Yeah.
But hey, it is what it is. But you read John 20.
Right, John 20, what is it again?
11.
John 20:11 again. But Mary stood without at the sepulchre, weeping, And as she wept, she stooped down and looked into the sepulchre, and seeth two angels in white. And the white represents righteousness, right?
Yes.
Right? In white, sitting, the one at the head and the other at the feet, where the body of Yahushua had lain. And they said unto her, Woman.
Now guess what? Another proof that Yahushua is the Ark of the Covenant. What happened when the Ark was about, it looked like it was about to fall over. And what happened to them? Right? And they died. They died. Exactly. Now, when Mary went to touch Yahushua, what did he say to her?
Touch me not because I have not ascended to the Father.
Yahushua is the Ark of the Covenant. You can't touch that which is holy.
You can't touch what?
If it's something that's holy.
Yes. You can't. Woo!
The two sons that tried to touch the Ark of the Covenant, they didn't die, you know. And then Mary, when the Lord rose from the grave, after the two angels were there, she went to touch him, and he said, touch me not, for I am not yet ascended to the Father.
Heavy.
So you couldn't touch the Ark back then, you can't touch the Ark now.
That's heavy.
So Yahushua is the Ark of the Covenant. So, and that's why, again, the Transfiguration, who appeared on either side, Moses and Elijah. And then the voice came and said, this is my son, in whom I will please hear ye him. So Yahushua is above the law and above the prophets. Which represents the priesthood.
Heavy, man. Heavy.
Yahushua is above, he's inside of, what was inside of the Ark of the Covenant? Moses' Aaron's staff, and the table of shewbread, and the tables of testimony, which is the 10 Commandments. But Yahushua rose above that. So when they went to look for it, he was already gone. So Yahushua is above all of that.
I put one more link there. You said the shewbread was in the Ark of the Covenant. What did Yahushua say? I'm the bread of life. Bread of
Ah!
You can't get around it.
Lyrics, man. Lyrics. Lyrics. Knowledge. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. That's wicked, man. That's heavy. Woo!
Let me read on. So it says, and they said unto her, Woman, why weepest thou? And she saith unto them, Because they have taken away my Lord, and I know not where they have laid him. And when she had thus said, she turned herself back, and saw Yahushua standing, and knew not that it was Yahushua. And Yahushua said unto her, Woman, why weepest thou? Whom seekest thou? She, supposing him to be a gardener, saith unto him, Sir, if thou had borne him hence, tell me where thou hast laid him, and I will take him away. Yahushua saith unto her, Mary. She turned herself and saith unto him, Rabboni, which is to say master.
My master. It says master, but Rabboni is my master.
Yahushua saith unto her, Touch me not, for I am not yet ascended to my Father. But go unto my brethren and say unto them, I ascend unto my Father and your Father, and to my power and your power. And Mary Magdalene came and told the disciples that she had seen the Lord, and that he had spoken these things unto her.
There you have it. Yahushua looked different. He looked like a gardener. You know, so going back to entertaining strangers and angels and things of that nature, this is why no matter who comes up, you know, if it's like a clear outright.
That's a nice one, isn't it? It just disappeared. It's just disappeared. Salakia. Go on. You see? Yeah, you see it. A beautiful white one. Yes.
Yeah, I see it.
Right. And they get invisible sometimes, and they disguise.
That's not a chariot, sorry to say.
That's a chariot, brother. Look how it's moving. No, over the other side, Ark. You're looking the wrong way. To your right, to the right. Yeah. There's a chariot, brother.
But yeah, so what was it?
Compared to the Mary and
Yeah, it disappears. That's what they do.
Are we looking at the same thing?
we're looking at the wrong
Wrong thing. Yeah.
No, it's above
Can anyone see that thing over there that's moving?
That's above the tree. Look. Look at this big tree.
Yeah, I can see it.
And it's cruising slowly.
Yes.
When it comes to chariots, I see chariots, bro. But I can see that thing what you're saying.
Yeah.
When I take off my glasses, I see better.
Yeah.
That's a plane.
That is not a plane.
It's still there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not
Cruising, going slowly.
It's not a plane.
No, it's not a plane, Ark.
All right, in 1, 2, 3.
In the mouth.
I'm only
In the
one.
mouth, 2 or 3.
You have it. You can have that.
That's a chariot. Go on, man.
Yeah, so Yahushua saith unto her, touch me not, for I am not yet ascended to my Father, but go to my brethren and say unto them, I ascend unto my Father and your Father, and to my power and your power. And Mary Magdalene came and told the disciples that she had seen the Lord, and that he had spoken these things unto her.
Yeah, so yeah, let's get something else. But the point is, how shall it be different? So anyone that comes up to you in your day-to-day life or to the camp, that unless that's what I'm gonna say, unless they're an outright demon, you can just know to just be dismissing with them. You gotta take time with people. They could like a Moabite, an Edomite, Jake, whatever, man. You know, like even last week, the after class, a drunk guy came up to the apostles, you know, and he was talking his shit, but he was saying something.
Brothers, move your drinks because I see ants on the going on the sweet drink. Yeah, put it behind you. Go behind you. Yeah, put it down there behind you.
Yeah, just you know, take time with people because you don't know who
Yeah.
you know, it's all spirits at the end of the day.
Yeah, all of it, yeah.
So we're finishing that. Where was you before?
Genesis wrestling with the angel.
Yeah, we're back to that. Go back to them days.
Yeah, so we're getting into the name Israel, and he said, thy name shall be Genesis 32:28. And he said, thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince thou hast power with the Most High and with men, and thou hast prevailed.
Yeah, so the Israel in Hebrew is Yah-Shah
Rala.
Rala. Yah-Shah Rala. Yah meaning he, Shah means prince, and then Allah means power. Okay, so he's the prince of the power. He's the prince of God. Alright, which therefore means you're a son of God, because princes are what? Sons of the king.
That's right. Who's the ultimate king? The Most High.
So we're sons of the living power, man. As we were getting into, man. That's not a light thing. That's serious, man. We're sons of the Most High. Therefore, we're to walk accordingly. You know, even in hell, to the best of your ability, we have some class about ourselves, man. You know, because we're even that was when we come into the truth, because we're now representing the Heavenly Father. We're representing how about Shemi our shine, man. You know, that's important.
Well, that's just to add to your point. I think that's a lot of the reason why a lot of Jake don't have any self-respect, because they don't accept that they are Israelites. So therefore, they've got no greater power than themselves.
Well, no, their history goes as far as the Windrush. You know, the descendants of some slaves, and now they're here doing the best they can. That's why they treat themselves that way.
Yeah, because they've got no reverence, or they've got no regal mindset, no regal mentality. Like that's why they, like for example, if you've got a father, right, and you've got his name, you're doing a business, right? Let's say you're in the wood trade and you're selling people shredded wood. You're going to give the business a bad name, and you're not discrediting just yourself. You're discrediting your father's name. So in this line of work that we're in now, this ministry, we have to represent Yahweh Shem Shai to the best of our ability.
Let's get that. Let's pull that where it says, let the ministry be blameless. Here you go.
Isaiah chapters 1 and 16 says, wash you, make you clean, put away the evil of your doings from before mine eyes, cease to do evil, learn to do well, seek judgment, relieve the Isaiah chapters 1 and 17 says, learn to do well, seek judgment, relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, plead for the widow. Come now and let us read together, saith the Lord. Though your sins be as scarlet.
That's all good. The top actually good.
I'll go back to 16. Wash you, make you clean, put away the evil of your doings from before mine eyes. Cease to do evil.
Yeah. Cease to do evil. Talking about the basics. When you come into the knowledge, right, you have to learn you have to try and stop doing evil, man. You know, particular meats and foods that aren't lawful, try and cut that out, man. You know, if you was eating pork, okay, fine. Now you know to do better. You do better. You know, you pray to the Lord. to you know, shrimp, lobsters, crabs, pork, whatever it is, if that's what you're into, pray to the Lord to take that spirit off you, and you have to actively discipline yourself, stay away from that. Okay? You know, if you was dealing with another man's woman or whatever the case may be, you now understand that's wrong, you gotta cut her off, you gotta stop that. Alright? You know, to the best of your ability, you know, try and keep the Sabbath, man. Now, is it going to be perfect in all these things? No, not initially, and it's not going to be held against you. But the point is that your heart is willing. Alright? So cease to do evil. Ceasing to do evil means what? Turning to the righteous paths.
Learn to do well, seek judgment, relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, plead for the widow. I attempted to do that in the Christian church. I said, sling your hook, mate. But it didn't say that, but the spirit pushed me out of it. Anyway, you know. 18. Come now and let us reason together, saith the Lord. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow.
And how to know reasoning with people through his prophets, man. You know, when people come up here, we're open for discourse. We encourage discourse if you're an Israelite, because the whole point is that we would reason together. Yeah, that's your outlook, okay, but hear what the Heavenly Father has to say. And we're going to show you that. With hopes that the Holy Spirit works and impresses upon your mind that whatever you hear, it plants a seed. And if you be of the elect, then you come into this, man.
Yeah.
You know, that's the reasoning. Come, let us read together. And what the scripture says, that our people are stubborn, you know, and hard-hearted. So they're not going to do that for the most part.
Be as white as snow, though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool.
Which shows you that Esau is the man of sin. Alright, red like crimson. He should be white as wool.
As wool, yeah.
There you go. So the Lord is in the business of cleaning up house. This is why we preach the gospel of what? The gospel of repentance. Okay. The same gospel which John told you to repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. It's the same gospel to this day. Repent, turn away from your sins, turn away from wickedness, man. Alright, stop loving the oppressor. Turn back to the Heavenly Father through His Son. Okay, which can only be done through the Son, Yahushua. Okay, you know, have faith. Pray for more faith. Okay, get involved, do the work. You know, pray. All of these things is what turn it back onto righteousness. You know, is there more on that? That's
Right, so I was holding this one. This is 1 Timothy 3 verse 2. A bishop must be blameless, a husband of one wife, vigilant, sober, of good behavior, given to hospitality, apt to teach. So it's about being blameless because we're representing the Heavenly Father, and we don't want to put shame upon His name, which is why it breaks my heart to see our people behaving the way they're behaving, man.
Yeah.
The curses, man. But let's talk about that. Let's talk about that.
hold on, but yeah, but is that the one now?
You said about Bishop. No, you said about blameless.
That's a good one, but that's okay.
There's another one in Titus 1:7. Bishop must be blameless to the steward of the Most High.
That is, yes, 2 Corinthians 6 and 3. Come on, I get it. Start from verse 1. 2 Corinthians 6 and 1. That was a good one, but that's talking about the bishop. At the end of the day, we're representing the Heavenly Father. You know, so that comes with responsibility.
I've got a few. 2 Corinthians 6, starting at verse 1. We then, as workers together with him, beseech you also that you receive not the grace of the Most High in vain. For he saith, I have heard thee in a time accepted, and in the day of salvation I have succored thee. Behold, now is the accepted time, and behold, now is the day of salvation. giving no offence in anything, that the ministry be not blamed. But in all things, proving ourselves as the ministers of the Most High.
Offence in no thing that the ministry be not blamed. You know, so you look, when like, this is why it takes a while to come into the faith. Because now that your face or our faces are associated with the camp, you could say, oh yeah, great millstone, I like no. Deeper than the camps, your face is now, my face is now associated with the Most High. So when people think of the Lord, their first go-to action is you or you. You know, so we can't be doing things that's like we just okay, shalom, camp's over, turn the camera off, take the garment off, and we're just a whole different character. We're still representing how much in our show. You know, so you can't be doing anything like the ministry gets blamed. Because they're going, that's the first thing they're going to do. You see, the black Hebrew Israelites. We have to be mindful of these things. The ministry being blamed. Because if the ministry gets, what does it say? Let the Most High be true in every man alive. So if you're even in the truth, but portray the truth wrong through your actions or actions, what big whatever the case may be, then would be tried as liars. And yeah.
2 Corinthians 5 verse 20. Now then, we are ambassadors for the anointing, as though Yahweh did beseech you by us. 2 Corinthians 5 verse 20. Now then, we are ambassadors for the anointing, as though Yahweh did beseech you.
Anointing, what's anointing? Anointing is what? To be appointed a position. Right? You know, so we're ambassadors for this particular position, you know, that we've been appointed for going up.
By us, we pray you in the anointed stead, be ye consigned by Yahweh.
Be consumed by Yahweh. Yahweh Bashem Yahushai. Okay. Yep, that's a good one. So
Yeah, finish up.
being an ambassador, again, there's a particular way to move.
Thessalonians 5 and 4 says, but ye, brethren, are not in darkness, that day should overtake you and a thief. Ye are the children of the light, and the children of the day. We are not of the night, nor of darkness.
Light of the day is what? Giving, what did David say? That word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. So the day and the light is the scriptures, so you're of the day. So once again, there's a way to conduct yourself. You know, imagine like if the light's off here, and you in the room rummaging around, oh, where's the switch, or let me not bump into the table. That's understandable because you're in darkness. But imagine now the light is turned on and your ass is still acting like you can't see.
Staggering like a drunk.
You're gonna be looking at you like, what the hell's wrong with you? You got the light. Use the light.
Yeah.
You know, so when the light and being of the day is applied, there's a standard you have to walk with, which is confidence, man. Which is purity to the best of our ability. Righteousness to the best of our ability, man.
Just a quick testimony. When I was in the shop when you buy the hardware, buying some hardware shit, and the Indian man, Sikh, when I walked out, I thought, they watched the videos. So I went and I got what I had to buy, and he said, he come into me, look, give me eye contact, he said, you alright? Everything alright? Is everything alright? Nah, it's business, but then at the same time I say, what if he was a bit polite there, man. What if they know of me or they see me on the videos? And another one I was mentioning to you, just before camp, when I went out to throw some things out the bin, over hours, after 12, see some people around the school now, that's what you in, right? Usually before the truth, you might have some eye contact, you might have noise and something. But it's like I walk through them, do it, walk past them, do what I had to do, throw things in the bin, walk past, and I look back, it's like I was invisible, man. You know, and this is like, as you say, this is the time of night where things happen. There's freaks come out at night. I went out my yard, walked in, it's like I was invisible. I saw things going on, but it's like they never saw me. So when you do, let me carry on reading it for me. Ye are children of the light and the children of the day. Ye are not of the night, nor of darkness. Therefore, let us not sleep as do others, but let us watch and be sober. So we don't get caught up in this legalism that goes on. Even if it might be around the corner from us or wherever, For they that sleep, sleep in the night, and they that be drunken are drunken in the night. But let can't, Therefore let us not sleep as do others, but let us watch and be sober.
Watching prophecies, watching what the hell's going on.
Yeah, and that comes in the second Corinthians, coveting to prophesy.
Yep.
So we keep, to keep up to date and to go into, slowly, bit by bit, or even deep when necessary, go into the prophecies as well. Because then we're fully with Ephesians chapter. Ephesians chapter 6. Yeah. For they that sleep, sleep in night, and they that be drunken are drunken in the night. That's one. But let us who are of the day be sober, putting on the breastplate. He said it for me, man. Breastplate of faith and love, and for an helmet that the hope of helmet, the hope of salvation. That's it.
Right, so it says, and he said, thy name shall be no more Jacob, but Israel. Thy name shall be called no more Israel. Genesis 32:28. And he said, thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince thou hast power with the Most High and with men, and hast prevailed. Jacob asked him, he said, tell me, I pray thee, thy name. And he said, wherefore is it that thou dost ask after my name? Blessed him there. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen the Most High face to face, which is that's another thing that the Christians break down incorrectly. They interpret that as the Most High himself, and Jacob beat God in a wrestling match. I've actually heard people say that. Like it's something like we said before Royal Rumble, and that, tables and chairs. So
they've heard the word of the
For example, when Rachel, Rebecca, when she went to inquire of the Lord, and she went to the prophet, and the scripture says that she went to inquire of Yahweh. So if someone was to come up to the camp today and ask questions, if it was recorded, to say, and they went up to inquire of the Lord, they would come to the camp.
Yes.
Right, so from there,
You see, even a basic scripture says that where 2 or 3 are gathered.
Simeon, so-called Dominicans, Zebulon, from Guatemala to Panama, Ephraim, Puerto Ricans, what have we got? Manasseh, Cubans, Gad, North American Indians, Reuben, Seminole Indians, Naphtali, which is the Argentinians to the Chileans, Asher, which is the Colombians to the Uruguayans, and Issachar, which would be the Mexicans. So those would be the 12 tribes of Israel, but they were originally the 12 sons of the man who was called Israel. And those 12 sons, their children would make up the nation of Israel, Israelites, which is who we are to this day. Some of us might come from, for example, myself, Benjamin probably, another brother might come from Judah, but we all collectively make up the 12 tribes. So from there, we can go into,
that's the nation. That's what we go through so far. We go through the idea or the concept of the Most High being a singular power, the name of the Lord, the name of the Son, the origin of Jacob and Esau, the nation that came up, the tribes of Israel.
where should we go next?
So from there, the next basic, another question that beginners have is why is there good and evil? Why does God allow bad stuff to happen? And let's deal with the duality of the Most High.
Right, Deuteronomy 32 verse 39.
And if great millstone wasn't for beginners, then we wouldn't have the answers.
That's right. The proof is in the pudding.
Yeah, we would say, we ask these questions and we have these topics and we say we don't know. Meaning that we ain't got the food to eat.
Right, this is Deuteronomy chapter 32 and verse 39. See now that I, even I, am He, and there is no God with me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of mine hand. So that's how the Most High deals. He deals with both the good side and the bad side. But he's the Most High, so he's above both sides. See, the reason why we call the Most High is because he is exactly that. There's none higher than him. But the Most High doesn't have to ask for permission to do his will. Like, he doesn't have to say, well, you know, I'm thinking of causing a tsunami. Do you guys think that's okay? No, the Most High he gives the command, the angels execute it, but it will be on the right hand or on the left hand. So the Most High deals with all the issues. He's the ultimate puppet master, the ultimate chess player, the ultimate, what do you call it, movie director, or script writer. This is his...
Now, that's a good point. So that's a good point you made. The Lord doesn't ask, should I not? But what the Lord does do, he will hear out decisions on the best way to execute his plan. True. Because when it was in the heavens, and he said, I will be a lying spirit in the mouth, you had other angels giving their suggestions of what they'll do. And Lord was like, I like this one the most. But then if you want to go a step deeper than that, the Lord even programmed them to have that discussion and to have that opinion of what they would do if it was their option. This is why the Most High has to be fair, because your every blink of an eye and utterance of the mouth and conceptual thought of the mind was given by the Most High. You know?
What's that guy he asked the question? What's the question he asked? Is Great Millstone for beginners?
He said Great Millstone is a good camp. Along the lines of Great Millstone is a good camp, but they're not good for beginners.
Well, I appreciate that. 1 Corinthians 12, right, this gives you a good idea. 1 Corinthians 12 and verses 27 says, now, they are the body of Yahushua Mashiach, the members in particular, right? And God have set some in the church, first apostles, secondary prophets, thirdly teachers, after that miracles, then gifts of healing, helps, governments, diversity of tongues. Are all apostles? Are all prophets? Are all teachers? Are all workers of miracles? Right? All of them have got questions after that. Are all apostles? Are all prophets? Are all teachers? Are all workers of miracles? Have all the gifts of healing? Question. Do all speak with tongues? Question. Do all interpret? Right. Question. But covet earnestly the best gifts, and yet show I unto you a more excellent way. Yeah. That's thrown out to you. Question. Now, these are good questions.
But as you said this, man, is that I did a video on this yesterday, and if you think, like we do martial arts, we have different classes in the dojo. You can have the beginners class 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Then you have the intermediate class 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Then you have the expert class 9 to 10. If you know you're a beginner, what class are you going to attend? What time are you going to get to the dojo? If you're a beginner and you go to the dojo at 9 o'clock and you stand up in the line with experts, you're going to get lost because you're in the wrong session. You need to go to the right session at the right time. So that guy's issue, they said, we're not getting on you because the question was asked or the comment was posted in good spirits. But all we're saying is that you're watching the wrong content, man. Alright, don't start watching videos on Daniel 8 and Revelation 19 and all this stuff when you should be learning about perhaps Matthew 1. You know, that, and you know, come on, man. You gotta position yourself in the right space, man. You know, you gotta put yourself in the right position to get the most out of this thing, man. The most you can get, man. You know?
Yeah, but I'm just add to what you're saying. He says, earnestly, says, but ye covet earnestly the best gift, and show unto you a more excellent way. So that's a goal, right? That's a goal when you first come to the truth, right? Now some people just want to just bang, slap that bang in the middle, throw me in the deep end. I don't know about this room yet. You be careful what you ask for, man.
Right, this is 1 Peter 2 verse 2. As newborn babes, desire the sincere milk of the word that ye may grow thereby. Beautiful. See, let's break that down because they might not understand what we mean by milk. But the scriptures liken unto food. And like, for example, if you're first coming into this truth, you're considered a newborn baby in the spirit. So just as in real life, if you have a little baby that's like maybe a matter of days old, you're not going to give that baby fucking I don't know, burgers and chips or something like that. The baby will choke and it will die, because it can't process or digest that kind of food. The baby needs to have milk, which is more age appropriate to them. Even with this truth, when you're watching lessons from men of GMS, it would be wise to watch age-appropriate content. Like the brother said, if you're looking at breakdowns on Revelation 18 or even Revelation 15 or 13, and you're not getting a sincere foundations of, okay, so who are we as so-called black people? Who are we really according to the Bible? Who is Yahweh Shai? Who is Yahweh? Yeah, so you understand those basic foundations and build from there. Trying to get into deep breakdowns too soon will only be like trying to eat meat that's not age appropriate. So you've got to be cognizant of your level of listening. Like my brother said, if you're doing martial arts, you walk into the experts class, you're going to get your ass handed to you.
Realistic.
Yeah.
And truthful to yourself. Some people, they try and lie to themselves.
Yeah, take it slow, man. This isn't a race. The Most High's dealing with you, will deal with you, and he will lead you into everything you need to know. It's not like, oh, I've got to learn everything in 2 days. You're not going to learn everything in 2 days.
You want to copy the Bible, crash course in the scriptures. That doesn't work.
Thousands of years of history you want to interpret in a couple of days.
1 week, like you start on Monday, and then by next week Monday, you're out, I know everything.
Yeah, I've heard people like that. I've heard people like that. I've heard people say things like, oh yeah, well, I sat down and I tried to read the Bible in a week, and I read it. And then they always start talking some scoffing. Like they might have read it, but they didn't understand the word that was in it because it wasn't for them. So you've got to take the time with this thing.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that person no longer with us. I'm overseeing, you know.
Overseeing this, you know.
Right, and I literally went up to the elder, but I said, you know what? I just laughed it off and I just said, all right then. I said to myself, all right, fuck, leave you. And I laughed it off. He just wanted, what he really wanted was a back and forth. You know? But all right, be overseer then. Go and jump in the lake with a big log, with a log.
Yeah. That's crazy, bro. But that's another point, right? Talking about the scriptures, my son, if you come to serve the Lord, let's get that.
Temptation.
A lot of scriptural understanding comes through trials and tribulation.
That's a good point.
You can read a scripture and like you get the, I always say this, you can get the idea of it, yeah, but to really understand certain scriptures, you have to go, and you would think they're not related. What is my trials and tribulations and my hardships, you know, demons fucking with me or this, that, what does that have to do with understanding this? Yeah, when you go for it, then you'll see.
Here we go. This is Surah chapter 2, verse 1. My son, thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation. Set thine heart aright, and constantly endure.
And that's the thing. To grow spiritually, you have to get fucked. It's just what it is. Like, that's what it is. You just, to grow spiritually, you have to get fucked in the end.
Well, look what happened to Jacob. He had to get roughed up by the angel.
Yeah, by the angel.
And it was about that life. That's what the beautiful thing about it.
Yahweh Shai had to go on the cross to receive the glory.
To be able to lose the seals.
To lose the seals, he can't go, oh, well, I'm just doing it. No, you have to go on the cross, bro. You know, come on, man. You got to go through something to get something.
That's right.
You know, and it's just the universal truth. All right, to grow spiritually, you have to get fucked.
You know when I learned the Hebrew, let me just say this about it. I learned the Hebrew, I might have to keep saying it, right? It's like the angel has, he said, yeah, I said I can't learn that. The angel said, can't you? Bam!
Yeah.
I'll fucking learn it.
Yeah.
And I learned it. Yeah. It fucking pains in my body.
Yeah, exactly. Let's make you sick, and then you can see how much you remember. You know, it happens, man.
Right. Once again, Surah 2 and 1. My son, if thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation. Set thine heart aright and constantly endure.
And that's how you know, like, when we say it humbly, but that's how you're about to reach a level of breakthrough when you reach like a whole new level of health. When you reach a whole new, and that could be mental, man. Like sometimes, like the demons, they just come stronger, and you think you're bugging out. You know, like spirits actually talking to you, like, you sure about this Israel? Sure. You know. But what if there's an alternative? You know. What if you can make it through like Christianity?
It's always that persuasive
like,
tone, you know, like
the demons come in your head, you gotta actually battle them. Fuck that. That's the demon, bro. I gotta just say, you know, well, what about Islam? You know, all kind of crap. Demons, they be trying it. And sometimes the demons know they're gonna lose. And sometimes they actually feel like they have a crack at it. Like if they persuade you hard enough, you're gonna call one of the brothers. You know, bro, man, I ain't sure. So I might not come back next week. You know, that's what the demons want. But you know it. It could be in the shower, it could be in the bed when you're tossing and turning. Sure,
that's the spiritual warfare.
You know,
beginning to try and hit people, and then go back to our everyday life and we battle our family or whoever else. But really, the major enemy that each brother has to face is the demon that's talking to them in their ear. Trying to put seeds of doubt, like, you know, what if you're not to be elected? You know, are you really chosen? And do you really, you know, is the Lord really dealing with you? That's the biggest one, actually. Is the Lord dealing with you? That's the one that sometimes you mind you think, please Lord, that's a spirit from me. But you've got to have faith, man, because what did the scripture say? The Lord is, they that come to the Lord must believe that He is, and He's a rewarder of them that diligently seek Him. So when you take a look around and you ask yourself, are these people
12 minutes.
seeking the Lord? You'll find that the answer is no. But then when you look at the men of, not to just pick up GMS, but the men of GMS who teach the same doctrine, they're putting up the videos constantly and diligently seeking. It's like you can't look at, like, if you go to the Christian church, how many of them are putting up videos on a daily basis? If you look at GMS, like, one brother might do a video today, another brother does a video 10 minutes later.
I was ready for combat, right? You see, a man will do something, and I saw it the other day. I was ready for combat, ready, you know. But the spirit was alright. The spirit, the music played that alright. Yeah, you know, distracting. And I like the way the brothers kept one eye on him.
yeah, I was never gonna.
Yeah, bro.
That's Satan. But you were saying about brothers that do videos.
Yeah. So one brother might do a video now, another brother does a video 10 minutes later, another brother does a video two minutes after that. So when you look at your subscription feed, like, I can't watch all of the videos that are being put out. No way in hell. There's just too much. Like, GMS have flooded this internet. So when you sit down and you ask yourself, well, hang on a minute, who are the people who are really adhering to the word of the Lord? Who are the people who are doing what we're commanded to do, which is cry loud, spare not? Who are the men that are really doing this? Like, if you look at these churches, they're not really doing that. Like, this is Saturday. Most people who go to church, they're out freaking out and having a good time on a Saturday. It's only tomorrow that they're going to wake up, put on a nice white dress, the big white hat, go up there to the Christian church and sit down and wave their fan in their face and be like, praise Jesus.
Praise the church, huh?
Yeah, we all went to church, man. You got the fan.
When I was younger.
They got the hat. The woman got the hat and the fan
And the biggest Bible they can find under the arm.
You know, yes, sister. How you doing, sister? You know,
And every other sentence, praise Jesus.
praise Jesus, praise God, hallelujah.
Then some pastor comes out with a clean shaven head, a baby smooth face, and he's preaching up there. Nobody in the congregation is sitting there thinking, hang on a minute. The scriptures say that a man's not supposed to mar the corners of his beard, which is another basic, simplest thing, right? Let's talk about some basic rules, right? A man shall not mar the corner of his beard, now nor around the corners of his head. So this is another thing. A lot of Jake go to the barber shop, they get a skin fade, they get lined up. Those are all customs of the heathen. We're not supposed to be doing that. Just if you've got a haircut, just have a simple cut. You don't need to fade yourself out or line yourself up, because the scriptures say, why trimmest thou me to seek love? You know, a lot of Jake are doing that because...
Well, let's talk about the hair thing, because that was a big controversy not too long ago, right? Some people saying you can't go barbers or you can't thing. No. Let's get that. Where's that? Is that Leviticus?
What the law in the head?
We're talking about our parents and whatever, that's in the scriptures, so let's do it. Yeah. And he talks about clothes, hair. That's it.
Right, this is Leviticus 19, verse 27. You shall not round the corners of your heads.
Let's go up a couple of verses because there's a lot to it.
This goes into the land Sabbath.
Right, just go straight to the point.
Alright, so. Alright, let me go one verse up. You shall not eat anything with blood. Right, that was established. You're not supposed to eat the meat with the blood in it. That's in Genesis 9. Neither shall you use enchantments, nor observe times.
Yeah, that's getting into witchcraft and all that stuff.
You shall not round the corners of your heads, neither shall thou mar the corners of thy beard.
So that's when you go to the barber, because the scriptures do speak about a barber's razor. That's one of the oldest professions. So you can't go to the barbers, you can't cut your hair, alright? But what it's talking about is that finishing touch. Where they straighten up this bit, or they go round, and they do the back, and they do the same for the beard. And then they bring it round from what they call the sideburns at the high end of the beard, and they'll shave it all nicely, and the moustache is all. That's what it means. That's an Egyptian custom. All right. So it says don't do that. So when you cut your hair, you can cut your hair all the way down to like a zero. What we know is like a 0.5, which is very, very low. All right. You can cut your hair to there, or you can grow your hair up to an afro within reason. Now, if you decide to plait your afro, you can plait it. But if the braid comes like below the shoulder, then it's too long. So you have to pull your hair. You can cut it a bit so that the braid isn't as long, or the afro isn't as huge. But you can go from all the way from a 0.5, which is hardly anything on your head at all, but a little bit, all the way to an afro and braid it if you want. Okay. Now, when you cut your hair, you can cut the sides a little bit lower than the top, but it can't be a skin fade. That's the difference. Because certain brothers say, you see, boy, it has to. No. The apostles confirmed that. There's a difference between a skin fade and having a little less on the sides and a little more on the top. Yeah. Now, even when you do that, forget haircut, right? Naturally, the way the Lord made Jakes is that we always have more hair on the top anyway. Yeah. So if you follow that pattern, you're following the natural genetics of man. Not your whole head ain't always this. Now, if you grow your hair out, it may appear like that. But when you cut your hair naturally, there's always more on the top than there is on the sides. So if you cut the sides a little bit lower than the top, that's fine. But then when you actually skin fade it all the way down to where it's bald, that's off. And then if you line it up, let's say with your beard, that's off. Yeah. Now, with the moustache, because there's a guy that's not around anymore that he comes to me in the camp, and he had a problem with that. If your moustache starts growing into your mouth, can you trim certain hairs off so that it don't go in your mouth? Of course, maybe I should. That's just hygienic. Yeah. But in terms of shaving the moustache and taking it off and removing it like Muslims do, they remove all of this and then leave the beard. Looking like some fucking monkey shit. Yeah. That's off, man. But can you, like, for example, even myself, it happens with all of us. When it grows and it comes into your mouth,
trim it off, because that's annoying, and it goes.
Annoying,
yeah.
But all of this that's considered a beard, so you still keep a moustache. Yeah. You still keep a beard which you don't line up. And you keep your hair on your head, man. There you go. That's it on haircut. Now the scriptures speak about boldness, because you've got men that are forehead bald. Let's tap that in on YouTube. Find it. Type of forehead bald, because you've got different hairlines. See, being a priest, you actually have to be very observant. You've got brothers with straight hairlines, you've got brothers with the round hairline, you've got brothers with the M hairline, you've got brothers with the straight hairline and it cuts out and it comes back in again, and then you've got brothers where the front is gone but the sides are covered. The scriptures deal with that.
Sound like a barber, bro.
This is the law.
And looking at your line is lovely. You got a nice natural, and the Lord did that. You got a nice line there.
This is spirit. Every brother's line is lovely, man. So it's all by the Lord. Yeah, but for KJV, we will be in it. KJV. Forehead bone.
Do you want the scripture then?
Yeah, the scripture. You want the scripture?
On the ages, I said that on the ages. Right, Leviticus 13 and 41. Right, so let me get it in now, actually.
Because even back then, you had people looking at particular brothers. Oh, well, his hair's like this, so maybe something's wrong with him, or maybe he's doing it on purpose. No, that's just the way the Lord made it.
Yes.
You know, and they're not to be regarded as unclean. But you get it in the book. Like some brothers have the straight hairline going. Some brothers have the M thing going. You could say there's guys in IUIC that push their hairline back to actually make it like the M thing, you know, or the round thing.
That's a good observation, you know.
You know, so it's like, hold on a second, you're actually doing it on purpose. So that's where it's wrong. But if it's a natural thing, then it's cool.
This is Leviticus 13 verse 41. And he that have his hair fallen off from this part of his head.
And again, back to the basics. Once again, the appearance, man. But more on a deeper level, the priesthood. It's about observing people, observing situations. It's not only about judging things that happen. It's about actually being able to judge like appearances, man. Leprosy of the clothes, of the head, of the house. You know, the scriptures deal with everything, and that's under being a priest. So as well as knowing the scriptures and the breakdowns, you've got to actually be able to look at something and be like, that's wrong, or that's right, that's not lawful, or that is lawful. You know, so being a priest was a full-time job. You know?
Leviticus 13:41. And he that have his hair fallen off from the part of his head towards the face,
which is what? The forehead, toward the face.
He is forehead bald, yet he is clean.
So it's not a problem. You know, you could say he's unclean because that part of his hairline is gone. You know, or he's doing it on purpose. He's off. No, man, he's clean because that's just the way the Lord made his genetics. You know.
Quote the scripture again, Brother.
Leviticus 13:41. This is another verse. It says, "And if there be in the bald head, bald forehead, a white or reddish sore, it is a leprosy sprung up in his bald head or on his bald forehead. And then the priest shall look upon it, and behold, if the rising of the sore be white reddish in his bald head."
Meaning that if you've got a sore on your head and the top of it is white, it's called a white head. It's called a white head. Alright? And it's red and then the top of it is white, then it's a leprosy. Go on.
If the rising of the sore be red, white reddish in his bald head or on his forehead, as leprosy appeareth in the skin of his flesh, he is a leprous man, he is unclean. The priest shall pronounce him utterly unclean, his plague is in his head. May I say something? On this topic, if you ever go into, if you just, I suppose, look at Jake sometimes. I remember this when I was back in the world. Sometimes I go to the barber shop and see this. Oftentimes, the Most High puts a curse on Jake when they don't adhere to this law. They get what's called razor bumps.
Yes.
So if you look under their neck, like when they've been shaving off their beard, it's all like red and puffy and around the back. When you stop cutting your hair like that, you stop getting those ingrown hairs because Edomite hair out of the follicle it goes straight. But Jake's hair, so-called Southern Kingdom Jake hair, is curly. So when you cut it short like that, it tends to curl around in and of itself, and that's what causes those
it's growing into the skin, back into
there you
the skin.
go. So that in itself, like, does not even nature teach you that it's a shame for a man to have long hair? Even so, it's a shame for a man also to shave off his hair. Another scripture I made is when they call the righteous. The only reason why baldness is an issue is because of pride. Because in society they teach you, well, it's a shame for you to lose your hair and stuff. But no, man, it's the Lord. Yeah, well, and there's another thing
Hurry up.
on rain here as well. A lot of men use that.
No, I don't see.
When they dye their hair, they'll be in their 50s, 60s, walking around fully. Apostle Gabar done a video on it. What's that guy who done songs and Smokey Robinson? He's up in age now, but he's still trying to dye his hair, hold on to that youthful look that he had, because obviously he was considered what would be a sweet boy back in the day. You know, a lot of ladies like him, and he don't want to admit that he's going old. So he's still trying to fool people like this. But you know, another Jake who has actually embraced his age. If you look at Tom Jones,
Yeah.
he's completely grey, and he actually looks better than he did when he was
Yes,
young.
yeah.
Because when he was young, he used to shave his beard and it was kind of rubbish. Since he's gone grey and just gone natural, he looks more like a man. Right, so let me get that one.
And there is vanity. In the scripture talks about vanity. It says, along this flesh there does come vanity. So there is vanity. Like I still work on my six pack. Look how I am.
No, that's keeping yourself in shape, though, isn't it?
Vanity, but at the end of the day, I want to be healthy.
Yeah.
You know? Go on.
Alright, so this is 2 Kings 2 verse 23. He's talking about Elisha. And he went up from thence unto Bethel, and he was going up by the way, and there came forth little children.
Actually, drop that. Drop the one where
What, brother?
where Paul invoked the Nazarite vow.
Oh, okay.
Let's get that. Because we're talking about making boldness, but we didn't. There's one more point. We didn't make boldness. Nazarite. There's only one circumstance in the scriptures where you're allowed to make yourself bold.
Yes.
And that's when you break the Nazarite vow.
Do you want it in the New Testament or I've got one in
Get it in the New Testament.
Right, so I've got it in the Old
So
Testament.
you get that one first.
Right, this is Numbers 6. I'm not sure if it's directed to the point, so I'll be clear. Right, so and Numbers 6 verse 1. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, when either man or woman shall separate themselves to vow a vow of a Nazarite, to separate themselves unto Yahweh, he shall separate himself from wine and strong drink. He shall drink no vinegar.
Hold on.
You alright? Verse 5, and all the days of the vow of his separation there shall no razor come upon his head, until the days be fulfilled in the which he separated himself unto Yahweh. He shall be holy, and he shall let the locks of the hair of his head grow. All the days that he separated himself unto Yahweh, he shall not come at a dead body. That's it. Right, do you want to paraphrase it in the characters in the New Testament?
Just type in breaks. But the point is on that anyway. When you break the Nazarite vow, not only do you have to shave completely all the hair humanly possible off your head, you've got to shave all the hair off your arms, off your legs, off your stomach, eyebrows, beard, the moustache. And that's another thing. All you guys talking about, I'm keeping the Nazarite vow so that you can grow dreadlocks.
You know, it's a pity that Alazar's not here right now.
Yeah, well, you know, when you have to break it, you don't have to break it every year to keep the Passover. You have to drink the young, you have to drink the wine. There you go. So are you willing to shave and walk around on the street with no eyebrows, no beard, no hair? You know? So you can't take mockery out of the laws that the Lord gave. Because when it's time to honor them and to fulfill them and to finish them, there's certain things that have to be done.
They shouldn't mock the Law either, because the most I can strike you with that is called alopecia.
It can take away your hair.
And I've seen that happen. Someone no hair, no eyebrows, just
Nothing.
beard. And that's not that is a curse.
In the Google it said Acts 18:18, but this isn't bringing it up. Check it.
What is it doing that?
Paul breaking the Nazarite vow. This is Acts 18:18. Bible. And I'm reading it. That's the same thing about the Nazarite vow. Bear with me. Keep talking. I'll try and find it.
That's what they do.
I'll look for it.
But yeah, anyways, it's just a side point we're making. We're not, labeling the point of the Nazarite vow, but, about a person.
Oh, yeah. It is it. That's it. Well, Acts 18 verse 18. And Paul, after he tarried there yet a good while, and then he took his leave of the brethren and sallied thence towards Syria, and with him Priscilla and Aquila, having shorn his head with Caesarea, saying that right, Caesarea, for he had a vow.
And that vow was what? The Nazarite vow. Which was not to come at a dead body, not to drink of, to eat or drink of the vine, you know. And then once it's done, you've got to shave all your hairs, you know. So that, like I said, that's just the side point we're talking about. Getting back into it was in Leviticus talking about the hair.
Yeah, 19.
You know.
From around the shall I bring in Elisha?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So all of this, talking about you know, the basics in the beginning, all of these things. You know, if you were shaving off your beard, another thing with the beard, can you shave your beard down? You can. But you can't shave it off.
You can trim it down.
You could trim it down.
You know, that's allowed. Certain guys, and that's happened in the past. It's two in the week, they don't even hair anymore. But it's like, certain guys we know, it's like you get a haircut, and it's like, you know, I think that brother's losing the spirit because you got a haircut. Bro, you're just
You're
stiff.
losing the spirit.
You're just stiff. Like, bro, brothers can change their hairstyle if they want. If it's lawful, you do what you want.
As long as you're not breaking the law.
No breaking the law.
And now, can I just add to this this notion or this comment which was posted of how GMS doesn't do basics and so we try to put in the rule.
That's what we're teaching about right now.
Yeah.
That's the whole
Okay,
topic.
okay, that's beautiful.
I don't have it. Go on.
Can
What I was saying was this.
Can we see Ella? Can we see are we all in the camera?
I got it.
Yeah, it's like when you think about it, man, anything you get into in this world, any world, just life in general, you have to be a beginner. It's nothing wrong with it. How you think we learn with you? You have to begin somewhere, right? So I want you to get someone get Isaiah 28 and verse 9. Because I did watch the live show. Brothers on before say he said it in good spirit. But at the end of the day, we do to a degree take offense to that because it's like, we have basic videos that we do in basic scriptures. And the reason why we take offense to it because at the end of the day, we expect whoever comes into this faith to learn what we're teaching so that individual can benefit. And yeah, we go into deep breakdowns and yeah, we can touch on the history side of things and all that extra stuff. But the most important thing to a beginner is learning the basics. Because if you don't learn the basics, then you won't get the understanding that you want. The steps, everything has steps to it. It's levels to it.
Isaiah 28 and verse 9. Whom shall he teach knowledge, and whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and are drawn from the breasts.
Yeah, because you can't just come into the faith and learn the deep breakdowns. Like you gotta start with the basics, man. You gotta get what's the name of the Lord? What's the color of the Lord? How did he look? What else, man? Who is Jacob and what tribe did the Lord come from? Who is Abraham? Like these are basic things you need to know about. Your ancestors, knowing that you're an Israelite, what tribe you came from. These are the basics. But even though these are basic things, but these are actually have a big impact. So you never knock down the basics. Yeah, we get into deep breakdowns because we have a passion for this thing. But the basics are very impactful too.
I was just thinking about something. In any discipline, like let's say you're a really amazing guitarist, right? Mm-hmm. Someone could listen to that guitarist and be like, wow, he's playing such incredible things. But when you actually break down what he's doing, it's a lot of very, very basic things being done very, very well.
Yeah.
For example, knowledge of scales, modes, triads, chords, all those basic things which may seem boring, but the person who's doing it very well has had a very good command of those very basic things to the point where it looks like he's doing something very high level and advanced. So it is with these scriptures. We all started with, as the elder said, the beginnings. Like, okay, so who are we? Who's the Most High? What's his name? What's his son's name? Who did he come to save? All these basic precepts upon precept, you gradually keep growing and growing to the point where you become well versed in the scriptures.
Yeah, because what it is, man, like we live in a time period where people expect to do something, or they expect something good to come quickly. Nothing happens like that. Like everything takes its time. If you look at how the trees grow, it takes a lot of time for it to be the size of it is. the tree that just popped out of nowhere and just became this gigantic tree. It took a lot of time, years even. Right? So you got some trees that are like 100 years old. But the 100-year-old tree, the reason why it's so big, because it took that time for it to grow like that.
And because it's well rooted.
Yeah, and it's well rooted in time. So everything that has its time going on.
Yeah, in Siberia and in certain places of Australia, like the Amazon River, Amazon, you got trees that are around 1,000 years, 900 years.
Yeah.
Right? Trees like that. So, as you say, their roots, the root alone is bigger than just like a standard tree. Like
Exactly,
just
it's the same size. Yeah. That's what makes the tree strong. It's like, for example, even when you want to become strong, what? You have to go through, and I'm not just talking about lifting weights, I'm talking about going to universities of life. When you go to the universities of life, continually over time, you become what? Mentally strong. You become what? What is it? Durable, the term durable. Right? So that all comes in time. So in GMS, we embrace basics. Read that again, brother.
Yeah, this is once again Isaiah 28 verse 9. Whom shall he teach knowledge, and whom shall he make to understand?
And today what I wanted to do is get into Ezekiel 31, which is a very unbasic thing. But for the sake of this topic, we're gonna touch on the basic scriptures, man. Because the basic scriptures are just as powerful as the scriptures that are not so basic. Go on, brother.
Whom shall he teach knowledge, and whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and are drawn from the breasts.
Just like when you have a baby, man. You can't just give the baby a full steak and expect the baby to eat a full steak. No, because it's got no calcium to it. It's got no teeth. So how can it chew the steak or even some chicken? Right? Even look at chicken as a softer kind of meat. Baby can't chew on that.
You never heard of baby floss, have you? Baby floss. You never heard about that?
You ain't heard about that.
Never. They can't floss.
They ain't got no teeth to do it. So everything takes time, man. You have to grow. You have to be a baby in this thing, and then you become a full-grown man eventually as time progresses. Like for example, all of us, if you can, brother, give me somebody. Some brothers get some scriptures on what about Nicodemus, about being born again.
Oh yeah.
Yes, please get me that. Because when we came into the truth, we had to throw away everything which is what we were taught of the world to receive this knowledge, because this knowledge is so ginormous that the knowledge of the world has to go. Exactly.
Let me get a basic one here, Elder. Ecclesiastes 3 verse 1, and read a couple of verses. To everything there is a season and a time to every it says everything, you know. To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven.
Yeah.
A time to be born, a time to die, a time to plant, and a time to pluck up that which is planted, a time to kill, and a time to heal, and a time to break down, and a time to build up.
Yeah, so in other words, everything happens in its due time.
Right.
It's like, for example, you may want to get someone back because of what they did wrong to you, right? And you're expecting that judgment to happen to them right now. But the Lord knows what he's doing. There's going to come a time where he will get judged. Just like us, we hasten things.
Right.
This society's destroyed. I mean, this whole entire week has just been very weird to me, man. I've had a weird week this week, right? You know, just some demonic shit, man. This was just going on in my world, you know? But, you know, in that week, man, I was just like contemplating myself, like, Lord, when are we going to get out of this mess, man?
Beautiful, Elder. Beautiful.
Like, when is it going to be the time where we can just live? We can just, you know, be free from all of this nonsense. That's what I was thinking all week. Yeah, there you go. We have our rest. But at the end of the day, even that happens in time. There's going to be a time. There's a time for everything. As you just read, brother, there's a time for everything under the sun. And it's just for us to suffer that. We have to be patient and suffer that. You know? So that's even a basic thing. But that's power. There's power in what we're talking about. Based on, you know, when things happen in time. Go on. Yeah. Nicodemus, come, yeah.
Right, this is the book of John, chapter 3, and 1. There was a man of the Pharisees named Nicodemus, a ruler of the Jews. The same came to Yahushua by night and said unto him, Rabbi, we know that thou art a teacher, come from the Most High. For no man can do these miracles that thou doest, except the Most High be with him. Yahushua answered and said unto him, Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born again,
Caleb.
he cannot see the kingdom
Yeah.
of the Most High.
Yeah, so Nicodemus, you seen the chariot?
Yeah, that is a chariot.
That's a big one. That's a big one. That's a nice big one.
That's a chariot, man.
Big one.
Yeah, that's actually quite big, yeah, it's all along. At the end of the day, actually goes into it. Actually, no, you can continue to read on, because Nicodemus didn't understand what he was saying.
Yeah. So, verse 5, Yahushua answered, Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born of water and of the Spirit. No, I jumped it. Verse 3, Yahushua answered and said unto him, Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born again.
So now you have to come back. Girl was a an infant, and experience life again, and learn of what life you're experiencing again. Yeah, so it's the same thing with us. We have to put aside everything in the world so that we can come back and learn about what life is all about. What is the life that we're learning of Yahushua, so that we can then receive life everlasting. So it took for us to start from the ground on up, again, with this truth. So again, you have to know the basics. It's okay to be a beginner learning the basics. We were all beginners. Go on, brother.
Hebrews 5 and 30 says, For everyone that
I was
is
thinking about that too.
useful, milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness.
Right.
He is a babe.
Exactly. Anyone that is known of the milk, the basic scriptures, that is unskilled. So there's going to be a time in the beginning stages that you're going to be unskilled. All right, you're going to be a beginner, and you're going to be an amateur, and then eventually you'll become a professional. So there's different this levels, the stages to everything that you do. You know, so it's nothing wrong with that. But I understand what the guy was saying, because it's like Apostle Hall. You know, just to be real, he did say that GMS is not an entry level camp, something to that equivalent. You know,
B level.
Which is true.
We're not B level. Because other camps are B level.
Yeah, like entry level camps,
Yeah,
which is
entry-level,
true.
B-level.
So you know, I kind of got what he was saying on that.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you know, we at GMS, we do embrace the basics as well. We do also teach the basics. And when you really look at the basic scriptures, they're powerful scriptures, man. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, once you learn the basic scriptures, then, you know, you pretty much get the full understanding of what you're involved in to a higher degree than if you were to just jump from the basics and get into the deep. It's like swimming, man. I mean, how you gonna swim in the deep end, but you can't swim in the surface? You gotta learn to swim in the surface first.
Can I say something about this truth, right? That we all know, we've experienced. The Holy Spirit, you see, when we follow the Holy Spirit, it puts you into certain places at a certain time, you know, right? Eventually, you'd have found out that you could have gone on GMS and typed in the basics.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Or like your channel's called what? Basic wisdom?
basic wisdom, yeah? Because the basic, you see? This is all spiritual.
Add to that, elder. Because really, when you look at the elders, sometimes it's very strategic, because I saw a fight the other day. Right? I know I talked about fight, but this is a lesson that I learned.
Yeah.
Why did Floyd Mayweather struggle with the drunken master, right? Which was his name was Emmanuel Augustus. When you ask Floyd up to this very day, who's the hardest fight you had? He said Emmanuel Augustus. Right now, there's a lot to talk about, but the point is that how he worked him out, how he ended up beating him, he took it.
To a degree, you gotta fight his level of style and master, and you know, outfight him in that style, so to speak.
Can't. I've got to push that. But
It's like martial arts.
Yeah.
If I'm correct. Go on, bro.
To them that are full of age, even those who by reason of use have the essential exercise concern of good and evil.
Yeah, so there comes a time when you become great in stature, and I mean that, like, you know, in this truth. What I should say is another way. You become more mature in this truth, and you become more knowledgeable, so knowledgeable to the point that you have the knowledge of knowing the hard scriptures, which is hard to break down. Okay, but when someone comes up, they want to learn this truth. You can't go to the book of Revelations and go and bring out them hard scriptures, because he's already lost his identity. He's already in that beginning stages, so you don't need to be hitting them smacking them upside the head with the book of Revelations. Or,
That's what I'm trying to say. Yo. That's what I'm trying to say.
and also reading certain books in your pocket and all that. You know,
Yeah, man, you can't need to know.
Yeah, because he needs to know the basics. What's going on with this? What are y'all all about? Go on, brother.
This is Luke 11 verse 9.
Mm-hmm.
And I say unto you, ask and it shall be given you.
Woo.
Seek and ye shall knock and it shall be opened unto you. For everyone that asketh receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh it shall be opened.
Wow.
Right, to him. You want to go into that, brother? Go into that.
Right, what? We brought this out before in the
Speak about finish your old topic.
we brought this scripture out in another gospel. This is just a different way of saying the same thing. But basically, the way the Lord set it up, it's set up to where a lot of the camps put up video, a lot of the men in GMS put up videos on YouTube, and YouTube has a search function. See, that wasn't by accident, it's the way the Most High wanted it. So if you put a question on a certain thing, like, who is Jacob? Or who are the Edomites? Type in the search engine,
You see?
and you might be provided with lessons from GMS which have already covered these topics, because the apostles have been on the internet since what, 2007?
2007, yeah.
So we're in 2022. What's
That's
that?
15 years, right there.
15 years worth of knowledge, of wisdom at your fingertips, man. And now's the time to get it, because there's going to come a time where you're going to seek this truth.
Talk the
early.
truth, brother.
You're going to seek this truth
Oh,
early
that's
and not be
heavy.
able to find
That
it.
is heavy.
But that's kind of like the way this world is. Like, anything that's fashionable, it's like everybody jumps on it and then it goes out of fashion. This truth right now, it's not fashionable, but it's going to become fashionable. And when everybody jumps on it, you're not going to be able to find it. So now's the time to get the knowledge and wisdom that you might be lacking in.
Yeah, so I mean that's pretty much the deal, man. Kind of got distracted because we came across like a very simple-minded individual, man. Because sometimes, like when you're in the spirit, you can just see people, man, for what they really are, really spirits, So we kind of got lost into that, but yeah, at the end of the day, you have to start something. And like I said, we at the Great Millstone, we embrace the basics, because the basics is where it's at. You know what I'm saying? Like, even sometimes, well, not sometimes, most of the times, the scriptures that we read are like mid-basic. It can be complicated to a degree, but it's mid-basic. Because you want to bring the point home more effectively. But the way you do that, you got to go back to the basics. And what I realized about the average person is very basic. That's why you call them basic average people. People that's watching us, they're not really, I'm not saying all, but some of the people that's watching us, they're watching us to learn of this truth. But how many more people are watching to learn of this truth then? It's very few people. Most people are just watching for the sake of entertainment, because they're basic people. And a lot of the times, people don't really want to elevate their state of mind. A lot of the times, people just want to be on a basic level because it's comfortable to them. Hence, you have the term, ignorance is bliss. Right? So you got some people that can bear being very knowledgeable, and you got those that just don't want to be knowledgeable because they can't bear it. So they just put it all aside and just live their life on a basic level. Like the average person you see walking up and down the street, they're all basic people. You can't expect a whole lot from average people. Only a very few though. Go on, brother. Actually, I'm done. I'm gonna let this brother come back in and finish this thing, and then we'll move forward. It's up to you.
Therefore speak to them in parables, because they see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand. Question was, why was I'll let it speak. And of Isaiah, which saith, by hearing ye shall hear, and shall not understand, and seeing ye shall see, and shall not persevere or proceed.
Yeah, so like your brother. So the only reason why Yahweh Shai made a statement to his disciples, he said, look, because the disciples were inquiring, like, how come you're speaking unto these people unto parables? So Yahweh Shai just basically told them that, look, it's not for these people to receive it, but only to you to receive it, the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven. Okay, so in a sense, like, the Lord already knew that the majority of the people wasn't going to receive this holy information. because this information is only for the holy men of the Lord, which the term holy means separate. So in order for you to receive this truth, you have to have already been a separate spirit aside them other spirits. People are very simple when it comes towards this truth, because the Lord don't want everybody to get it. It's all about the elect. It's all about that's why you have the term in the scriptures called the first fruits. It's all about them, because they're going to be the ones that's going to basically lead over the people and rule the next world. You can't have everybody ruling at the same time. You have to have a very few people that's going to set that standard. And Yahweh Shai already, or the Lord, I was saying, somebody get me, what is it? I think it's in Matthew 7. And Yahweh Shai said that these are the men that died that you have given me.
John 17.
John 17.
Nice, Brother Caleb. Nice.
Somebody get me that. So there you go, man. I mean, it's all about the elect. So the elect come in, and he's on a basic level. There's nothing wrong with being basic. Like people that look down on the basics, they're not very wise. Because it's not about being first, this upstanding teacher. Like you have to go through the ups and downs to be that teacher, so you can appreciate being that teacher. And know and understand thoroughly what you're teaching about and what you're involved in. That's the reason why you have to go through the basics. Even in every sport, you have to go through the basics. So that you know exactly what you're involved in and you appreciate your level. And you use wisdom, and then eventually you teach other people. You don't just become skilled because it's for your own self-ego. No, it's so that eventually later on you can use those skills to show other people that are on a basic level, this is how it's done. So you're basically teaching other people. So when you become a top teacher, you're there to teach other people. Go on now.
John 17, starting at verse 5. And now, O Father, glorify thou me with thine own self, glory which I had with thee before the world was. I have manifested thy name unto the men which thou gavest me out of the world. Thine they were, and thou hast given them me.
Right, and thine they were, meaning you were of the Most High from the beginning. Okay, go on.
And they have kept thy word. Now they have known all things whatsoever thou hast given me.
This is why we recognize the word. When we first heard the word, we recognized it. It was personal to us at this time, to the point where we wanted to learn more about this information, and more so. Now we become teachers. Why? Because we were already chosen by the Most High before we became chosen in the physical. That's why the average person look at us like we're crazy. We're spectacle, because they don't understand that we represent we're the elect of God. They don't understand it. They can't grasp it. And that's okay, because they're not meant to. It's human nature. It's like when you look at during the time of when Noah was on the scene. When Noah was on the scene giving it loads in his time, right? People looked at him like he was crazy. He was a bug out. Not realizing that eventually what he said came to pass. Right? Because people can't, like, when people see us, it's like they're seeing so-called black men with robes on, and they can't really put it together. Like, who are these guys? Are these guys Muslims, or who are these men? Because our presence and what we represent is so high above their realm, they can't understand it. They don't get it.
I've got something to back up, Elder, right? Revelations 22, verse 11.
And I don't cut you.
No, go on, brother. Go on.
Scriptures on my mind.
Yes, before it goes.
Wisdom is too high
For
we represent the wisdom of the Most High. That's why when people look at us, it just goes over their head. They can't understand it.
And there's a reason for this. I got this here in the spirit. Revelations 22, verse 11. He that is unjust, let him be unjust still. And he that is filthy, let him be filthy still. And he that is righteous, let him be righteous still. And he that is holy, let him be holy still. And behold, I come quickly. My reward is with me, to give every man according as his work shall be. And it's the Lord that set up all this, you know. So if the Lord set it for you to be unholy, you're going to be unholy. If you're going to be filthy, you're going to be filthy.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it goes, man. So I mean, like, you know,
yeah.
We don't listen, man. Like, I want to just say it like this, because you got Israelite camps out there that's like thinking that they can just wake everybody up.
No, no, you can't. No.
Unless the law sanctions them to be woken up. That's how that goes. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you guys out there, man, and this is, and I'm going to say this too. A lot of these Israelite camps, I'm not saying this to make fun of being basic, but these guys are basic entry level Israelites for real. Because you can't be a basic guy forever. You have to grow. You have to understand, okay, all right, yeah, I wanted to be this way, but you gotta understand that this is the way that it really is. You gotta grow and mature. It's about growth and elevation. Go on, brother.
This is in Matthew 13:50 says, "For this people's heart is waxed gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eyes they have closed, lest at any time they should see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and should understand with their heart."
Right. And that's another thing too, Salaki, brother. I just have to come in there. And that's another thing you gotta always think about too. Or it's not another thing. I'm speaking about the same thing. But what I'm saying is the Lord closes the eyes. That's what that's all about. Like, guys are reading the scriptures, but it seems like they reading over a scripture, or they reading over certain scriptures. It tells you right there. Read that again, bro.
Yeah. For this people's heart is waxed gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eyes they have closed, lest at any time they should see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and should understand with their heart, and should be converted.
And this is the point, and should be converted. Go on.
And I should heal them.
And I should heal them. So you are healed by knowing this knowledge. But it's up to the Lord as it reads. Let's continue on.
But in 16 now, but blessed are your ears, for you see, and your ears for they hear.
Right. Why? Because the Lord opened the eyes. He's the one that quickens the spirit. You see. This is why the dude that we was talking about 2 weeks ago, that was amongst the camp, he was saying, well, I never really could see that Abba Bivens is highly likely Elijah. The reason why he couldn't see it because the Lord made sure that his hair was dull of hearing, and his eyes were close to that. You could come into the truth and your eyes will still be closed to a lot of shit.
Oh, scary, man.
And that's the scary thing about it.
Scary, man.
But is it really his fault? Not necessarily. It's really the Lord. Because the Lord, he highly likely not to be elect. I mean, me personally, I would like him to be saved because he's like a cool brother, but it's not up to me. Okay? It's up to the Heavenly Father, Yahweh Bashmal Shah, whether he decides to open your eyes or not. Because you can know you're an Israelite, but do you actually see the scriptures? Do you actually see and comprehend what this whole gathering is all about eventually? And if you can't see that, then the Lord ain't really dealing with you, man. You have to see it. It's not about knowing the basic part of it, but coming to grips with knowing more on a deeper level as to what you're involved in later on.
That's the fearful thing. It's a fearful thing to fall into the hand of the Lord, man. Because people take the piss out of you, man. Like, your name means light, but then you can't see it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
That's it. Oh yeah, right. That's his name.
His name means light, but you just can't see it.
You just couldn't see it or walk. Come on, man. Go on, brother.
17. For verily I say unto you that many prophets and righteous men have desired to see those things which ye see,
That's heavy.
And have not seen.
I tell you what, brother.
Seen them.
That's
look
heavy.
up the word "see" because I looked it up before, and there's some golden nuggets in that, man. Yeah, someone go into the Google and look it up.
What verse are you reading?
Matthew 13 and 17.
Okay.
17.
13 and 17.
Chapter 13, verse 17.
Carry on.
Not seeing them, and to hear those things which you hear and have not heard them. Hear ye therefore the parable of the sower, and goes into the deep parable.
Exactly. Just like what Yahweh Shai said, going back to what he was saying. He told the disciples, look, this is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom, but unto them it is not given. So it wasn't given to certain people, man. Like you could come into the truth, learn the scriptures, man, on a general level, but on a spiritual level, do you believe in the scriptures? Because you can learn the scriptures and remember the scriptures, but do you actually believe in what it's reading?
Yeah.
That's the difference. Because that's when the gift of faith comes in now. So did the Lord give you the gift of faith to believe in what you're reading, that you remember in your mind? Go on, brother.
Now, because what Yamya said earlier on, sometimes the Most High have to put you through certain things,
Yeah.
which I've got a little testimony with the oil that I did. It's a ginger oil.
Yeah, I heard you.
Oh.
Live. Huh. We
So,
can talk about it.
when I came into the truth about a year in or 2 years in, I started to get into how to do the oils, right? Do anointing oils and how to do the healing oils. And I did it, I put it in the fridge and then I forgot all about it, never appreciated nothing. But then now, when I took it out now, about a week or so ago, started to use it because I had the skin issue. It's now that it's working. Like I'm seeing the benefits of it. Maybe because I'm more humble or more patient. You know, I'm waiting to carry to be willing to finish the course. And I've learned. So now the Most High saying things are also about timing too.
Going back to that timing again.
So scriptures is to do with timing, appreciating them, and even understanding them.
It's like the herbs. If you take the herbs one time, it's not going to just cure you from from what you're sick of.
I could tell you about that.
You have to keep taking it over and over again until you see the benefits.
But even on the left hand side, Esau, when you're sick and they go to Esau to get antibiotics, they say you must make sure you take the whole course. Yeah? Finish the course. Yeah?
And they finish the course, that fuck up. That
makes it worse.
That's when they fuck you up.
Yeah, that's it.
I never
That's
ever
it.
finished the course.
Yeah.
Never did that.
Right. Because he's telling you to finish the
Of
course.
course.
It's witchcraft, man.
Witchcraft course, that's it.
But on the right hand side,
Yeah, we were talking about dealing with the right
Look
hand.
at the word see, right?
Yeah, look at the word see.
Right, the word see in the script,
Finish the course, right?
so like it's like, that's all right. The word see that the elder called for, the pronunciation is hara, if I'm saying that correctly. Hara.
Oh no, that's in the that's the Greek, isn't it? Yeah.
Because New
I don't know
Testament-
the Greek too much.
Alright. Either way, here's what it
I
means.
gotta get into the Greek though. I can't make an excuse to say, oh, I'm a Hebrew, I don't get into the Greek. You gotta learn some Greek. Go on, brother.
The outline of biblical usage meaning means to see with the eyes, to see with the mind, to perceive, know,
Wow.
to see, i.e., become acquainted
And
with.
that's powerful right there, the word perceive there. That word right there just lets it be known what I was briefly talking about the God, man, the walk. You know, his name means light, but he couldn't see that Elijah's out of Bivens and any other things he had an issue with. So let's read that again. That which you just read again. You hold that on there, we're gonna go back to the stuff.
Oh yeah, you've got a precept again.
Yeah, I want you to read it again out.
yeah, that's Matthew chapters 13 and 16. Yeah, I could start from 15. For this people's heart is waxed gross, and their eyes and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eyes they have closed, lest at any time they should see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and should understand with their heart, and should be converted, and I should heal them. 16. But blessed are your eyes, for they see, and your ears, for they
So
hear.
now let's read this again. The word see.
Outline of biblical usage, to see with the eyes, to see with the mind, to perceive,
Also to see with the mind. Go on.
to know, to see, i.e., become acquainted with by experience,
Right,
or
to
to
be
experience,
acquainted with by experience. Go on.
or to experience.
Uh-huh.
To see, to look, to take heed, to beware, to take care for, to pay heed to.
And the other powerful biblical usages, and it says to see with the mind. Because because when you read the scriptures, especially when you're reading the hard scriptures, you're reading it and you're visualizing it in your mind. Right? Even the breakdowns, you're seeing it with your mind. Why? Because the Lord gave us that gift to do that. He gave us that ability to see the scriptures so that what? We can interpret the scriptures the correct way. Just like the example when Daniel had received the vision of the statue, he broke it down to what? Belshazzar, the king, if I'm correct. Nebuchadnezzar. But there was another one by the name of Belshazzar.
Belshazzar, oh yeah, there.
Right?
Was that his son? I think it was his son. Was it a grandson or his son? He was along the same
Yeah,
line.
he was along the lineage.
In his lineage, that's it. Yeah.
Family line. But he saw the vision and broke it down to
Daniel
him to the
chapter 5.
T.
Yeah.
Even though he had this, they both had the same dream, but he couldn't comprehend the dream. But Daniel could comprehend the dream. So it was later said, excuse me, I said letter. It was later said in Daniel's 2 that the Lord is a power that revealeth secrets in dark saints. And that's also in Amos 3. Right? So it was revealed to the prophets of certain things to happen or to come to pass. Just like when we read the scriptures, we can see exactly what it's saying through the parable. Because the Lord gave us the eyes to see through our minds. Because you're really reading the scriptures through your mind's eye, basically. You know, so he didn't have the mind's eye to grasp or to see that Elijah is omnipotent. Because think about it, on a basic spiritual level, who else brought this truth? Who else brought this truth to the forefront the way he did it? You had many other guys, man. You had many other guys that knew they were Israelites and they were pushing it. But Abba Bivens, it was through him that this truth became popular today. So he would have to be that Elijah. It would make sense that it would be talking about nobody else but him. Who else could have been? Right? Just on a basic spiritual level. So I can see that, we can see that, but he couldn't see it. So it's all about the elect. The elect come in this thing, because you can have this truth. That doesn't necessarily mean you have the elect.
True.
Because in order for you to have this truth, for one, the Lord is going to give you the ability to see it. And then eventually overcome with this thing. These guys that came amongst us and fell out and left because for whatever wickedness that they did, or it could be some wickedness that they did and their conscience condemned them. The scripture says that too. Right? Woe unto that man whose conscience is condemned, roughly paraphrasing the scripture. Right? And many other things, adultery, whatever you could think about. Right? That we've seen happen to certain men that was amongst us and left. Going out.
1 John 2:19. They went out from us, but they were not of us. But if they had been of us, they would no doubt have continued, but not of us. For if they had been of us, they would have no doubt continued.
Wow.
And check that.
That's
check
powerful.
What you just said there. If they were of us, in other words, those that were chosen from the beginning of the world. But because they're not of us, they weren't of us. That's why they couldn't stand the test of time. So they were able to get the scriptures. Generally, it was the knowledge was generally in their mind, but they just weren't a part of the elect. Because simply they were not of the first fruits, which is the elect.
And it says they would have continued with us, but they went out that they might be made manifest, that they were not all of us.
Because at the end of the day, the elect ultimately they're not condemned. So the elect they can go off on things, right, and come back up eventually, because it's already preordained for the elect to obviously get the basic needs of learning this truth. And then obviously becoming top men in this thing, and then enduring to the very end. That's why Paul said that he wasn't set forth for destruction, but for deliverance. I'm roughly paraphrasing what he said. You know? And really what Paul was talking about was the members that believe in him, which highly likely they were the elect that received that message. Go on, brother.
Yeah, John chapter 26 says, and after 8 days again his disciples were with him, and Thomas with them. Then came Yahushua, the doors being shut, and stood in the midst, and said, Peace be unto you. Then said he to Thomas, Reach hither thy finger, and behold my hand, and reach hither thy hand, and thrust it unto my side, and be not faithless, but believing.
Down Thomas, come.
And Thomas answered and said unto him, My Lord and my Lord Jehovah.
Do you have a rubber band or
Yahushua
something?
said unto him, Thomas, because thou hast seen me, thou hast believed. Blessed are they that have not seen and yet have believed.
And that's a key point. Blessed are those that have seen not physically, but believe.
But even with the other thing,
Because the elect, again, they're going to have the eyes to see. They're not going to just come into the knowledge of truth and just receive it by memory or generally.
And also,
no, they're going to see exactly what they're involved in. They're going to see exactly what they're reading.
yeah.
And see what the apostles are teaching. When their elders apostles teach them the scriptures, they can see it.
Elastic
Clearly.
band.
The water, yeah. Cheers.
And in most cases, being that this is the faith, because what is faith? Faith is what? As it is written in Hebrews.
Substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen.
There you go.
It's like the Spirit's still on me.
That's what this whole entire thing is about. It's about seeing without, it's about believing without seeing. Because you have the saying, seeing is believing.
Believing,
right?
yeah.
You have to see it in your mind's eye that this is true. You have to have the spirit to do that. Not many people can see something, and excuse me, not many people can do that. Not see something but then believe it at the same time. It can't be done. But the only people that can do that are the elect spirits which were chosen before the foundations of the world. They can only do that. Go on, brother.
Lucky Elder, I'm still listening to what you're saying. You said there's a saying, seeing is believing, but in this truth, believing is seeing.
Exactly.
It's flipped upside down.
Flipped upside down. Good. Go on, brother.
Yeah, because I was thinking about it, because there's always a counterbalance and a balance. Because one might say, well, how do you know such and so, right? And I'll say like this, right? Now, I haven't seen the guy, but you know when the Most High is showing you something, either it will be personal to you, or it could be, for everybody as well. You know what you're seeing. Now, if a brother came up to me, like, say, any elder or brothers that I know, and they saw an angel pass, right? He said, look at myself, an angel. I'll believe you.
Yes.
I don't have to see the angel. Wait, what time was it? Where was it?
Hey.
What did he look like? I believe it.
Hey.
You understand what I'm saying? Because I know I'm judging it from character. He ain't no liar. I ain't gonna make it up for the sake of it. I'm using a bit of logic too, but it's very spiritual. You understand what I'm saying?
Like the scripture says, the Lord looketh not only on outward appearance.
Yeah.
You're judging his character.
My approach
Yeah, go on, tell me.
They ain't gonna lie to me. Right? Let's say I was like just born, and they told I just came in like a week, and they said that. I know I'm going by, their characters or what they call it, their references. They ain't making it up.
No.
Believe them.
Now, they're not gonna lie.
Now further down the line now, and I found out like in some camps there was extortionate money. You understand what I'm saying? That guy was extortionate money like in IURC.
Somewhere near the station.
Then I was like, why did I
haven't seen one yet.
Now I know. You understand what I'm saying? Before that, I ain't got no reason to that. I'm telling you something. He ain't gonna make it. He's a big man. He's got good standing. And he's in the truth.
I know, but I don't know, maybe you might be. As soon as I get home, once it's settled, I send you more money.
But yeah, I mean that's just
Only about 20
basic stuff. I'm talking about believing what you don't see. And when you think about it, you can't really get
Want to help me? Do me a favor. Don't wear that t-shirt again.
You don't like this one?
It's nice upside down.
Yeah,
My mum.
it's like the example.
It says New
Another
York. And it's nice. It's a jumper.
Holy Spirit. You don't see the Holy Spirit.
What's a
You don't
t-shirt?
see spirits at all. But guess what? The Holy Spirit is what? Moving us to bring the shit out.
Yeah, you know when on TV they do this.
Having us mind set to basically whenever Saturday comes around, we're on the ready to teach His word.
That's what's it called?
Like, we don't see that, but that's what's happening. Go on, brother.
You say Hebrews chapter 12?
No, 11.
Oh, right. That's good.
Verse 1.
Yeah, it's a nice to get from
Now, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. For by it, the elders obtain a good report.
There you go. And by it, the elders obtained a good report. Who are these elders? The men of the ancient times.
It's not
Because when you think about it, right? Okay, how you think inventors came about? Because people were able to see in their mind's eye of something that they could invent, something that's not there. So just because you don't see something, that doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be done. It can be done. If it makes sense, if the spirit of knowledge is in you to formulate this particular product that no one has that can help people more effectively with their vehicles or whatever. So whatever mechanism it could be. All right? Like for example, look at these phones. If you was back in 1933, you would have never ever thought the days would come that you'd be walking around with cell phones.
Never.
Mobile, excuse me, I use the term cell phone. Mobile phones, remote phones, right? Never. So basically, the greatest things that are invented come by your mind without you having to actually see something that's already been invented. If you understand what I'm saying, I hope you got what I'm saying. You know, there's watching live. I'm gonna say what I'm saying again. I don't think some say actually got what I'm saying. But good inventions come based on ideas. You don't see your ideas in your mind, right? So you invent something that no one's ever invented before, and it becomes better than all the previous inventions before.
Yeah.
Okay? And that's all because of what? Believing in or having faith in something or a thought that you don't see physically going on. Just like, for example, when Peter made an attempt to walk on water, and he saw the because his faith was at bay. You know, he was on the top of the water, but the minute he saw the the tornado, correct, the whirlwind, he started panicking, and that's his faith. He almost drowned, and the Hawashai ran and killed him back. Right? Same thing with the people, the sick people that were before the Hawashai. They believed that he could heal them. So just based off of him, based on the people that were poor,
I tried to call it,
not poor, but well, I can say poor in health. People that were poor in health. They believed that this man could help them, and therefore, based on it, they got healed.
I didn't know.
All right. So if we believe in what he said, I know I'm rambling a little bit, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
If we believe that we are the elect, we don't know if we're the elect. We don't need to know if we're the elect. It's none of our business. But we have to believe. We have to 1,000% believe that we're part of that.
So it's you know, like
so that reality can manifest.
when the fake
It's all about what you believe. The scripture says a man is what he's thinking of himself. So whatever you think your reality is, that's what it could be. If it be the Lord's will, to give you that mindset so that he can manifest that reality for you.
I believe so, but everybody has their different and even though we know the truth, it's still the flesh.
For by now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. For by it elders obtained a good report.
Right, and by the elders obtained a good report. It's like, for example, when Abraham was walking in the midst of
How many months would you take?
forgot to get there where he was at location, but I know he was in Syria.
6 months.
He was within that region.
From who?
But he was just walking, and then eventually he walked to a place where the Lord, you know,
from that period,
commanded him something. You know, he was in a place where he found himself, right? And that was him basically walking by faith.
I want to see a bill.
Like the scripture says, walk by faith, not by sight. So just because you don't see yourself in a particular situation, you would like to see yourself, don't necessarily mean that it's never going to happen. Because changes happen all the time. It just begins with how you see things in your thoughts and how you believe in truth. It's like we believe one day that we're going to enslave these other nations because it's written. So we read it and we believe it.
We weren't allowed to see it.
Right? Just like Paul said. Paul said, I speak and I believe. I'm not paraphrasing. He said, go on.
Because when it's truth,
Hebrews 11 and 24.
You know what I mean?
By faith, Moses, when he was come to here 2 years, refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter. The son of Pharaoh.
Yeah, because the thing is Moses, and that's why it says in the book of Acts. I think it's somewhere in
all my life.
It's somewhere in the depths of Acts, but it says that he knew all the knowledge of the Egyptians. Why? Because he grew up among the Egyptians. He was an adopted child by the Egyptians. So he grew up highly likely with a prominent family, because they were very fortunate, the Egyptians. They were rich. They were the ones calling the shots, so he was living good. So he could have said, you know what, I'm gonna remain with this family so I can live a nice life. But what did he do? Let's read it.
That's beautiful.
And choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of God than to enjoy the pleasures of sin for him.
Wow.
See? So this is the thing. The spirit was on Moses to forsake his fortunate family of the Egyptians to go down with his people.
Yeah, and he had a good life.
And he had a very good life. He was taken care of before he, when he was born. Yeah, so how many people can do that?
Money got used up.
Only the elected.
That's because I had if you all these things like
because they were given a special spirit to do that.
Back. So I forgot.
Esteeming the reproach of Amashia greater riches than the treasure of
also just general things like paying.
Right, greater riches than the treasures.
The money got dwindled away. I told my
because eventually we know who
he was disappointed in
the nation. He's King David.
It's not
and in the kingdom, King David is going to have his throne
And
And
it's
he's
because I
going
was
to be the
depressed
second
as
in
well. I was
command
buying things
of
that
the, not second in command, but third in
you know,
command
instead of buying
on the face of the
regular
earth.
shopping, I buy
And he's going to have a very powerful
you know what I'm
position,
saying? I was in a tree, doing it because I was
right? All
depressed.
because he did this.
Because I'm,
Going out.
it's not like
The
it's
children
like
in
everybody
Egypt,
else in
for
my
he had
family.
respect unto the
They go home
recompense
to something
of the reward.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm going
He
home
has
to an
respect
empty
of the
house.
recompense of the
And
reward,
I'm just sitting there and I was getting frustrated.
which is the
I need
kingdom.
things to
Now, he didn't make it to
occupy
Jerusalem
myself.
because he failed on one thing,
to
Oh,
do.
boy.
right?
One thing I like to do.
That's why he wasn't able to make it.
So
But
by
eventually,
sculpting clay,
the Lord obviously continued to have, have him as a
I'm sitting
favorite.
here, staring at
And he
things.
still has his
I need
lot
to
in
do
his
something,
position.
son.
And he will be
This is
sitting
the
on the
first
throne
time
of the kingdom.
I've ever squandered money
Okay?
given me. So my dad
Go
was
on now.
disappointed.
Because when you, it says,
And I
for
can
he
take
had
that
respect
because
unto the
The
recompense of
scripture
the
say
reward.
righteous man
So-
falls 7 times. for
So
that.
you've got a big treasure over there that you see,
Huh.
and
Just
you're going to
after
inherit that. You can
shortly
see it
after.
though.
Yeah,
Like,
you can-
it's
and I see
bars
it
and
straight in
bars
the
of
bank.
gold, but then
It just got dwindled away little by little.
you
innit?
know,
So what
right,
I
if
said to
if
him
I turn that down, I've
is,
I've got
apologise.
infinity, but you see that.
Yeah.
So
You're
in
gonna start doing
some of
this
them
selling
talk shows or some of them game shows, you want to take, you want to run for it, you want to go for
Right.
it, or you want to go for the big one.
Yeah,
They
so
say,
that's-
no, I'll go for that.
I
You
subscribe
understand what I'm saying?
to
They're thinking
because I've got that channel
on a
on
lower
my
level,
main
but
GMS channel.
you
Sometimes
actually
I
have to
subscribe
see
to
it
others on
real
that channel.
to be able
as
to
well
turn
as
something
my
down. You have to see
GMS
something. You have to
channel.
actually see it in your mind's eye. As
So I might have subscribed to you on that.
to be able to,
Yeah, I do, because
to be able to visualize something.
But yeah, I talk about
Great.
toys.
But if you don't see it,
But the thing is,
it's in your mind.
I will do.
I'm gonna grab. I'm
So
gonna
what I'll
go.
do is
go with our
start
things,
selling
go
some stuff. The Lord
grab and
will
run.
do something
Because
myself.
that's all, because
I've
what
got
are
a
these
leader
people,
account, so
right?
I'm not a stranger to
Really,
take
like I
it.
said, people
But I
are
said to my dad, what I'm
So
gonna do,
people
I'm
are
gonna
only
sell
going by what they
to
can see.
raise back the 1,000 you gave me. Plus the
People
500
can't grasp
to clear my
grasp
overdraft.
the,
So
what is it, the idea of believing in something
I
they
don't
can't
really
see.
want to sell this
People
stuff,
have to
but
see to believe. That's how the average
making
person
right
is
the
built.
thing I made wrong.
Have to do
this.
this.
So
But see, we're able
I
to say,
sold
nah,
stuff,
fuck all of
give
that.
back the money,
We're going to believe in what the Lord says.
and at the end of the day,
That's the
I
kind of
don't
spirit
mind
we
if I
have.
do wrong.
Go on, brother.
And
That's why
someone
we're
loses
able to
respect for me.
stand out here,
If
even
I
if it's
acknowledge
snowing,
that I've done
even if
something
it's
wrong,
raining
I've
heavy,
done
we'll get the umbrellas up,
best
put
way.
the umbrellas up,
And
and give it all that we can give out.
I think the
Give it.
Lord's going to be
Well,
with me.
while we're teaching, because we know, as we can see in our mind's eye,
You've done me with me
what
as long as
kind
you
of
keep the Holy
fucking
Spirit
glory we're
with
going to
you.
receive in the other side.
I don't
Because we
wanna
see
sound
the glory that
overconfident,
he's so
but
happy,
I know the Lord's with me.
right? All
Yeah,
that
so I have
stuff.
to
But
do what
we
I
know
have to
that
do.
the glory we're going to have, it's going to be inhumanely possible to
I'm
comprehend.
going to do the testimony.
That's why we have to change for that glory.
What's been happening, because it's been a lot
Because it's going to be
of
over the
things,
top,
like,
man.
You know, hey, that's a spirit. Because I did a
spiritual
video
sides that you
once
see.
and I said the
You know,
same
both
thing you
sides show
said.
me a little bit.
In order to receive those gifts, and we can't contain it.
No.
We have to be changed. It can't it's going to be too much.
It's going to be too much, man.
It's like you going, you move here, somebody give you £1 million, and you check there, somebody give you $1 million. It's just too much to contain,
And I'm
brother.
going to explain, and I'm going to go into what the scriptures is going to explain what we're talking about.
That's 60 grand.
Verse 6.
I did a video on it.
Check this out, man.
Wow.
This is more heavy in Isaiah 60. I think it's Isaiah 66 and 6.
Your story.
But this is more heavier than Isaiah 60.
I would agree with
That's
one.
it.
A lot of
Verse, I
times,
think it's
some guy said I was 66. I was praying
Yeah,
for
verse
this
6.
topic. Do you get what I mean? Yeah. I don't know. I did 3 videos
This is
from
some
the
heavy.
beginning.
This is heavy right here.
One guy put a message there.
This is Isaiah
Really
66
thankful
and 6.
Six.
And it says, a voice of noise
That's
from
the
the
same with your
city,
situation.
a voice from the temple, a voice of the Lord that renders. Yep. And it says,
Like it reads, what is it? Like it reads in the book of, I think it's Isaiah 60, where it says that they shall suck the breast of kings, meaning we're going to steal all of their goods. But this goes into it much more better though. Go on, brother, my opinion.
and it says, for thus saith the Lord power, behold, I will extend peace to her like a river, and the glory of the Gentiles like a flowing stream.
Right, and the glory of the Gentiles as a flowing stream. So we're going to have
Thank you, brother.
abundance. We're going to just be sitting there, and you're going to have all of these people. I want you to read that again, though, Rami.
Got some words I want to bring out as well.
Come, that's all right. Yeah, read that one more time.
Right. So we're back in Isaiah 66 and verse 12. But thus saith the Lord, behold, I will extend peace to her like a river.
I will extend peace unto her like a river. So we're going to have an abundance of peace. Where's this abundance of peace going to come by? By the abundance of what? Let's read on.
And and the glory of the Gentiles like a flowing stream.
And the glory of the Gentiles as the flowing stream. So what do the nations glory in? They glory in precious stones, as we all do. We glory in gold, silver, all of those value resources. That's what the nations glory in. So all of that is going to be brought to us by the abundance as a stream, right? So if you can see that in your mind's eye, now you know what awaits you. Now you know what kind of glory we're going to see. But even though you see it in your mind's eye, you can't even comprehend it in this carnal flesh because it's too much. But that's what we're going to get, whether we can comprehend it or not. That's what we're going to get. So we're going to be, if you think even Rothschild and them are rich, man, listen, man, when we rise up into the power seat, they're going to just be like welfare cases to us. The amount of money they got, they're just going to be a part of our charity.
I tell you something, Elder. Money can't stop everything, because even down to Bill Gates, Jake is dealing with his daughter.
I know.
And he can't stop that. With his money, he can't stop that.
But just imagine if Jake had the money, though.
You see?
Because they get Jake without the money.
You see?
So just imagine if Jake come into the money.
Oh,
if
man.
Come into the money big time.
Yeah.
Like you got vocab alone talking about, these Israelite guys act like they won a lottery. You got that fucking right.
You're right. Oh, beautiful.
Right.
That's right, brother.
Now read that again, brother. Baba Kushak. And read Isaiah 60. You know what I know.
For thus saith the Lord, behold, I will extend peace.
This is the lottery scripture.
For I will extend peace to her like a river, and the glory of the Gentiles like a flowing stream.
Right, and the glory of the Gentiles is the flowing stream. Go on, brother.
Then shall he suck, and ye shall be borne up upon her sides, and be dandled upon her knees. As one whom his mother comforteth, so will I comfort you.
So will I comfort you. So this is going to be the Most High expressing his love upon his people. You know what hate looks like. So just imagine what the Lord loves looks like. What is that?
Come on, brother. Come on, man.
That's the shit that I'm talking about, man. Or we talking about. So I mean, like, when you really think about it, man, brothers gotta have the mindset, yo, like, I'm willing to die for this thing, man. I ain't shit in this life any dog. I ain't got shit in this life. Now it may appear that I got something, but we really don't have anything. Sometimes I go into the allotted title thing, right? But if you research that, you'll see what I'm talking about. But we don't own anything. We ain't shit out here, man. So I mean, if we have to give up our life for that, I'm down for that any time of the week. Let me be the first nigga to get beheaded, man. Shit.
Yeah. And it says,
shit! I love that, man. Yeah, man. That's a long time saying that, brother. Yeah, man.
As one whom his mother comforteth, so will I comfort you, and he shall be comforted in Jerusalem.
Right. He shall be comforted in Jerusalem. Just like how a mother comforts her son or her daughter. The Lord is going to comfort us. We're going to be taken care of, man. You're going to be taken care of like you've never seen no nation be taken care of. Many a times nations came, rose on the scene. They were taken care of financially, right, or whatever, because they had the resources. But man, when the Lord gives us that glory, man, it's going to be to a completely different level of glory like you've never seen before. We're going to be literally dripping, like the saying goes, the drip. Jake gonna have to drip. Jake gonna be dripping gold. Go on, brother.
See,
all of that shit. Platinum.
And when you see this, your heart shall rejoice, and your bones shall flourish like an herb, and the hand of the Lord shall be known towards his servants.
Right, and the hand of the Lord shall be known towards his servants, man. Meaning the elect. It's going to be well known that these are the men. And really the whole nation for that matter, because the whole nation are going to be servants unto the Lord. So he's really talking about Israel as a whole. Go on, bro.
And his indignation towards his enemies.
And his indignation towards his enemies. So who's the number one enemy of the Lord? Esau. So Esau is going to be trading places. If you can, brother, read me, Lazarus, the poor man and the rich man. If you can, brother.
Isaiah 60.
Okay, yeah, give me that. And then we're gonna go to that scripture. Or you can hold on to what you got and get that as well.
Isaiah chapter 60, verse 10. And the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls, and their kings shall minister unto thee. For in my wrath I smote thee,
but in my favor have I had mercy on you.
Right, but in his favor, he had mercy on us. And the ultimate reason why he's going to have to have mercy on us is the Lord has to keep that covenant. Yeah, he loved his people, but another thing is the covenant he has to keep. So he can't get rid of all of Israel. That's why Yahweh Shai became what? The sacrificial lamb, the middleman to go to. So we're basically, like you said, we're like his children hiding behind. We're like the children hiding behind Yahweh Shai for the sake of mercy. Because the Lord, he would really like to, destroy all of us because of our wickedness. All right, well, you said it ages ago. It was ages ago. I watched one of the old lives you did. We did this academy. We was talking about that. But we're like the children hiding behind Yahweh Shai for the sake of mercy. We're going to Yahweh Shai to advocate. He's our advocator pretty much. Go on, brother.
60 verse 11. Therefore thy gates shall be open continually. They shall not be shut day or night.
Right. They shall neither be shut day nor night. Exactly. Why? Because all the glories of the Gentiles of Israel is going to be entering into those gates. They're going to be tributaries of us. Now, when you read the third verse of the chapter, read the third verse. That's why, man. Like right now, I'm at a state of mind right now. I just don't really give a shit about what's going on. I don't really care. Like this don't really matter to me because I know that we don't have that. It's going to be too much. The older I'm getting, the more it's like,
Isaiah chapter 60 verse 3. And the Gentiles shall come to thy light, and kings to the brightness of thy rising.
Read the verse where it says the seas shall be converted into the It's in the same chapter. So that means we're going to be very confident. It's going to be, and that's why the scriptures also say that we're going to boast against the nations, because we're going to be proud against them. But we won't be proud against the Lord, of course. Right? So that's what that means. We're going to be quite confident. Because when you're at the top, man, you're going to be confident. You're confident when you're at the top. But we're going to have everything. We're not going to just have the money and the resources. We're going to have that also, which is very important, that connection, that genuine, strong connection with our Maker. We're going to be able to see the Most High. So when you think about it, the kingdom of heaven is going to be basically everything good that you want, that we're supposed to have, we're going to have that. And that's what we have to go through Jacob's trouble for. That's what some of us may have to die for. And if I be one of those souls that have to die for this thing, then that's just so big.
So be it, isn't it?
Go on, brother.
So I want to say something.
You're going.
Yeah, because we're Zion, man. And Zion means a monument.
Yeah.
So we're the monument to Heavenly Father. We represent Heavenly Father and the Son on earth. So look at the state of the nation. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, we're a mess.
Yeah, we're an absolute mess. But in the kingdom, that's going to be do a 360. We're going to be the righteous. All right. So the places of men, they're actually going to be the lowest.
Yeah.
And Aborigine is going to be over there. Yeah, man. Elam, all of these other races are going to be over your master. So all you people that love your master, fuck you, man. All right? We don't need you. And you're an embarrassment, man. That's why at the beginning we're going to be perfect.
That's right.
All right?
And that's another thing too. We're going to be perfect. That's the best thing in the world, because what I was contemplating before I got here, the nations is not the problem. It's not our problem. Our problem is the fact that we sin. That element of sin dwelled in us. So when we sinned, the Lord allowed the nations to pursue us, expressing the Lord's anger. So once the Lord exits out that element of sin, we will never fall anymore. We can only but what? Become greater and greater people.
Because we're going to be like Yahweh Shai, that unblemished lamb. Exactly. We're going to have no blemishes on us.
Go.
It's clean and perfect and pure.
Yeah. White, innocent.
White, innocent. Wow.
That's what we're going. That's what it's going to be. That's what it's going to be, because the outside forces isn't the problem. Okay, yeah, they're a part of the problem, but really, who brought all of this? Excuse me. Who brought these problems in the first place? We did.
Yeah.
So we have to be changed. Something has to get to where something in us has to be disannulled, and that's the sin of it. It has to go. So once that goes, then our reality will be exactly what we want. You know? Go on, brother.
So I get a piece up.
You're going out.
Alright, yeah, because obviously the Edomites, they're just like a whipping stick
Yeah.
that the Heavenly Father uses to punish us. Alright, Psalm 17, verse 13. Arise, O Lord, disappoint him, cast him down, deliver my soul from the wicked,
Right.
which is thy sword.
Right, deliver my soul from the wicked, which is thy sword. Because we were brought before the sword because we led the Lord to great anger. So the Lord used Esau to express his anger against us, like I said. And this is why we're under the sword. This is why we're under this devil. This is why we're under the basis of war men, begging and pleading for a job or begging for a loan or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? We're in this predicament because sin brought us here. So this is the thing, man. Like, that's the thing that needs to be changed. That's why Paul spoke about the change. Because even Paul, as the Lord was dealing with Paul, and Paul obviously saw that. He saw the body changing. He saw the new covenant. All of these different things that we read about. He also could see everything too. And like the Apostle Tahar said, we're much more wiser than them men back then because we have the whole truth, the whole scope of everything. They had a portion. That's why Paul said what he said. We see, what is it? We see as a, what is it? We see through a dark glass, 50 or something to that effect, he said. But now we fully understand, and the reason why we would know more because we're in the latter, we're at the last part. We're at the latter end of the last days. We're at the very last empire. So at the very last empire, the same men that's going to come back in the reincarnation as prophets, service the prophets, they're going to have to know more than what they knew back then. Makes sense. Go on, bro.
Right? Isaiah chapter 60, verse 2. For behold, the darkness shall cover the earth,
Nice.
and
Gross darkness.
the people.
Gross darkness to people.
But the Lord shall arise upon thee, and his glory shall be seen upon thee.
And we have the glory right now. The scripture says that the kingdom of heaven is not coming through observation. Lord, go ahead, but the kingdom of heaven is going to be you. So even though we're in a dark world where people are covered in both the lies and deceptions of Esau, yet we have the light. What is that light? That light is the word. And by that, we're seeing the glory. And we're going to experience that glory. Because we're seeing it, but we're going to go to tap into that glory. But it's all in due time. It's all in due time. So that's all I really wanted from you. I want you to continue on with exactly. Well, you had a precept.
If I could just bring out this,
Yeah, get
this
this out
word.
quick. I'm gonna do
You
that.
looked at the word invisible. It says, no, you looked at the word seeing, but that's in Hebrews chapters 11 and verse. I'll read it first, just if there's anyone listening. I don't want to miss it. 11 chapters. Hebrews chapter 11 verse 27 says, by faith he forsook Egypt and fearing the wrath of the king, for he endured as seeing him who is invisible. Now, the word invisible, right? I think you kind of said it, kind of touched on it. It says, we seen, unseen, or what which cannot be seen, invisible. Because you looked at the word seeing already, did you?
Yeah, yes, I did.
I'm still going to look at it again, see what's in this one.
Yeah.
But that's what we see the invisible. We see what
Exactly.
the invisible.
But the proof that the invisible exists because the air that we breathe is invisible. We don't see it, but we can feel it. When the wind blows, you can feel the wind blowing through your skin.
But you can't see it.
But you can't see it. So you mean to tell me that, oh, because I can't see something, it's not there? It's there. All right? Like the elder apostle Gabar, he always says this. The things that you don't see are much more great and powerful than the things that you do see. All right? All of this creation that we're experiencing, even ourselves, we came from the invisible power. We didn't come from a seen power. We all came from the invisible power. So that's showing you that the power lies in the unseen.
Yeah.
The Rothschilds, the reason why the Rothschilds were able to be so powerful in their way because they were unseen. They were not seen. So there's power in not being seen. There's power sometimes being a back guy, the back door guy. Go on, brother.
The scripture says, thou art power which hidest thyself.
There you go. Exactly. And that's the Hamites talking, because the Hamites, they're gonna realize, yo, these are the people that we look down upon, but these are the sons of God. Go on, brother. That's in Isaiah 40, somewhere. Go on out.
So this is the word now, seeing. We're talking about it, but I want to bring it out too. Hebrews chapter 11, 27. To see with the eyes, To see with the mind. Elder.
There you go.
That mum of somebody. To see with the mind, to perceive, to know.
Right.
To know. Become acquainted with, by experience, to see, to look to take heed, beware, right? Now, if a car was coming, right, we move out the way. If an invisible car was coming, we see that, because we perceive everything what's going on because we see. So if someone don't see that car now, you're gonna get the results of it.
Yeah.
Last one. To take heed, to beware, to care for, pay heed to. Right, that's it. That's the point. I was seen, showed myself, appeared.
Or to perceive, or to see in the mind's eye. So in our mind's eye, we know that the higher power is at work. And we know that the Lord obviously exists. We're just waiting for the time for him to come. That's the hardest part, is waiting. Because you have the knowledge, you got the whole blueprint. Basically, we got the code to everything, we got the code to life, but we're just waiting on the one and only to deliver what we know already. That's all it really is, and that's the hardest part, is waiting. You know? Yeah, so, yeah. Yeah, you all right, brother?
Not too bad.
Oh, okay.
So you asked for Luke 16, wasn't it?
Yes.
Lazarus.
Lazarus, yeah.
Right.
Because you was reading something and I wanted to.
Yeah.
Actually, no, go back to Isaiah 60.
66.
Yeah. And then go and then do that.
Isaiah 66. And a rich man, which was clothed in purple and fine linen.
We know who that rich man is. The rich man is the Lord's enemy.
And fared sumptuously every day. And there was a certain beggar named Lazarus, which was laid at the gate full of sores.
Which is us.
And
Begging, we're like the beggar begging for jobs, begging to be put on in the music business, begging for a better standard of life in the world, right? Council flat, benefits, all this shit.
And desiring to be fed with the crumbs which fell from the rich man's table. Moreover, the dogs came and licked his sores.
That's the mother nations making it worse.
And it came to pass that the beggar died and was carried by the angels into Abraham's bosom.
Right.
The rich man also died and was buried. And in hell, he lifted up his eyes.
Right, and in hell, he lifted up his eyes. So when we read Luke, it is not Luke, Isaiah 66, verse 13, I believe it was. When the Lord said, I'm going to come to Jerusalem and put his hands upon his enemies. This is it right here. So in other words, Esau's going to catch complete hell. Uncomprehendable hell, because they can't even really catch even a little bit of hell. So the Lord is going to, we know obviously the Lord is going to have to put the spirit upon these devils to deal with this holy hell that's coming down the pipe towards them.
Being in torments, and see if Abraham afar off, and Lazarus in his bosom.
And as it is written too, it says that in the kingdom of heaven we're going to see Abraham and all these men. Go on, let's put it out there.
And he cried and said, Father Abraham, have mercy on me, and said Lazarus that he may dip the tip of his finger.
In other words, lighten this out, because he's going to be catching so much hell that he's going to be expecting us to have a little bit of mercy, like a little bit of hell.
Right, tell you.
This is going to be bad. It's going to be too bad.
Boy, this is the chariot day, man. I tell you, another one again behind over this there. See there? You know, shining? Right by the houses, on top of the houses.
On top of the house.
You still see it shining now. Is it shining now?
Top of that house over there.
No, not that one. This one there. You're going to see it spots shining in a minute. The houses in the middle. Those houses there.
Oh, those houses over there?
Yeah, those houses right there. Look up now, you're going to see it shining in a minute. See, because they disappear after a while, you know. You see it there? She shining again? See it there now? See it there?
Is it near the crane?
No, see it there? Shining. Oh, look.
Oh, I see something. I saw a quick little glimpse of something. Yeah. I saw the glimpse. Yeah. You have to have good eyes though, eagle eyes.
That's a far.
Yeah, I see just come up again in the way.
It just come again, yeah, come again.
My man got eagle eyes, you know.
I saw that one over there, so I'm good, man. You saw that one over there? Yeah.
The watch I have, you know, don't sleep on I have, you know.
Try.
He got them good eyes.
Everything else is
Really shining. Look at shining bright now. Look at shining bright now. See it now?
Yeah,
She shine now? She shining bright now?
It's just under the little bit of
Yeah,
a
shining
hazy
very bright
cloud.
now.
Just a little bit of beneath the hazy cloud.
Yeah, Salakia, brothers. Salakia.
Back one.
And it says, but Abraham said, Son, remember that thou in thy lifetime receivest thy good things. And likewise, Lazarus, evil things, but now he is comforted and thou art tormented.
Right, because he had his time already. The so-called white man was living large, he was living good, he was able to go out, enjoy himself in different parks, go travel from place to place, right? Live his best life, look down on so-called black people, talk shit about them, look at these niggas, look how low we got them. Yeah, we took them over, because they know the history too, they know that we was over them. So they like, yo, look at these niggas, man, yeah, you know, pumping up their chest, walking high and tall, and, you know, got their makeup in the sky and everything, right? So they was living that life. Now is the time for us. Our time is coming. So when our time comes, we're going to be comforted in Abraham's bosom, which goes back to the scripture we was reading on how the Lord is going to comfort us by the abundance of the glory of the nations. You know, go on, brother. Go.
Yeah, because even there's a term called cognitive dissonance. When a group of people don't have any empathy for people that they oppress. And they have that in abundance. There was one time where I was a video and they went up to the Israelite group and they were talking about slavery, and then the white woman was like, yeah, but this is not showing me love. Hang on, but when have you showed us or any other race you come in contact with any love? They don't have that empathy.
No.
That's the reason why when their mum and dad is in the hospital and they're old, they don't even see their old
No,
children.
they don't. You chuck him in a care home and that's it.
So if they do that to their own, what more
To us.
That's right, man. That's right. Because these so-called white people, man, I mean, they get a kick when they see a Negro homeless on the street. They get a kick out of that shit. It makes them feel empowered. Like, yeah, we got these blacks, we got these niggas, right? So they've been living like that. So now the time is gonna come where we're gonna be proud and boast all over them, because we can't stand them anyway. We hate them, especially us over here. We will tell a cracker to his face, we hate you, man. We hate you. We hate your kind. We hate your people. How many Jays can do that? Because they don't know the truth. See? Go on, bro.
Yeah. And it says, verse 26, and beside all this, between us and you, there is a great gulf fixed, so that they which would pass from hence to you cannot, neither can they pass to us.
Yeah, so they can't be blessed like us. They can't go to the side of us when we're enjoying ourselves. Just like in this society, man, like Jake, when you really analyze Jake, especially down here in the UK, it's like they've isolated us from opportunities, man. Like even when you go to like the nice parts and all of that, you don't see no Jakes. It's like they just isolated us from everything, from the whole beyond of prosperity that they're experiencing. So that's how it's going to be in our kingdom. They're going to be ousted from our glory. They're not going to even see our glory. Now they'll see our glory when they're building our palaces and all of that extra stuff. And our buildings, they'll see that, but then they're going to have to go back home.
If we let them.
Yeah, we let them.
So we can put certain things.
But what I'm saying, brother, the only time they're going to see that is when we have them building our shit up. That's it.
And you're Salaki, I don't need to interfere again, right? Something spiritual, right? I was looking at that building. You talk about building, right? You see the bottom, it says Base Associates.
Yeah.
Look at that. Base Associates. You see?
Wow.
Base Associates. So that bottom of that building. And you're talking
They
about
basically
building.
told themselves.
Yeah.
They're base associates, man. That's what fools in Parliament House.
Bases of
Prime
men.
Minister.
Bases of men.
Yeah, basis of men.
That's
Base
it.
associates.
Base
I
Associates.
said that last week.
Did you, brother?
Like I
Spiritual.
said that last week to Amor, and I took a picture of it.
Did you? You
I
see?
said this is Esau's building.
Yeah, it's his
Yeah,
business.
shit. Base association fee, man. So he's letting you know what it's all about. They telling you the truth.
Yeah, the truth is true.
Go on, brother. You got what you got.
It's your spiritual, yeah. this building is connected to my work.
Oh,
Oh, is it?
oh that's bad,
It's
man.
connected to my work.
You see?
And I don't particularly oversee this place.
Yeah.
But there's a woman in my workplace. She got kids and stuff, and she couldn't. It's her building, but she couldn't be there one time. So I went there for her. And you know what was wrong? The boilers, man. There's no heat.
You see?
I didn't even clock it was called base associates.
You see, brother?
So they got there's actually the building fabrics of this place is off.
God. But I mean, it's supposed to be a nice building, well-built building, but the boilers don't work. Come on, man. That's a goddamn shame. See, you see what I'm saying? So Esau, it looks like he's living his best life, but are they really living their best life? Because in the kingdom, man,
Hear them.
right? Let them hear them exactly. So there's nothing you can really do. You can't. Esau won't be able to jump from their estate, their place that the Lord is going to place them to our place.
Yeah.
That ain't happen. It's like us, like I said. You can't. Even when you go apply for work, they're looking at you crazy, like nigga, like you know, you should already know the code that you're black. You should be here.
Yeah.
You know?
And if we do let you in, you should be privileged that you're working with us. You know what I mean?
That's the attitude.
Shit.
Like they say, like one guy, like one staffer comes up here, right?
Yeah.
I ain't gonna name him, but he says some shit like, "Yeah, you guys should be happy, man.
Yeah.
Y'all are in England and all of this extra nonsense."
You had a bone in your nose over back in Africa.
But wait a minute, but my nigga, like you took over England, you ruled it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so let's get that straight, nigga. Because these crackers are niggas too.
Yeah.
You know? Like that don't just apply to all people that don't have the truth. No, that applies to Edomites too. They're the worst niggas, by the way. So, go on, bro.
Yeah, and he's right, because a lot of them, they know that we ruled England and all that stuff, but they don't want to say it. They hide it.
Yeah.
The other day I was watching Mary Queen of Scots, and they said that King James's father was a homosexual.
Right.
But I thought he was.
Yeah.
Remember they made up that lie. See, he can't get his lies straight, man. You know, he's corrupted the food, he's corrupted our people, and most of all, he's corrupted the black women. Man.
Wow.
Big time. Big time. Yeah, that black woman, boy, I'm telling you, man. That woman, she's so bugged the fuck out that she don't even know what day it is, man. She don't even know how to find the right kind of dudes, man. Like they really believe the world revolves around them. And you're supposed to jump when I say jump. You're supposed to dance to my tune whatever I say dance to the tune. Like these people are bug outs. They really believe that you're just built for their purpose.
Yeah. She's booty. That's all she is. She's booty. She's the spoil of spoils of war.
And this woman is, she's hella proud too. She's the most proudest of out on earth. Right? But I don't even want to go into that black woman. You know, let the black woman be the black woman. You know, she's gonna be the black woman to the very end until we get out of here. Until they'll become the daughters of Zion. You know, they just don't have to die on it. I don't really care about them. We're going.
Just got a piece of that woman, man.
Like I was watching one lockdown. I don't need to cut in, right? But I was watching one video, and there was a group of black women sitting down looking for black men, and now one of them showed up.
Jam.
You had this girl.
Yeah, I remember that
coming
one.
up on there talking about, oh yeah, so you know, so that means that most black men
are gay
and
or in prison.
They always use that term, but you can't use that term
right
because yo, like everyone's gay now.
They don't want you. They don't like you no more. They've gone to Brazil. They got men going. No, I'm talking about Kevin Samuels, but we know this anyway. With the black woman who's in denial or delusional because she thinks they don't like me because I'm gay, or they don't like me because you're in prison. They don't like you because you're wicked, man, and they woke up. And a lot of them have gone to Brazil.
Yes.
And other de-westernized country where that westernized wickedness hasn't took hold. They're going to certain places in Africa where the women still respect the orders, certain amount of orders. I done a little video on that.
You see how the spirit is, man. You talk about something, it comes out. What the fuck is that? 3 black women coming out. See? That's why you gotta be careful what you say. But these women, they're bug outs, man. They're fucking bug outs. I have to just call it straight.
A lot of them are on medication.
I know they are, brother. I know.
That.
I know they are. They got to be on medication. If they're that messed up in the head, they have to be on medication.
Yeah.
Because for you to think that every single thing revolves around you, you have to be you know what they are? They're megalomaniacs.
Yeah.
That's what they are. They're megalomaniacs. And you have, like, to be a megalomaniac, you have to be on some pills.
And it's lucky. I think you mentioned it a little while ago, but I realised that them contraceptives, right, that prevent you from having children, right? You don't have to, you don't have to have the women used to have Durexes, female Durexes, but the contraceptive takes off, it replaces that. And that had I learned, I was about 16 when I was talking to a girl. I learned this just by observation and experience. That I know she was very unstable in her mind, and she said, "Yeah, I got to take my contraceptive." It's them they fuck with the hormones.
Yeah, man, of course it does. Yeah.
They don't have a period every month.
Yeah.
And then when they do, it can last like weeks and weeks and weeks. But then also, it gives them the ability to sleep around, innit? So it's all the sperm of all these men, all their spirits are on them.
But you know what I'm also thinking, right? Since you said that, I'm thinking that maybe them pills got a lot to do with why he's so proud.
Everything, brother, everything. Messed them up.
I think what those pills do, it motivates them to be a bunch of hoes. And then, you know, if they doing that, they feel like they're not doing anything wrong, so they act proud and they act. See, Esau needs to be destroyed. This is damn subject, man.
And the weave too. This went into this. Brothers know that they sacrifice the weave to
Of
spirits,
course.
Korean spirits,
Elam.
to their gods. So when they put them on, you have to beware.
Because you got to do
beware of those women that got demons on them because of the hair is fucking up their head. And don't forget also the things what they put all them potions what they put in their hair from Elam. A lot of that fucks up their